Welcome to the course. As an Android developer, learning to build games can be a fun and engaging way to improve your development skills. So in this course, you are going to build two popular games that you can build on top of Android technology that are Pong and Piano game. Pong is a classic 2D game that involves two pedals and a ball, while Piano game challenges player to hit the correct notes in time with the music. By building these games, you will learn important concepts like game physics, touch input and UI design. Plus you will have a fun game to show off to your friends and potential employers. So are you ready to join me on this amazing journey to develop your very first game with Android technology?
Welcome everybody. Thank you for enrolling my course. So in this video, I will be showing you what will be the final product that we are going to build in this course. So let's get started with this video. So you can see I have already run my application in a landscape mode inside my virtual emulator. So let's start playing this game. So when I click on this particular part of the screen, so you can see it's actually start playing. So you can see I am now actually moving the racket. So the yellow one is actually my racket and the blue one is actually an AI that play automatically with the use of AI code. So you can see here I have already won 3 games. So you can see here I again won inside this particular application. So when I click on this back button, you can see this is the main screen of the application. I know that the UI is not very attractive, but you will learn a lot of new concepts like how to plan your application, using some game loops and painting the things inside the screen by using the Java code. So we are not going to use any third-party library. We are going to build this entire application from the scratch with the use of the existing part of the code. So you can see inside my build.gradle, I have not added anything. So if I go to the Android package and if I just expand my Gradle scripts, inside the module you can see I have added nothing. These are all default dependencies that actually comes with the Android Studio when you actually create a blank activity project. Means an empty activity project, not a blank activity. So that's all about this video. Thank you for watching. See you in the next video.
In this video, we are going to create a new project inside our Android Studio. Currently, I am using Android Studio version 3.5. So click on this first option in order to create a new project inside Android Studio. So I will be selecting an empty activity for this project. Now simply hit next. Now here you can specify the name of your application. So I'm going to specify the name of my application as Pong 2D game. And then I need to browse the directory. So I'm going to leave it as in my info with Vijay channel directory. And this is my package name. And I will be using a Java language for the development of this project. Now simply hit finish, just leaving all of these things as it is. And I'm selecting the minimum API level 25. Now Android Studio will create the project for you. So I will be continuing the video again once the project creation process is completed. Now you can see our project is created successfully. And also I am here using my physical device for the testing purpose of the application. You can also use the emulator if you want, but it's better to use the physical device because we are actually developing a game application and we need to physically interact with the objects that we are using inside the development of this application. Because I am using an on-touch method along with gestures to work with properly on these things, we need to use the physical device so that we can get accurate results while testing the application. Now minimize all of these things. First thing I want to just refactor all of this activity to like a game activity because I forgot it when I created the project, but there is no such a problem. We can refactor it easily. Now you can see our activity gets refactored. Also I want to change the name of the layout. Now here I will specify a activity game. Then hit a refactor again. Now in this application I am not going to use any external dependencies to enhance the quality of the application, but if we want, then I can use it as per the requirements of the students. Now our next step is to actually go to the values directory, and here we need to create a new file. So I'm going to create a values resource file and I will be name this file as attrs, in which I will be specifying some dimensions of the racket, and also I will be creating some custom code. So here I will be using a tag which is a declare stylable tag, and then I will be specifying some content. Then I will be here specifying a name which is a custom name. You can name it as it is or you can name it whatever you want. It's totally up to you. So I'm creating here a custom button theme. We will be using this code inside the Android activities. Now here I will be specifying a attr tag. First we need to open the tag, then the attr tag, and then we need to specify the name of the attribute that we are actually want to do. So here I will be specifying a button, and then I will be specifying a button bar style, and after that you need to specify here a format. So I will be using a format is reference, and then I will be closing this tag. After that I need to do the same thing again. So I'm going to pressing the Ctrl D at the end of this line of code. It will duplicate the code, means create a new copy of this same code, and here I need to specify a button. So this code will allow us to actually target all the smaller screen as well. Like if you are having a very small screen like 4.5 device screen or maybe a 5.0 screen device, then your application will run properly with the calling of this code. That is the reason I am specifying here a code. This is a new concept, maybe very less developers are using it. Now here again I will be specifying a Pong table. Right now we are just using here a Pong table. Now in our upcoming videos I am also going to create a Pong table class in which we are going to use this particular code. Now here I will be closing the declare stylable tag, and inside of this I need to again specify some attrs. So the first attr that will be specifying for the racket height. So I will be specifying here a racket height, and then after that I need to specify a format and then specify here a integer. Then I need to close the tag. So I can use a self closing tag instead of closing the full close tag. Then I will create a duplicate 2 times, and here I will be specifying a racket width, and then here I will be specifying a ball radius, because in our table we also have a ball along with rackets. So rackets can interact with the ball, or you can say that the ball can interact with the rackets. Now all the code is done inside our attrs.xml file. Also in this video I am going to specify some colors inside our colors.xml file. So the first color that I will be specifying here a color of the table. So I will be specifying here a table color. So you can use drawable resources, but it's better to use the color. So for the testing purpose, because it will make our application to run faster. So here I will be using a table color. Then I need to specify the ending of this particular tag, and here I need to specify the code. The quickest way to specify the color code is by specifying 3 times 0 along with the hashtag. Then here click on this square icon, and then from there you can select the appropriate color that you want. So I will be using a dark gray color. Now I am going to create a duplicate of this particular line of code, and then here I will be specifying a layer color, and then again I will be create another duplicate, and here I will be specifying a opponent color. And then I need to change the color, so I will be using a light color for our player, so I am using a yellow, and for opponent color I am also using this particular color which is little bit of light. Because our background is dark, that is the reason we need to use this color light, because this is actually our racket color. Also I want to create another color for our ball. So here I will be specifying a ball color. Then ball color I will be using a pure white color. So this is the ball color that I will be using. Now we also need to create a new activity. So just right click on this app level directory, go to new, and then from there select the activity and create another empty activity, and here you need to specify the name of your activity. So I'm going to specify here a Pong activity, and then simply click on finish. So it will create another activity for us. Now you can see the activity is created now, and the latest Android Studio version, which is Android Studio 3.5, is very fast. That is the reason it creates the activity more quickly. Now I will do the designing in our upcoming videos. Right now our main motive is to actually focus on the logic part of the code. Now we also need to make changes inside our manifest file so that our application can run on the landscape mode, so that we don't need to explicitly rotate our device every time when our application launches. So that's it for this video. In the next video I'm going to specify the code inside our style.xml file. Along with that I will be making some changes inside the manifest file. So thank you for watching. See you in the next video. In this video, we are going to implement the logical part of our application. Now, if you not watched the previous video, then I highly recommend you to watch the previous videos. Then come back to this video so that you can get a complete idea of this Pong 2D game application. Now coming back to the package, just right click on this package and go to new, and from there select a new Java class. and inside of this Java class type the name of your class. So I'm going to type the name of my class as player and simply hit the enter key. Now I'm going to click on this project tab so that you can get a more wider area to see. Now here first I will be specifying members. So the member that I want means our player is actually a racket. So a racket should have a width and height, and also we need to give a score so that our player should have a score. And to paint on the surface means we are going to use a surface view class which is actually a part of the Android graphics. So we can actually paint on our screen on the basis of the 60 frames per second. So to paint on the screen we need to use a paint class object. So that is the reason we need to use a paint object as well. So we are going to define all of this method inside of this player class. So first I will be specifying here a private, and then we need to create an integer because the height and width is actually in the form of integer. Then I will be specifying the name of my first data member, or you can say it as a member variable, because we are inside the object oriented programming language. So I just specify my first member as racket width, which will hold the width value of my player, which will ultimately define the racket. Then I will be specifying another variable of a private integer type, and here I will be specifying again a racket, and this is actually going to be a height. And then I need to specify another variable, but at this point of time it is actually a integer public variable, which is actually a score, because we are going to update this score from different classes as well. Then we need to create another variable which is of type private, which is of type class paint, which is a part of the Android graphics package, and we need to create an object of this paint class so that you can paint on the screen, so that you can paint according to the height and width of our racket on the surface view, which is our Pong table class. And we are going to call this racket width and height inside our Pong table class in our upcoming videos. Also here I need to create another variable which will help us to detect the collision detection. So here I will be using a rect_f, which is also a part of the Android graphics package. And then we need to create the object of this, and I will be specifying here a bounce. So this bounce will help us to detect the collision between our racket and a player, and also the boundaries of our arena, means the game environment. So what I want to say, so right now you can see this is my physical device. Suppose here we have our racket, which is our player 1, and here our opponent racket, and this is the boundary of our application. Now this bounce, which is a part of the rect_f class, will help us to detect the collision between our ball and racket, and also when our ball gets hit by this upper wall and also with the bottom wall of left and right, then it will help us to detect the collision. So we are going to write the collision detection code in our upcoming videos, because right now if I will specify all these things in a one video, it will become a very long video and it will become very difficult to understand. Now coming to the coding part again inside our player class, first right click there and go to generate, and here into specify a constructor. Just select this integer variables which is of type private, not select the public one. Now this rect_f is also of type public. I actually forgot to specify here a public. I'm going to correct it just after I specify the code for the constructors. So select the paint also and then simply hit OK. Now first I need to make a changes. So first here I will specify here and then I need to initialize this score variable and also this bounce variable inside the constructor, but not as a parameterized constructor. So here I will be specifying a score value to default value which is of type 0, and then I will be specifying the bounce object to a memory. So with the help of new operator I can specify the bound to the rect_f class, because it is actually a type of rect, because we are not inside the Kotlin. Because if we are inside the Kotlin, you can simply delete this stuff. It's automatically understood by the compiler that we are actually allocating the object, but we are actually in a Java, so we need to use a new operator here, and after that we need to terminate that. But we also need to specify here some parameter. So first I will be specifying a 0, then again the second parameter I also specify a 0, and the third parameter I will be specifying a racket width, or you can specify the racket height, but I will be specifying the racket width. Then I will be specifying the fourth parameter which is of type racket height. After initializing all of these values, we need to create a getters method for these two variables, because I already told you we are going to use these two data members inside our Pong table class. So just right click there and go to generate, and then select this getter and then select these two variables which is width and height and hit OK. Now I already told you we are going to draw the things with the help of this paint class object on a 60 frame per second basis. So to draw the things, we need to use a draw method. So here I will be specifying a draw method which is of type public, which will draw our racket on the Pong table class, means our game environment. So this is a draw method, and inside of this we need to specify the code. So this draw method will accept a one parameter, a canvas type class object. So I specify the canvas. Now with the help of this canvas object, I am going to call a method which is a draw round rectangle. And then here I'm going to specify the bounds. And then I also want to specify here a 5 values. Now why I am just using here 5? Because I have actually developed this application with by hand. So that is the reason I know the exact values. So I can't experiment with these values because I did already so much experiment with these values. So that is the reason I know all these values properly, because I developed already this application. Now the next thing and the last thing inside of this class we need to do is actually we need to create a helper function which will help us to debug some things. So that we need to create a method. So I will be here, just simply click on the generate and select here a toString method and then select only a single parameter. So I will be here selecting a score and hit OK. But right now we are not going to return in this form. We are going to make it little bit more simple because we need to return all the object values. So here I will be specifying a width, then equal to, and then we need to specify the value. So I'm going to click on here plus, then the racket width I will be specifying. Like this is a second one, and then again we need to specify the plus, then the again we need to specify here inverted commas, double inverted commas, and then the height, and then equal to sign, and then again here we need to specify the plus, then racket height. Again just specify the plus, then we need to specify the string values which is taken as a string, then score is equal to, and then you know very well that what I am actually doing. So I am going to quickly type this code. Now you can see I have typed the whole code, which is actually a width which will return the racket width. So this is just a function which will help us to debug some things. If anything goes wrong, we can use this method to actually convert the values in a string, and we can display those values inside our logcat if we need it. So that is the reason I created it, so that we don't need to create it while we are face some issues. So that's it for this video, guys. In the next video we are going to create the ball class, and then we need to create some Pong table class, then we need to create a game thread class. So there is a lot of things we need to create. Then we will run our application, and then if we face some issues, we are going to solve those issues one by one. So thank you for watching. See you in the next video. In this video we are going to implement the logical part of our application. Now if you not watched the previous video, then I highly recommend you to watch the previous videos, then come back to this video so that you can get a complete idea of this Pong 2D game application. Now coming back to the package, just right click on this package and go to new, and from there select a new Java class, and inside of this Java class type the name of your class. So I'm going to type the name of my class as player and simply hit the enter key. Now I'm going to click on this project tab so that you can get a more wider area to see. Now here first I will be specifying members. So the member that I want means our player is actually a racket. So a racket should have a width and height, and also we need to give a score so that our player should have a score. And to paint on the surface means we are going to use a surface view class which is actually a part of the Android graphics. So we can actually paint on our screen on the basis of the 60 frames per second. So to paint on the screen we need to use a paint class object. So that is the reason we need to use a paint object as well. So we are going to define all of this method inside of this player class. So first I will be specifying here a private, and then we need to create an integer because the height and width is actually in a form of integer. Then I will be specifying the name of my first data member, or you can say it as a member variable, because we are inside the object-oriented programming language. So I just specify my first member as racket width, which will hold the width value of my player, which will ultimately define the racket. Then I will be specifying another variable of a private integer type, and here I will be specifying again a racket, and this is actually going to be a height. And then I need to specify another variable, but at this point of time it is actually a integer public variable, which is actually a score, because we are going to update this score from different classes as well. Then we need to create another variable which is of type private, which is of type class paint, which is a part of the Android graphics package, and we need to create an object of this paint class so that you can paint on the screen. so that we can paint according to the height and width of our racket on the surface view, which is our Pong table class. And we are going to call this racket width and height inside our Pong table class in our upcoming videos. Also here I need to create another variable which will help us to detect the collision detection. So here I will be using a rectf, which is also a part of the Android graphics package. And then we need to create the object of this, and I will be specifying here a bounce. So this bounce will help us to detect the collision between our racket and a player, and also the boundaries of our arena, means the game environment. So what I want to say, so right now you can see this is my physical device. Suppose here we have our racket, which is our player 1, and here our opponent racket, and this is the boundary of our application. Now this bounce, which is a part of the rectf class, will help us to detect the collision between our ball and racket, and also when our ball gets hit by this upper wall and also with the bottom wall of like left and right, then it will help us to detect the collision. So we are going to write the collision detection code in our upcoming videos, because right now if I will specify all these things in a one video, it will become a very long video and it will become very difficult to understand. Now coming to the coding part again inside our player class, first right click there and go to generate, and here into specify a constructor. Just select this integer variables which is of type private, not select the public one. Now this rectf is also of type public. I actually forgot to specify here a public. I'm going to correct it just after I specify the code for the constructors. So select the paint also and then simply hit OK. Now first I need to make a changes. So first here I will specify here and then I need to initialize this score variable and also this bounce variable inside the constructor, but not as a parameterized constructor. So here I will be specifying a score value to default value which is of type 0, and then I will be specifying the bounce object to a memory. So with the help of new operator I can specify the bound to the rectf class, because it is actually a type of rect, because we are not inside the Kotlin. Because if we are inside the Kotlin, you can simply delete this stuff. It's automatically understood by the compiler that we are actually allocating the object, but we are actually in a Java, so we need to use a new operator here, and after that we need to terminate that. But we also need to specify here some parameter. So first I will be specifying a 0, then again the second parameter I also specify a 0, and the third parameter I will be specifying a racket width, or you can specify the racket height, but I will be specifying the racket width. Then I will be specifying the fourth parameter which is of type racket height. After initializing all of these values, we need to create a getters method for these two variables, because I already told you we are going to use these two data members inside our Pong table class. So just right click there and go to generate, and then select this getter and then select these two variables which is width and height and hit OK. Now I already told you we are going to draw the things with the help of this paint class object on a 60 frame per second basis. So to draw the things we need to use a draw method. So here I will be specifying a draw method which is of type public, which will draw our racket on the Pong table class, means our game environment. So this is a draw method, and inside of this we need to specify the code. So this draw method will accept a one parameter, a canvas type class object. So I specify the canvas. Now with the help of this canvas object, I'm going to call a method which is a draw round rectangle, and then here we need to specify the bounce, and then I also want to specify here a 5 values. Now why I am just using here 5, because I have actually developed this application with by hand, so that is the reason I know the exact values, so I can't experiment with these values because I did already so much experiment with these values. So that is the reason I know all these values properly, because I developed already this application. Now the next thing and the last thing inside of this class we need to do is actually we need to create a helper function which will help us to debug some things. So that we need to create a method. So I will be here, just simply click on the generate and select here a toString method, and then select only a single parameter. So I will be here selecting a score and hit OK. But right now we are not going to return in this form. We are going to make it little bit more simple, because we need to return all the object values. So here I will be specifying a width, then equal to, and then we need to specify the value. So I'm going to click on here plus, then the racket width I will be specifying. Like this is a second one, and then again we need to specify the plus, then the again we need to specify here inverted commas, double inverted commas, and then the height, and then equal to sign, and then again here we need to specify the plus, then racket height. Again just specify the plus, Then we need to specify the string values, which is taken as a string. Then score is equal to, and then you know very well that what I am actually doing. So I am going to quickly type this code. Now you can see I have typed the whole code, which is actually a width which will return the racket width. So this is just a function which will help us to debug some things. If anything goes wrong, we can use this method to actually convert the values in a string, and we can display those values inside our logcat if we need it. So that is the reason I created it, so that we don't need to create it while we are face some issues. So that's it for this video, guys. In the next video we are going to create the ball class, and then we need to create some Pong table class, then we need to create a game thread class. So there is a lot of things we need to create. Then we will run our application, and then if we face some issues, we are going to solve those issues one by one. So thank you for watching. See you in the next video. Welcome back to this video. So in this video we are going to create the ball class inside our Pong 2D game. So let's get started with this video. So simply click on this project tab, and from there expand your package, and here we need to create a new class. Just click on new and select the Java class, and here inside of that just place your class name. So I will be specifying a ball and hit OK. Also I need another class, so I am going to create a new class again, and here I will be specifying the class name as Pong table. Then simply press OK. Now inside of this Pong table class I am going to specify two constants. So I am going to close all the other classes. Now I have closed all the classes, just I need to work on these two classes, which is ball.java and pongtable.java. Now inside of that I need to specify some constants. Means I need to specify the two constants, which is actually denotes the speed of our racket and also the speed of our ball. So these are the constants are of type public static, so that we can access it inside our ball class. So public static, and then we need to specify here a float, because this is actually going to hold a floating point values, because we are inside the game development, and every possible value will make the difference. Because if there is a very small change, then we will actually get a very massive difference. Now I will specify the name of my variable is physics racket speed. So I just make the physics to short as speed. Then here we need to initialize the value, so I am going to initialize the 15.0 f. Then it's time to duplicate it. So here actually it's going to 15 point, and here I need to specify the 0f. Then I need to duplicate it, and instead of racket speed I will need to change the name of my variable to like ball. Now it's time to specify the code inside our ball.java. So here inside of that first I need to create some variables. So I'm going to create some public variables. So it is of type public, because we are going to access it outside the other classes as well. That is the reason. So the first, our ball needs a coordinates, which is actually a x coordinate, and also we need a y coordinate, so that we can draw the ball inside our screen, which is our Pong table. Because right now we are going to use this ball and our player inside the Pong table in our upcoming videos. Also we need to use the velocity, because if we want to move the ball, we need to change the velocity in the x direction, also in the y direction. So I name my variable as velocity. Then I need to specify the x, which denotes the velocity for x. And again I am going to duplicate that again, and here I will be specifying the y, but denote the velocity of y. To draw a ball we need a radius, so I am going to create a new variable which is of type radius. Now in order to paint the ball inside our Pong table, we need a paint class object. So again I am here specifying the private, then paint, and then I need to specify the paint. Next time to specify the constructor. So right click on your class and then go to generate, and here select the constructor and select all the parameters except this radius and paint, and then select OK. Now I'm going to remove this parameter list, and here I will be specifying a parameter list which is a int radius, because when we call our ball inside the Pong table class, we need to specify only a radius and also the paint object, which you will get to know about it when in our upcoming videos came out. So now the ball is actually done. Now it's time to specify a draw method, just like we did in our player class. So it will be going to a public, then void, and after that we need to specify the name of our method. So it is going to a draw method, and then here we need to specify the parameter which is of type canvas, because it is going to draw the things on the canvas. So we need to use the object of canvas, then canvas, and now we need to use this canvas object dot, and we need to draw a circle, just like we did in our player class where we draw a rounder rectangle. So we need to draw a circle. So it requires 4 parameters. The first is the coordinate from x, then coordinate from y, So I already create a member variable for that. And then here you can see it's actually a cy. So it's actually here I specified a dot instead of comma. Now the error is gone. And here we need to specify the radius. And then we need to specify the paint object, which will paint our ball inside the Pong table class, which is actually a Pong table canvas. Now here we need to define another method which will actually use to move the ball, and it is called by the game thread every time whenever we need to move the ball. So it is also type public. Then specify here a void because this method is not going to return anything. Then move ball, and then again we need to start the body of the method. Instead of that, in order to move the ball, so we need a canvas object because in canvas we need to move our ball. So it is also using a canvas. Then here we need to use the coordinate x. First we need to increase the velocity. I already told you in order to move the ball we need to increase the velocity. So here I will be specifying the velocity value, and also similarly we need to do that for the value for our cy. So I am going to duplicate it so that it will make little bit more quicker. Then here I need to change the value names. Now the values are initialized. Then we need to make a comparison. So here I will be using a comparison. If cy, which is a coordinate y, if it is smaller than radius, then we need to use the condition. We need to initialize the cy value to our radius. And after that, if it is true, then we need to specify the else condition also if it is not true. So if it is else if condition, so here we need to specify the cy plus the value of our radius. Then we need to increase the value if it is greater than equal to our canvas height. So we need to make use of a small object because this is the canvas. So canvas object we need. So here we need to use the canvas dot get height. If it is that the case, then we need to execute that block of code, which is actually equal to cy is equal to canvas dot get height, and then we need to minus the radius value along with the -1. So that particular code will help us to move our ball inside the Pong table game. Now we also need to create a getter radius method, which is a getter method. So I'm going to right click it again and go to generate, and here I'm going to select the getter, and from there I will be selecting only the radius and click OK because this method is used in a game thread class. Now here we need to create another toString method, which is a helper function which is used to debug the code. So I'm going to click on this project tab, open my player class, and from there I'm going to copy this toString method and returning back to the ball class, and here I will be pasting the code again. And then I will be changing the parameters list so that, because here we are going to return the cx value, which is a coordinate x value. So cx value, which will denote the coordinate x, and then we need to plus this value, which is cx, and then again we need to increase and then specify the value, which is cy, and plus then we need to specify here a cy, then plus again the values. So here I will be using val x, which is the velocity x variable is going to equal to, and here we need to plus the value which is our velocity x, and then again I need to do the same for our velocity y equals to, and then again, and then we need to plus the value, then velocity y. So that's all for the coding for our ball.java class, which will help us to create the ball inside our Pong table, and also this particular method will allow us to move the ball inside our game. So that's it for this video. Thanks for watching, and I will see you in the next video. Welcome back to this video. In this video, we are going to start the coding inside our Pong table class. In previous video, we have specified the code inside our ball.java class, where we write the code for our drawing the ball and also for the code to move our ball. So let's start with this video. Now open your Pong table class, and here at the top of them, we need to create some variables, and I am going to explain all the variables. So this part is actually going to be just for the creation of the variables. So just I am going to type here private, and also I will be specifying here a player, and then mPlayer, which is the object of our player class. Then again I need to specify a private variable, which is also type player, and here I will be specifying the opponent variable, which is almost same because we need to draw a racket for our opponent as well. Then we need to create an object for our ball. We already created the ball class, so here we need to specify the ball, then and then we specify here a ball. Then we need to create an object for our paint, which will allow us to paint the net on the screen. So I am using a paint and net paint. I will create the object net paint, and after that I need to create another variable which is actually for the paint of also type paint, and this is going to our table paint object, means table bounds paint, which will allow us to paint the bound. So what I mean, if I open the activity file, like activity.pong activity, so it's actually asking for the refactor. So what I mean, if I just make it into landscape, so this is actually, right now you can see this white border, this is actually our bound, but right now this is actually the Android Studio bounds of the activity. So we also need to draw this bound inside the code so that we can, when our ball gets hit by this particular ball, which is our bottom wall and also the top wall, then we want to reflect back to the ball again to the in the direction of the racket. So here again I am specifying some variables which is of type private and it is type of integer, and this is actually going to be like mTable width. So if this is mTable width, then again I am specifying the private integer variable, and then mTable is going to like mTable, and this is going to be our height. And then we need to create some variable for our surface holder. So here I will be using a surface holder, and then I will create a holder as an object which will helps us to hold the surface that in which we are going to define our all the classes. Now these all the variables we already created, so we just want to make it at the bottom so that format the code. Then here we need to create a variable for our AI, which is actually used to control our opponent racket. So it's of type private and also of type float, and here I am going to name this as AI, which is a move probability. Then I am going to just simply terminate that variable. Then we are going to create a variable for the Boolean variable, which is actually a moving variable which will test whether the ball is moving or not. Then the last variable which we need to create is actually a float variable, and it's actually last touch. So finally we have declared all the variables which are necessary for our Pong table. Now this Pong table class is actually going to extend a surface view. So it's actually a surface view. Now it's actually complaining that there is something we need to override. So we need to actually override the constructor. So we need these two constructors, then simply hit OK. Also we need to create one method which is of type integer, and this is method is going to type of public because this method is used inside our game loop when we create our game thread class. So it is type init, and then here we need to specify the init Pong table. The name of our method I am going to specify like, then this method is going to accept a parameter of type context. So here also I need to specify the void because this method is not going to return anything. And then here we need to specify the context, and then we need to specify here as ctx, the context variable, and also we need to use here a attribute set, and I will use something like attrs. So inside of that we need to write the code, means whatever variables we have defined at data, means whatever data member we have defined here, we need to initialize all these values inside this init Pong table. So it is actually a init, not init, it's actually a init Pong table. Also this surface view means this Pong table class is going to implement the interface of surface view holder. So I'm going to type here surface view holder dot callback, and then we need to override some methods. So by pressing Alt Enter, then again press the Enter, then you need to override all of these three methods. So we are going to code all of these three methods in our upcoming videos. So these are the main things of our application, because whenever surface change we need to make some changes here. So all of these methods are actually maintained by the game thread class, which we are going to create in our upcoming videos. Now that's it for this video guys. In the next video we are going to specify the code inside this init Pong table method. So thank you for watching, and I will see you in the next video. Now in previous video we initialized all of our data member inside this init Pong table method. Now in this video we are going to specify the code inside our draw method, and along with that on this constructor we are going to call our init Pong table method. So let's get started with this video. So first I am inside this Pong table method, means which is a constructor. So here I need to call the init Pong table. So this is a init Pong table. I need to pass the context, and then I need to pass the address as a parameter. Similarly copy this again, the whole statement, and then here and again paste it. Now it's time to specify the code inside this draw method. So let's get started. So first here we need to use the object of canvas dot, and then we need to call the draw color method. So draw color, and then after that we need to specify the context compact, because we are inside the latest Android version, which is Android minimum, because here I am using the context compact. That is because my build with Gradle file, if I open it, you will see here I have the maximum SDK version is 29, and then the min SDK version is 25. Now if your min SDK version is 22 or maybe smaller than 23, then this particular line of code will gives you an error. So make sure you specify the minimum SDK version is 25, at least Nougat. Then it will work well. Now again I'm closing the Gradle file, and inside this, so here we need to call the getColor method, getColor, and then we need to specify the mContext, which is a member variable of the Pong table class, and then again here we need to specify the path of the color. So color, and we are actually using a color of table. So table color we are actually here calling. Then again we need to specify another object canvas, and then here we need to call the drawRect method. This is our drawRect method, and then here we need to specify the left, right, and then we need to specify the mTable width, add the width, and then we need to specify the mTable height, and then comma, and after that we need to specify here mTable bounds paint. So this will actually draw our bounds of the rectangle, and then we need to call here init middle to draw the middle lines, because inside our draw method we will draw the things, because we are actually set all the things inside the init table method. Now it's time to draw the things by using the draw method. That is the reason we actually override this method. Now to draw the middle lines, we need to half the width, means we need to divide the width by 2, which will give the half portion of the table, and then we need to call the canvas object draw line. So here we are calling the draw line method, and then we need to pass the middle, which is the starting point of the line to draw, and then we need to specify the y position, so which is going to be 1, and then we need to specify some float value. So here again I will be passing a middle, and again I need to specify comma and mTable height, and then specify the comma, which is actually mnet paint. Then here we need to also specify a -1. Okay, so that's actually draw the color, table color, rectangle, and the line. Now next thing, we need to draw our opponents and player and our ball. So let's get started. So first here I will be calling the object of mPlayer, which will allow us to call mPlayer draw method, and here we will specify the canvas as a parameter. Now this method we are calling here so that we can draw the player inside our Pong table. Similarly, we need to draw the opponent. It is also based on the player class, almost similar, but the things are actually a little bit different. The object name is different, and we are actually controlling the opponent by using the method called AI. And then here we need to specify the mBall.draw method, and then we need to specify here a canvas. Now this is a draw method. We are actually using it here. Now one thing here, notice I have actually not initialized the radius and paint inside this constructor. So we need to make changes inside this code, otherwise we will get some error when we run our application. So first we need to make changes inside our ball.java class. So here I made a mistake. So first, this is not the valid code because this will give an error. Instead I will be using here this dot, and we need to initialize our paint. So paint is going to be equal to paint, and then we again using this, and it's m time to radius, and this is actually equal to radius. Then we need to initialize the velocity. So this dot velocity x is actually equals to Pong table. So we actually created a constant which is actually a ball speed. We need to call it here, and again we need to specify this dot velocity y, which is equal to again Pong table dot physics ball speed, and then we need to again terminate that. Now this will be the valid code. It will not going to give us an error. If we don't specify this code, this draw method actually calling inside the Pong table. So when we run our application, we will get in trouble because this radius and this paint is not initialized. Also this cx and cy value are null. That is the reason. Now again coming to the Pong table class, and it's time to specify the code inside all of this particular method. So first I am going to change the parameter list of this surface created method, because right now it's actually showing I and I2, which is not a meaningful. So first I will be here specifying the int format, and then this one is actually going to be our int width. So I will be specifying the width, and this one is actually our height. You guys get right, it's actually our height. Now again, instead of that, I will be initializing two values. The first is actually I will be initializing the height and table width. So m table width, not a width, is time for the m table height. Now these two lines of code actually are specified inside the surface change method. Now the next thing we want to also do, in our upcoming video we also need to initialize the game thread object here, but we are right now just leaving it as it is because we are going to code inside of these methods in our upcoming videos. Inside of this video I am going to also create some more method. The first is actually I want to override the onTouch method. So this is our onTouch event method which will be used to move the racket, and then I am also going to create another private boolean method. So it's type of private, and a boolean method is actually isTouch on racket. So I will be creating this method isTouch on racket, and if this will take an object of the motion event, and I will be specifying here event, and then it's also taking the object of a player class because our racket is actually a player and player, and then we just start the body of this method. Now this will actually expect an return statement, so I will be specifying the return statement. So it is going to return the mPlayer bounds, mPlayer.bounds, and then we will specify here a contains, and then we will specify here event.get x, and then specify the comma event.get y. Then we will terminate that whole statement. After that we also need to specify some more methods. So I am going to specify a movePlayer method. So it's also going to like private. It's actually a public method because we are going to call this method inside our game thread class. That is the reason I am going to specify this method as public. Then movePlayer, and after that here we want to specify some parameters. So this is like player, then player, comma, then float, and then we want to specify here a left value, comma, a float, and then we want to specify a top value. Then we need to start the body of this method. So this is our movePlayer method, and also I need to create another method at the top of this particular method which is our public, and this is our method which is a movePlayer. This method is also going to accept some parameters. So the first parameter is actually going to accept is of type float. So I will be specifying the float which is actually a dy, and then I will be specifying here a player and player. And also I need to specify one more method which is actually our doAI method, means our AI which will use to control the opponent racket. So here I will specify the void, then do and AI, and after that I need to specify the body of this method. So we are going to code all of these three methods in our next video. So that's it for this video. Thank you for watching, and I will see you in the next video. In this video we are going to initialize all the member variables that we have created in our previous video inside of this init Pong table method. So let's get started with this video. So first I am going to initialize the mContext. So I just forgot to actually creating the mContext variable. I think I forgot it to create the mContext, but don't worry, we are going to create it here private, and then the context variable, and then it is actually a mContext. Now it's time to initialize it inside it here. So first I am going to specify the mContext is going to the value of ctx, which is the context variable. Then we need to initialize the object which is our holder, so that we can hold our surface. So I think this is the mHolder. I name my holder object like holder, so I am going to here specify mHolder because that's going to be a member holder variable, so that we can differentiate easily whenever we share a source code to someone else. Then get holder, and then simply hit a terminator. Then again mHolder dot, and then we need to specify here add callback, and here we need to specify the this. Now remember, we get this get holder easily because of we actually implemented the surface holder callback. Now after initializing all of these things, it's time to here writing a one comment. Now here you can see I have specified a line of code which will allow us to actually initialize the game thread. So here we need to create the object at the top, and then we need to initialize the game thread object in this particular line after the initialization and adding the callback to our mHolder object. Now it's time to specify more code, so I'm going to here use a type array, and then I'm going to create the object which is of array, and then here to specify the ctx dot, and then obtain style attributes. Specify the attributes, and then we need to specify the r.styleable, which is a stylable in which we have created some dimensions for our racket and Pong table so that we can target the smaller device skin as well. And Pong table. Now here I am going to create another variable which will actually initialize the racket dimension. So first I am going to initialize the racket. So first I am going to initialize the racket height, which is a get integer value, and then I need to provide the path, which is as stylable, and then Pong table. So it's actually a Pong table, and this is the racket height. Then I need to specify the default value, which is going to be 340, and then duplicate it into 2 more times because we also need to initialize the width. So I will be specifying the width, and this is actually going to be like a ball radius, and after that here we are going to change the corresponding values like Pong table, and this is going to be racket width. So here I use a white, it's actually not a properly pronunciated, so I have actually made here a typo. Then I need to copy this and again go to our Pong table and then paste it here. So actually I need to copy the whole. It's actually Pong table dot. So I need to remove that again. Dot, and then again I need to specify Pong table racket width. And then I need to specify here a default value which is going to be like 100. Then similarly we need to here initialize the Pong table ball radius, and then you need to specify the radius default value which is 25. Now it's time to set our player so that we can paint the player inside the Pong table class. So this is initialize method in which we need to initialize our player as well as our opponent as well as our ball. Or along with that we need to draw the walls and also the bounds. So we are going to use the paint class object. So here we are going to use the paint class, and then player here, and then we need to name the object as player paint, which will allow us to paint the player on the surface view. So I'm going to initialize the object, and after that with the use of a player paint object I'm going to call a method which is a set anti-alias method, and here I need to set the value true. Then I need to create another method which is a player paint.set color. Then we need to specify the path color, but first we need to call here a get context, means context compact, and after that we need to call a method get color, which is because we are inside the latest Android Studio versions. If I actually open my build.gradle file, you will see here that we are actually working in the minimum SDK 25 and our build tool version is 29.0.2. So that is the reason if you are in the older version, this code will not work. Like in a Pillow API 22, this code will not work. So that is, make sure your minimum API is at least 23 or maybe higher. Then here I need to specify the path of the color. So I am using here a r dot. Along with that, now here you can see it's actually providing the error. That is because we need to call it with the help of a context. So I need to specify error and context. Now the error is actually gone. Now we have all set the player paint. Now it's time to pass this player paint to the object of the player constructor, which is actually this constructor along with the height and width. So just calling the mPlayer, because we have already created this object at the top. If you remember, this is object. Now the first object we are going to initialize, then allocating the memory to this object, that is new, and then player, because we are here calling a constructor. And then we need to pass the first racket width. So here I have also made a typo. It is actually width. I need to make here th, and then copy that, and here we need to paste it again. Then we need to specify the racket height, and then we need to specify here a player paint, which will allow us to paint the player on this surface view. Now similarly we need to create the paint object for our opponent as well. So here I will be writing a one comment, set player, and then I am writing here another comment which is like set our opponent. Now I am going to copy this code and I am going to paste it here, because the code will remain same, just only we need to change the object name. So here I will be specifying a opponent paint, and then copy that and paste it here, and I'll also paste it here, and then also paste it here. Now similarly we need to create a ball. So here I will be specifying a ball comment. So we are actually setting the content so that we can draw it on the canvas. Now again I'm going to paste it here. So it's actually opponent paint is copied. So I'm going to copy that and paste it here, and then I'm going to change the object name to ball paint. Then copy that and here I'm going to paste it. It's actually copied again. Paste that, and here also, and then also here. But notice here we have made a mistake that we are actually calling a new plane, but we already have a separate ball class. So we need to call this ball constructor here. So I need to change it into ball. And then when I did that, it's actually giving us an error because it requires a radius. It says a two parameter, the first is the radius and the second is the paint. So we need to provide here a radius first. So I'm going to remove these two parameters. Here I will need to specify a ball radius. So this ball radius I have created, but here also need to change the object to ball. Now if you click on that, then this is a variable we have actually initialized the dimension to the ball radius. That we are actually using it here. After that we need to here draw a middle lines. So I'm going to type here a comment. So here I will be using a netpaint dot set, and the first we need to allocate the memory. And paint is going to equal to the new, and this is going to be a paint. After initializing value to and paint, here I am going to again use the and paint. Then we need to set the anti-alias method and set the value to true. Again, so we are going to use bunch of methods with this particular thing. Then netpaint again, and then we need to set the color. Set color, and I'm going to set the color as like white, because our background is actually a dark gray. Because now I'm going to specify here a white color because our background is dark gray. Then again I'm going to change a method name. Here I'm just duplicate the code, and then here I'm going to use the set alpha, and I'm going to set the alpha value to 80. Then again duplicate that and remove this method because we not need this method because we need another setter method. Then set stroke width. Now then we need to call here a set stroke width method. Stroke width, and here we need to specify the paint dot style dot, and here we need to use the fill and stroke as a constant value. Now you can see it's actually giving us an error. So it's actually giving the error that is because we have passed our wrong parameters. So stroke width is actually going to specify a floating point value. Then after that we need to specify the style. So I need to specify the style at the top. I don't want to destroy my code. So that is the reason I am just going to type the same code that I already developed the application by hand. Then we need to specify here a style. Set style, and then it's actually a paint dot style dot, and then we need to specify the fill and stroke. That's the correct parameter. And now finally the last method that with the and paint actually takes up, it's actually a set path effect. So we actually need a dash path effect. Now what this particular lines of code will does, it's actually create a line at the middle of the screen which will denote like a net, because it's a Pong 2D game, and you remember that a Pong table game has a net between the table which will partition the two different sides of the player. So that is the reason I'm going to try it here with this particular code. Now here we need to specify a new float array, and then I need to specify the values. So I'm going to specify here 5, 5. Now how I know all of these values? Because I already developed this application by hand. Then I need to specify here a 0, and then finally terminate that code. And to remove this typo, and then here we are going to set the bounds. So again I'm here to use a draw, and then we need to specify the bounds. To set the bound we need to use the mTable bound object. So here we need to specify the mTable bound paint, and then we need to set the first. So first we need to again allocate the memory, because I forgot to allocate the memory, because in Kotlin we don't need to allocate the memory, because with the name of the class name we can simply allocate the memory. And again now it's time to set the anti-alias method. So again just mTable dot. After doing that we need to just set this color and all of this stuff. So again I'm going to paste it here, and then I'm changing the object name, paste it, and then here also going to paste it. Then we need to set the color. So I'm going to set the color to the bound set black, so that it will become hidden when we run the application. And then it's actually here we need to close the bracket, a round bracket. Then we need to set the style, and also we need a stroke width. So I'm going to copy these two code. We don't need a set alpha color. Set it here, and then copy that again, paste it here, and paste it here. Now to increase the width, I'm going to specify the value to 15, and instead of fill and stroke, I will be using a only fill, or you can also use a stroke. So I will be trying a stroke just to make a little bit different than my previous one. Then we need to initialize the MAI variable, which is our MI probability variable. So I am going to initialize the value, a floating point value of 0.8f, and now I am going to terminate this value. So finally guys, all the initialization of the code is done. So we are going to override a method, that is a onDraw method. So onDraw, I am going to type it here onDraw and hit a tab key. Now inside of this onDraw method, we are going to call all the draw method of this. This draw method will be called here, and also the ball draw method, which is this one, be called here in order to draw the things on the screen. And I have already initialized all these values, so there is no way to get the null pointer exception error. If you face this error, then maybe you have initialized something incorrectly. So that's it for this video guys. In the next video we're going to specify more code inside our Pong table.class, because I already told you first we need to set the things, then we can run this application to our physical device to test the things. So thank you for watching, and I will see you in the next video. In this video, we are going to specify the code inside our move player method so that we can move our player, means our racket, when we are actually playing the game. So let's get started with this video. So first here, we need to make some comparison. So I'm going to use the if statement, which is used for the comparison. If left is smaller than 2, then we need to initialize the value, which is left is equal to 2. Then we have to terminate that. After that, we need to make here a comparison with the else if statement. And here we have to specify the left plus, and then we have to specify here a layer dot and get racket width. If it is greater than equal to our M table width minus 2. Then we have to specify the body. So here again I will be specifying a top is equal to, and then we need to specify here M table height minus player. So this is our player dot get bracket width, and then this is our minus 2, and then terminate that. So what does it will actually compare the left. If it is smaller than 2, then it's actually initialize the value to left, and after that we're comparing. So here we need to use a left instead of top. After that, if left and plus layer racket width is greater than table width minus 2, then we need to execute this particular statement, and then we need to make comparison for the top. So here I will be using a top smaller than 0, and then to start the body of this method, and here I need to specify first initialize the top to 0. Then you have to specify else if statement, and again here we need to specify the top plus, and then we need to call here a layer dot get racket height. So if it is greater than equal to, and here we need to specify a M table height. Then start the body, and then we need to initialize here a top is equal to M table height minus layer dot get racket height minus 1. So this is like to check if whether, so if I again just take you to the game screen, means not our game screen, so almost same, because right now our game screen doesn't have anything. So what it will allow, it will actually compare the left of this and also the top. So if it is actually our racket actually collides with the top, then this particular comparison will be used. And if it is actually inside the left, means our ball gets collided here at the left, then this particular block of statement is used. So now we need to here specify the last statement of the code inside of this method, that is a player dot bounce dot offset to, and here we need to specify the left comma top. Now we have specified the code inside our move player method. It's time to use this move player method inside this move player racket method. So let's start here. So first I need to use a synchronized keyword, because our move player method also uses synchronized. And then we need to specify here a holder object which will hold the object. So M holder. Now we need to start the body, because now our holder will hold this surface with the synchronized keyboard, so no other thread can use this until it finishes its execution. Then we need to use the move player, which is a method, and then we need to pass the player, because our move player method is actually expecting a parameter which is the player, then left and top. So here I specify the player object, then I need to specify a player bounce. So make sure I need to call the dot operator and bounce and then dot left, and then to specify a comma. After specifying the comma, again I need to call the player object, then dot, then bounce, and then top. Also we need to specify this dy, which is a parameter. So here we need to also add this value along with dy. Now our move player racket code is completed. Now it's time to specify the code inside our do AI method. So first we need to make here a comparison if 𝑚_opponent. If it is the case, then we need to execute the block of statement, which is our move player, because our opponent is also a player. So first we need to pass the object of type player class, which is our 𝑚_opponent, and then I'm going to make an enter so that it will become more clear to understand the code. Then here we need to specify the 𝑚_opponent, not a moving, it's actually an 𝑚_opponent dot bounce dot, and again we need to specify here a left, then specify a comma, and then again I need to specify here a 𝑚_opponent, then dot bounce dot, and then to specify the top, and then we need to minus the value by with the help of physics racket speed. So that marks the completion of the if block execution. Then we need to also specify the else if statement. So it is actually an else, and then we need to specify the if statement, 𝑚_opponent, and then dot bounce dot top, and then here we again need to call the move player, because our racket will also move in the top direction. Just like here, if it is our racket here placed here, because our opponent will be placed on the right hand side, so our racket is actually moving in the top direction. Along with that, so also going to move in the bottom direction. So that is the reason. Again, I am here specifying the else statement, 𝑚_opponent, and then to specify again enter, 𝑚_opponent, not a moving, it's actually 𝑚_opponent dot bounce dot, and we need to specify the left, comma, and then again here I will be specifying 𝑚_opponent dot bounce dot top, and again we need to plus the value by using physics racket speed. So here we are actually plusing the value, means adding the value of the racket speed. So that marks the completion of the code our do AI method. So here I will be making it into capital. That marks the completion of the code for these three methods. We need to still specify some more code inside our Pong table class, so that we can easily able to interact with our rackets when we design our layout. So from next video onwards, I am going to design the layout for our activity game, along with that for our activity Pong. So that's it for this video. Thank you for watching, and I will see you in the next video. In this video, we are going to design our activity game screen, along with that our activity Pong. So let's get started first with this activity game. So it is already designed, but I need to just specify here something more. So first I am going to close the show layout decoration so that we can get a clear screen. So this hello world text I am going to change it into start game. So I am going to just remove this text, and here I will be specifying the start game, and then I need to increase the text size. So here I will be specifying the text size, which is like hashtag 3 times F, because I am going to use the dark background. And here I will be specifying the background color, which is almost close to the table color. So I am going to use here a table color, that is this one. Now I need to increase the text size. So here text size is actually I have specified the wrong thing. Here I need to specify 35 SP, and after that I need to specify the text color, which is hashtag 3 times F. Now it's actually visible. Then I need to do one more thing, which is text style is going to bold, and also I am going to specify here on click, which is actually a start game method. So this will create a event handler inside our game activity. So I'm going to press the Alt Enter and create start game in game activity. Now it's actually created. So here I will be using a intent. So I'm going to specify here intent, then new, then it's to start a new activity. I'm going to use the intent. This is our game activity dot this, and then I'm going to specify here another, which is our Pong table. Not yes. So I will see whether the Pong table is activity. So yeah. our Pong table is actually not an activity, our Pong activity, and to figure out which is my activity, so this is our Pong activity which I need to start here, not our Pong table, it's actually our Pong activity. So Pong activity dot class, then terminate that, and then I need to start the activity. There is this one activity, and I need to pass the object which is intent. So when I just click on this text view, it is going to start my Pong activity. I'm going to close the game activity. Now it's time to specify the code inside our Pong activity. So the first thing I need to specify the Pong activity is actually a tag. So first make some enter, and here I will be using a text views. So go to the design tab because I'm using a constraint layout. So to work with the constraint layout, you need to use the design editor. Now this is our landscape mode, and first I'm going to specify a background color, but it's better if we not specify, but I'm going to specify it because right now this is necessary, because all the text widths I'm going to placing, I'm going to set the text color as white. So first I'm going to drag this text to here, and then again this text to here. Okay, and now I need to set the constraints. So first this one, and then from there this one, then from top, and from here also I'm going to select it, and also from the top. Now from top I'm going to make it into 24, maybe 32, and this one also I selecting, and from top is actually already 32. Then from bottom I need to specify the constraint which is 360, and also for this one from bottom is 360. Now I need to specify the left constraint, and then I'm going to select this one and also select the left constraint. Now these are actually going, so I need to make it as 0, and select this one, also make it to 0. Now both of them are closely related to each other. Now their indentation is actually changed. 360, selecting this one is actually 88, and from there I'm going to also make it into 88. Now both of them are perfectly at the center. Now I need to specify here 100. And similarly for this one, I'm going to specify here a 150. And just selecting this one and just increase it here 150. So this is how you actually work with the constraint layout. So that's look great. Now they are actually perfectly constrained. Now go to the text mode of the XML. So I need to change the IDs. So this will be our TV score layer, because on the left hand side our TV score layer. So I need to copy this ID, because right now you can see there is a red line is appearing. So I need to specify here TV score layer. Then this one is actually our TV score opponent. Then I need to copy this ID again and replacing it here. Now perfect, both of them are perfectly aligned. Then again here need to change the text opponent, and also here need to change the text to layer. Then it's time to modify the code. Text style is going to bold, then text size is actually going to like 22 SP. So 22 SP is visible, it's very small. I need to make it into 25, I think 25. Then I need to specify text color is going to like hashtag 3 times F, because our background is dark. Now just copy this code and then place it here also. This makes the layer and opponent text looks better. Again I need to specify another text view. So this is here, I need to specify the text view, that is this one, setting the constraint from both sides. And then I'm coming back to this layout, and here you can see this is our text view. So first I need to modify the code. So here I'm going to copy that and placing it here. This will be the state. So right now when our game is not playing, it's actually a ready state. So right now our game is actually in a ready state, sign of exclamation, and you can see the font is not very big, so I'm going to make it into 35 SP. Now it's actually big and crisp and clear. Now at the top I need to specify here another text. I'm going to copy this text view, copy that, not just cutting them, copy that and remove the ID, and then I'm going to here specify a com dot, and here I'm going to use this Pong table text view. I'm going to create a custom tag, means a custom view of a Pong table. Selecting this, and I need to place it at the top. So first I'm going to remove the constraint. So go to the design tab, and here first remove the all constraints, because we need to make it them into center. So this is our surface view. Just line it at the center, And then I need to do what? Then I need to set the constraint. Constraint, then constraints, and then constraints. Just leave the bottom one, because our bottom constraints will not going to work in this way. Bottom constraint are like this, and I need to just simply making it here. First remove the bottom constraint because it will create a problem, and I need to just move it here in the right. Just leave the right constraint, then select this one, then set the bottom constraint. Yeah, that's great. Then just make it into center, this ready, and then set the right constraint. So that's actually perfectly at the center. Now what I'm going to do, I'm going to again go to the text tab, selecting the main layout, and then changing this background color, means just removing this background color. Now everything is white, because right now our Pong table constraint is actually wrap content, so I'm going to set it into match parent, and this one is also match parent. Then again coming back to the design tab, selecting this surface view, like this Pong table, and then from here just set it to 0, also this 0, and then set it to 0, and this also 0. Now you can see our surface view is actually visible. Now here you can see our racket is visible. When I just coming back to the text mode and again go to the design tab, then our racket is visible. But right now our ball is not visible. So I just look at the code here. So in the initialization code here you can see we are setting the same color, that is yellow, yellow, yellow. So our opponent color is also yellow, our setup player color is also yellow, which is our visible player, that is this one, player racket. And also we are setting our ball color as yellow. So we need to here change the color, that is our ball color. So we need to call here a ball color. And then here we need to also specify the opponent color. So now the colors are different. Also you can see here at the top our opponent object is not used. The reason for that, because we actually copy paste the code and here we are also initializing the player. So here it is our opponent object. So opponent object is used. This is the first error I have solved and this is the colors error I have solved here. Now our bounce color is also giving so much problem here. So we need to use here a color concept differently. Like if I use the same color, which is our table color. So I'm going to copy this code from here, like this from here, context compact. Copy that and coming back to here, and I'm going to paste this code. Then instead of player color, I will be using here a table color, so that our bounce and table color will remain same. Now the another change that we need to make is actually inside our move player method. So here we are actually using a width, so we need to also initialize here a mTable width. Actually I forgot it and I make a mistake here. So after changing this, now it's time to run the application to see whether the things are actually working well, because our activity, and you can see here, is actually showing a blue racket and a ball. So maybe we can see it inside our running environment. So here you go, our application is now running. If I click on that, but right now you can see it's actually showing the flag. The reason for that, inside of that you can see here we are actually using the text property, and this is actually a custom tag which doesn't hold this property. So we need to remove this all 4 properties. So just delete that, and first we need to specify here a ID, and then we need to give here a Pong table, and after that we need to specify here a background color so that we can just see a little bit more crisp layout. Now it's time to run it to see whether this will fix our problem or not. Again installing our application, so it will take a little bit of time. Now our application is launching and now it's perfectly launched. So if I click on start game, now you can see our bracket is also visible, along with that our ball, but you can see right now it's actually very close related to our layout. So we can make a little bit pairing of 2 to DP. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to specify the same code. Just copy this code from here. So before copying that, I'm going to the design tab and selecting this Pong table, and from every side I'm going to give a 2, setting the constraint of 2 DP. So when I run it, because right now you can see our ball and racket is actually touching the edge of the layout, means our device screen. So we don't want that. So our application is now launched. If I click on start game, now you can see there is a white background is actually appearing, means this will not looks great. So how can fix this problem? We can copy this background color property from here, like from here, and just specifying the same color to our root layout. Because our surface view doesn't require, because our Pong table doesn't require this color. Again running the application, this will solve the problem, and our racket will just having a 2dp from this left side and also for our opponent as well. So again our application is now running, and if I click on the start game, so it's actually showing this ready. So here I also need to specify the background color, I think, because right now it's actually not giving. So table color, again I'm running this, because right now you can see still it shows a black screen. So we need to specify this background color property. Without this, our table doesn't look great. So if I again click on that, and you can see now this look perfectly well. Our racket is actually placed, our player, and this is our opponent. You can just reduce the size of the font of these two, because right now it's actually very big. So I'm going to make it into like 20 SP, and similarly for our player, let's make it into 20 SP. Now you will run the application, it will look fine. So that's it for this video guys. Thank you for watching, and I will see you in the next video. In previous video, we successfully designed our activity Pong screen and also our activity game screen. Now in this video, I'm going to specify the ball placement code inside our Pong table class, which will help us to place the ball inside the game environment, and it is used by the 𝐁𝐞𝐬𝐭 class, which we are going to create inside our next video. So here at the bottom of this particular Pong 2D game class, means our Pong table class, so I'm going to specify the one method which is of type private, and this return type is going to void, and then here I will be specifying the place player, and it will actually place our both players, which is our opponent and our user player, in which we can interact. So here first I am going to specify the player. So not a move player, it's actually our player object.bounce, and then we need to set here offset to C, and then we need to specify here a 2, then specify the comma, and the next we need to specify here a bracket and start here a table and height minus with player, and then we need to with the get racket height, and also we need to divide this particular statement by 2 like this. That marks the completion of the code for this one, and then we need to specify the other code for the opponent as well, because our opponent is also a player. So again specify the bounce, then dot offset 2, and then here also we need to specify the table width, then specify then here we need to minus the table width with the opponent dot get bracket width minus 2. Then we need to start the bracket, and then we need to specify here a table. So I'm going to make it into next line so that it become easy to visible. So you can see here height, which is divided by 2. So it's actually not we need to divide it outside the bracket. I made here a mistake. Now it's actually solved. Now you can see it's actually a new top. So placement player code is actually completed. Similarly, we need to specify the code for our ball also. So it's again a private void, and then here I need to specify the place in the body of this method, and then inside of that I'm going to specify here a mball.cx is equal to an table. So it's going to table width divided by 2. Then near that mball.cy, and here I need to specify the equal to sign table width. It's actually height divided by 2. And then here I need to specify the mball.velocity x. There is a velocity y, sorry. First one to initialize the velocity y. Then here I need to specify the mball velocity y, mball.velocity y, and it's actually divided by, so first inside of that we need to divide this velocity, and then we need to multiply this value with our physics ball speed. That is a constant we have created at the top. Then terminate that value. And similarly, we need to duplicate this line of code. So I'm going to duplicate that, and I need to replace y with the x. So here will be y, and then gets this x. So now the code is completed for our ball placement also and the player placement also. And then we need to create a method. So here I will be creating a method which is of type private, not a private, it's actually of type public, because we are going to use these two code inside of this setup table method. So here I will be creating a public method at the top, which is a void, and this is actually a setup table. This is the setup table method, and inside of that we need to call the method, that is our place ball and our place player. So that's marks the completion of this video. Thank you for watching, and I will see you in the next video where we are going to create the game thread class. In this video we are going to create the game thread class for our Pong game. So let's get started with this video. Go to your package and right click, go to new and then select a Java class. Then name your class like game thread and simply hit OK. Now your class is created. So it's going to extend a thread class. So we are actually extending the thread class, and then we need to override a very important method, that is a void run method, which is a part of this thread class, which is used to run the thread. So first I'm going to create some constants that will be treated as a state of our Pong game class. So let's get started with this. Now all of these constants are of type public so that we can access it outside the classes. So I'm going to type it here PSF, which is public static final, and then I need to specify here a integer, and then I need to name it as state ready, and is equal to, I'm going to specify the value to 0 and simply terminate that. Then I'm going to duplicate it into many times. Here I will be changing a value 1, 2, 3 and then 4. After that, changing the variables names also. The last state is lost state, which is the loose state. So these are the states that we are actually using inside our game thread class, and it will also use inside the Pong table class, because these two classes call their code each other simultaneously. And after that, we need to specify here another variable, which is a boolean variable of type sensor class. Now why I am specifying this sensor? That is because when we rotate our device, we want our player to be on the left side. Suppose this is our screen. Like if I just rotate it into landscape, now all of our ball and player and our opponent is actually stacked on top of each other. That is the reason the opponent is here, and also in behind this opponent racket also we have our player racket. So we want our racket, which is a player racket, to be on the left side when we rotate our screen, and also our opponent on the right hand side. That is why we are using here a sensors class. Then we need to create another variable, because we are actually inside the external Java class. So we need a context. So it is of type private and final, and then we need to specify here a context. And I'm going to name this as mctx, which is short for the member context variable. And after that I need a surface holder, because we are actually working with this surface holder. So here we are going to use a final. Now you can see these are actually giving us line, because we need to initialize it inside the constructor. So we are going to do that because we have a lot of final variables inside of this class. Again I need to specify here a private, which is final, and then here I will be specifying a Pong table, and then I'm going to name the variable as Pong table. Then we need another variable of a private type, which will be used to handle the score. That is the reason it is of type handler, and make sure you are actually using the Android OS handler, not this one. So just remove this import statement, and I'm going to press the Alt Enter. Then we want an Android OS 1 handler, not a Java util logging. So just double click that. So you can see now this is our Android OS import handler is now imported. This is the one that we actually need to use. Then here we need to specify the mgame status handler, because this will actually hold the variable names of all these status. Right now you can see inside our, if I actually go to our activity Pong, if I just click on our game state is actually in the ready, means our game is ready to play. We will change the value like running, win and lose. All of these states are actually handled by this particular variable. And then we need a last constant that is of type final also, and this one is also of type handler. Then terminate that. Now we need to initialize all of these 5 variables inside the constructor. Just leave this sensor one, because we don't need a sensor one, and simply hit OK. Looking for the user. Now you can see all of these variables are initialized. So here is our handler, and this is our handler score, this is our Pong table surface holder, and this is our context. So make sure the sequence of these all arguments are same, otherwise you will face error. The first is I have actually initialized the context. The second parameter is our surface holder type. The third is a Pong table, and the last two are actually our handler type, which is a status handler and score handler. So make sure all of these parameter lists are same, Otherwise, you will face error when we call the constructor inside the Pong table. Now, instead of that, we need to initialize another variable, but first we need to create it. So here at the top, I am going to create another variable of Boolean type. So here I will be specifying a private, and it is actually a Boolean, and mrun is equal to, going to specify here a false. Hit a target key, and then here private, and then integer and mgame object. Then another variable which is of type object, like so here we actually use to mgame state instead of object, and then it is of type object, the variable that we want to declare object, and here I will be specifying a mrun lock, because we are actually working in the thread, so we need to lock the canvas so that no other resources can actually use that canvas. Then here I will be initializing the mrun lock variable. Perfect, the initialization of all the variables are done inside the constructor. Now in this video I am going to specify some more methods of public type. So here is a public, and I will specifying a void set state. So then we need to start the body of the state. So it's going to expect a parameter of an integer parameter of state. So instead of that, we will actually use all of our states that we are actually declared at the top of this class. Also, we need some more methods, like we need a setup new round method, setup running, sensor on method, and is between rounds. So we are going to declare all of these methods inside the next video. Also, we need to specify the code inside our void run method so that we can run our application without any problem. So that's it for this video. Thank you for watching, and I will see you in the next video. In this video, we are going to specify the code inside our void run method. So let's get started with this video. So first, we need to remove this super callback, and here, first we need to specify a long variable. So I'm going to specify a long variable which is of mnext game tick. Now what this will do, it will allow us to actually use the system clock. So what I mean that it's actually used as a system clock to actually render the things in 1 frame per second. It allows us to draw these things frame by frame on our canvas. That is why we are actually using a long variable. And then we need to here use another variable which is of integer and another variable, and we are actually using a skip ticks, and then it's going to initialize a value which is of physics speed. So we need to declare here at the top a physics speed variable which will actually renders the things in a 60 frame per second, means our game will be rendered on the basis of this particular value. So here I will be specifying a final, and then it is of type integer, and then I will be specifying a physics FPS which is equal to 60. So our game will actually run on a 60 frame per second basis. So to calculate each and every frame, we need to use this formula which is of 1000 divided by, and we need to use here a physics which is our capital physics FPS. So this will actually gives a one single frame, and on that frame we are actually going to specify the code to actually draw the things inside the canvas. But before that, we need to check whether our canvas is null or whether our canvas is in a ready state. Then we are actually calling the code to actually draw the things for the next time. So that is the reason for that we need to use here a comparison. So for that we are actually using a while loop because we don't want to make comparison again and again. So here I will be using mrun object. Then inside of that we are going to initialize this C, which is a canvas object. So first we need to specify a canvas, and C is equal to null. We need to initialize the canvas to null, and then after that inside the try block we are going to initialize the canvas. So this actually works in this way. So exception, I am going to call the exception E, which is a base class of the exceptions, and then here I will be using E dot print stack trace. Okay. Now inside of the try catch block we are going to specify the code that will can generate a exception. So first I am going to initialize the mSurface holder which is into the canvas. So here mSurface holder, because surface will actually use inside the canvas, and then we need to use a method called lock canvas to lock the things, and instead of that we need to specify the null value and then terminate that. After that we need to make a comparison. If canvas is not equal to null, then we need to perform the condition, because that the condition is actually true here. So we need to perform the code, and when we are actually going to start a synchronized block, instead of that, I'm going to pass the mSurface holder so that the execution will only be released when the process of the surface holder is completed. Then we use a if statement. If, and then here I will be using mGameState is actually equal to, and then to use the state running, because right now our game is in ready state and then we need to make the game into the state running. Then we are actually going to play the things inside the canvas. Then here I am going to specify the Pong table dot, and then we need to call here a update method. So this update method is not created yet, so we need to create this method inside the Pong table class. So go to the Pong table class and here at the top of the setup table and move player inside of that. So after at the top of the onTouch, I'm going to specify a method which is of type public date, and this is going to expect a parameter of type canvas C, because we have passed a C as an object which is of type canvas. So we need to here specify the canvas object. So canvas, and then here we are going to write the canvas. Now we are going to do the code inside this in the next videos. We are going to write the code like collision detection, start our AI. All of this code are actually written inside this update method, because when our canvas is loaded properly, we need to allow our AI to move efficiently. Along with that, the collision detection code. So all of this code will be specified here, and states are handled by our setState method, which we have specified inside this game thread class. Now coming back to the code, so here we have specified the code. Then after this block of code executed, if it is a case of state running, and if it is not running, then we need to use a synchronized block mRunLock. So we need to use a mRunLock synchronized block if the game is not paused. If the game is not paused, then we will actually using this statement. Then here we specify the mRun again. If it is running, means our game is running, and it is not paused, then we need to draw the things on the canvas again by using the object method of draw. Now here we are again make one mistake inside the previous videos, that is our draw method. So draw method, like inside our Pong table, if you see, I have used here a onDraw method. So we need to make sure this is actually a draw method, and then this is going to be type of public. Then also we need to change this super callback to draw. So this will actually solve the error when we run our application. So why I did this? That is because when you click on this draw method by just simply pressing the control key and left click on that draw method, it will take to the here. If you not actually change this method, if we don't change this method to onDraw to draw, then we actually calling the default draw method that it exists inside the Java package, which will create a problem, because this is our custom draw method in which we specified our drawer color, rectangle color, which is used for the bounce, and also we are drawing our player and ball and opponent. So that is the reason we want this particular code to be called here, then so that our application can draw the things on our canvas. That is the reason we did this, because if we use the onDraw method, which actually call not be able to access inside it this game thread class, because that's a protected, because we need a public method. Now coming back to our game thread class inside the void run method, here instead of that again we need to specify a finally block which will be executed definitely. So if it is C is not equal to null, if it is that the case, then we need to specify the condition, means after the condition is true, then we need to release this surface holder, and surface holder call the unlock canvas and post C. So we are actually passing the canvas object. So after this particular line of code does what, it actually draw the canvas on the basis of the conditions and update the necessary things. Now make sure you are inside the loop after this finally block is executed here. Now this particular block of code will execute only for the one frame. We need to also calculate the next frames on the basis of this system speed, because there are some high-end systems and there are some low-end systems. So we need to make sure that our game is running on every system properly. So we need to adjust the logic. So for that we need to calculate the maximum next frame by using the codes, means by using these variables that we have declared at the top of this void run method. So let's get started with this. So first here I will be specifying next game tick because of our time. So we need to calculate this sleep time. We need to actually calculate the make our thread to sleep just for a little bit of time, because there is no such a method is available which can actually perform a certain delay. Like in our Unity, we have actually used a delta time method which actually allow us to run our game in all the systems properly. Because if a high-end system will draw the 60 frames per second more quickly, and a low-end system will draw the 60 frames very slow. So that is the reason we use in Unity a time.delta time method. But here inside of this Android Studio we don't have this type of concepts, and also we are not using any external framework. We are building this application by using the pre-built graphics packages available inside our Java. So that is the reason we need to sleep the thread for a little bit of time, because we really need to adjust the logic so that our game runs with all the devices properly, whether it's a slow device or whether it's a high-end device or whether it's a mid-range device. So now I have specified the code. If sleep time is greater than 0, then we need to use a try-catch block, because there may be chance that exception will occur. So it will actually provide an interrupted exception. Then here we need to specify and call the interrupted exception. And now we need to specify the code which we can generate the interrupted exception, which is thread.sleep. And then we need to pass here an object which is a sleep time, means the time you want to sleep. So that marks the completion of the code inside our void run method. In next videos we are going to specify the states code along with the all methods that are necessary, and then we will run our application inside the physical device. So that's it for this video. Thank you for watching, and I will see you in the next video. In this video we are going to specify the code inside our setState method. So let's get started with this video. So here first we need to declare a synchronized block, and inside of that we need to pass the mSurface holder. Then we need to start the block of this synchronized, that is this variable, and then here we need to initialize this with the state, which is a parameter that we pass to this method. Then we are going to use our resources class. Now this resources you are going to use inside the next videos when we are actually calculating the things like state of our game. So get resources, because these resources allow us to actually update the things inside this text view. Like we need to set it to running, also we need to set it to ready, playing, win, lose. All of these things are actually handled by the game status handler. Also with these resources we are actually updating the text. That is the reason I have actually used here a resources class. Then to specify a switch statement, and instead of that we need to use a unGameState variable according to the value, because here we need to make comparisons. So we are actually making a multiple comparison with the same variable. So it's better to use a switch case statement. Specify the case. If it is a case for state ready, then we need to do what? We actually need to set up a new round. So here I will be specifying a one comment, because right now we are not going to call this setup new round, because if we do that we will face lot of errors inside our application and application doesn't going to work. So here I will be using a setup new round method, and I specify here a break statement. Again in the next we'll need a second case. So this will be a case of running. If our game is running, what we want to do? We want to actually update the things. So we want to hide the status. So this will be a method that we are actually creating, the status hide. Because what do we mean by the status hide? Right now you can see the ready status, because while our game is playing we need to hide this ready status, because if behind of this we have a ball. Our ball is right here, but when we start our game our ball will be placed at the center of this screen. So we need to hide the status. And also when we lose our game, the lose text will be appeared, but when we tap on the screen again, means when we touch our racket, again we need to hide these things. So for that we are actually creating a status method, that is hide status method. So we are going to create all of these methods in the next video, because right now my main motive is actually to run the application and see whether we can interact with our player racket or not, and our ball is moved or not, because we have already specified these codes. Again coming back to the game thread class, and now that's it for the coding inside of this state. In our upcoming videos we are going to specify all the other states as well, but right now I'm going to just specify only these two states. We also need to use the other states, like these are three states available, which is state pause, win and lose, but we are going to use in our upcoming videos. And then we need to create this setup new round method. So this method is actually of type public, so that we can use this method inside the next classes as well, like in our other classes, which is a Pong table class. So setup new round. So I am here specify a setup new round method. Then the body of this method and the curly braces. Also, this method is also used as synchronized block so that we doesn't want to release these things and again repeating. And then we need to start the block, and here we need to use the mrun class method. Here we need to specify the mrun object is equal to running. And instead of that, we need to specify the object of mpong table dot, and we need to call a setup table, because setup new round will set up a new table. It makes sense. Again, we need to create another variable which is of type public also. Also, this method is not going to return anything. Set running, I am going to specify the name of this method. Set running, and then we need to specify the body of this method. So set running, and then here we need to specify the boolean, then the running. And then instead of that, we need to specify again a synchronized block, and then pass here a mrun log, and then the body of this particular synchronized block. Specify here a mrun. Now we need to specify here a method. We need to create a boolean method which is used for the sensor on variable. So here sensor, we need to specify a return statement and msensors on variable. Just terminate that. Then we need to specify a public variable which is of type boolean is between rounds, and instead of that we need to return like return, and this will be our mgame state is not equal to, but is not equal to state running. So these are the necessary methods that we will be using for the code. Now we have specified all the methods inside our 𝐁𝐞𝐬 class, and our 𝐁𝐞𝐬 class is ready to use inside the Pong table. Now you will see in previous videos I have specified a update method, and this is the update method. So inside of this update method we need to specify some more code that we will be used for the updating things inside the 𝐁𝐞𝐬 class. So we are going to do that in the next video. So thanks for watching, and I will see you in the next video. In this video, we need to create the object of our 𝐁𝐞𝐬 class inside the Pong table and initialize our 𝐁𝐞𝐬 constructor. That is the constructor we have specified at the top, which is a 𝐁𝐞𝐬 constructor, so that we can initialize the resources from the Pong table class and then use it inside our application. So let's get started with this video. So first we need to create some more variables at the top. So the first object variable is of type 𝐁𝐞𝐬, which is you can also refer as a game object. So this is a 𝐁𝐞𝐬, and then here I will be using a mgame. And then we need to create some private variable to update our player text, also our opponent text, which is a score. And then we need to also create a text view variable which will actually update the status. So here I will be using a status. And then I need to create a private variable which is of type text view again, and then this will actually our score player. And then here I will be using another variable which is of type private, then text view, and then I will be using a mscore which is our for the opponent. So these are the variables that we are actually using. Now we need to initialize this game object inside this init Pong table method. So I have already specified a one comment. Just remove this comment, and here we need to initialize the object. So here we need to use mgame. So this is our mgame, the name of our 𝐁𝐞𝐬 class object. This is our new game thread. And instead of that, first we need to pass the this dot get context, then comma, then second is our mholder object, and the third one is our Pong table object. So we need to pass this, and the fourth parameter is our of new handler, and then to specify the body of this handler, and then need to specify the comma, and then again we need to specify a new handler, and then specify the body of this handler also. Then need to terminate this particular line of statement. Now here I will be making some enter, because inside of this handler we need to write some code, and also in the second handler also. Now here inside of this we need to override a one method that is actually a handle message method, and then we need to here type the mStatus. We are going to update the status, and then we need to use the set visibility, and instead of that we need to call mMessage.getData, and then .get integer. So this is our integer value, and here we need to specify the key. So the key I will be using here a profitability. Then we need to duplicate that code, and instead of that we need to specify the text. So this is a string method. We need to change first it into string, the message data get string. Then here we need to use this set text method. Now similarly we need to override this handle message method, and then we need to actually initialize the code for these two variables, that is score player and score opponent. So let's do that. So here first making some enter and override a method called handle message, and then inside of that make sure the super call is present, and then we need to call here a mScore player dot set text, and then inside of that we need to use a msg dot get data dot, and we need to call here a get string, and then we need to specify the key. So key I will be using here a player because it's actually a player. Then duplicate that same with, and then here we need to specify the opponent, and then we need to here call the mScore opponent. So that marks the completion and initialization of the code for our game thread object, which is a constructor inside the init Pong table method. Now coming to the update method that we have specified here, we need to specify the code that will actually use to move our AI. So first we need to make comparisons. If we need to here use a new, we are actually using a random class, and instead of that we are specifying the system dot current time in images dot next float. So make sure you are outside of this block. So then we need to call here a next float variable, and then we need to make it very small, and we need to specify here a value of AI probability, and start the block of the code, and then here we need to specify the do AI. So it's actually a single statement, so we can remove the block. Note we are actually using a compound statement, and then we can do this as well. Then we need to call here a ball movement code also. So ball dot move ball, and then to pass the canvas object. So that marks the completion of the code inside the update method, but we also need to specify some here more code like the collisions code. So collisions code will be specified here. Also we need to specify the code inside this onTouch method, and then we need to specify the code for our all of these three overridden methods, which is surface created, change and destroy. So we are going to do all of this stuff in the next video. So that's it for this video. Thank you for watching. See you in the next video. In this video, we are going to start implementing the code inside this onTouch event method that will be actually used to move our player racket. So let's get started with this video. So first here I will be using a conditional statement if, and if it is a mGame object, if it is not equal to mGame, then we need to use here a sensor on, because I already told you that the sensor will actually use to keep the player on the left side and our opponent on the right side. Now here I need to do a multiple conditional statement, so I will be using a switch case. So event, then I will be here using a event dot, and then we need to use a get action. Now start the body of this switch statement. The first case that I am going to specify is case, which is I will be using a motion event dot action down. If it is a case, so we actually want to start the game, but game is actually not running. It's actually in the running state. Means in the ready state, game is not running. It's actually all the resources are initialized. So for that we need to again use here a if condition, and mGame, which is the object of our thread, is between bounds. Now is between bounds is not actually accessible because I have made it to private. So here you can see it's actually a private. I need to make it to public. Now if I just again call the is between bounds method here, then you can see it's actually visible, which is necessary inside the Pong table. So if it is actually inside the bounds, means our racket is actually inside the bounds, is not actually touching the bound top and bottom, then we need to set the state of the game to running state. So here we are actually using the set state, and then we set the game thread, because the states are actually present inside the game thread class, and we need to use the state running. So that is the reason I specified all of these states in public. so that we can use all the states constant inside the Pong table class. Right now you can see it here. If it is not a case, means if the game is not in the bounds, then we need to specify the else condition that will check if the touch is within the bounds of the racket. Then we are again using a if statement, if is touch on the racket. So we actually touching the racket, means what actually I am saying here, what actually I am doing here. If we touch on the canvas, like if our Pong canvas, and that means the touch is within the bounds. So this particular block of code will be used. And if it is not, if we actually touch on the racket, like if the user touch on the racket to move the player, then we need to execute this particular code. Okay, so that is actually I am here doing. Now this touch on the racket is actually taking two parameters. The first is the event and the second is the type of player object. So we need to move the player because the AI will move the opponent. So don't pass here a opponent because we need to move our player. And after that we need to set the moving to true, which is a logical variable, which is a boolean variable. You set the value of moving to true. That means we can move now. And then we need to store the last touch value also. So for that we have actually created a variable which is a 𝐿astTouchY. So if you now remember the previous videos, so that is the reason you need to watch the previous videos carefully. Then here we need to use the getY. Then terminate that. So this is a particular action down code for the switch case, first case. Okay. Now coming to the end, and here we need to specify the break, because we are actually need to specify the break because switch case statement requires a break to actually end up the one case. Next guys, now we need to specify the another case. So here coming to that and just making the indentation properly. So here I am specifying the another case, that is case, and then we need to specify here a motion event dot action. So make sure you are using the capital typing action, and then we are actually using here a action move, which is a constant value is equal to 2. If it is that the case, then we need to moving. We need to check whether moving is true, which is actually we set in the previous case. Then here we need to specify float y is equal to, we need to set it to equal, and then we need to call here event dot get y, because we need to move our player, means our racket, in the y axis. That is the reason we are actually here using y, because if you look at the design, we need to move the racket in the upward and downward direction, which is our y axis, and the horizontal one is our x axis. That is the reason we are actually here getting the y values only. Now we also need to calculate the difference between the previous value and the new value in which we need to move. So for that I am creating a dy variable which actually used to calculate the difference. Then y minus, and then we need to here pass the 𝐿astTouchY, and then we need to terminate that. Then we need to initialize the 𝐿astTouch variable value is equal to y. So we are actually calculating the difference between the first position and the new position in which our racket is actually moving. After that we need to pass these values to our move player racket method, which we have created in the previous videos. So this is the move player racket. First is the difference that we have calculated, and the second is the player object, because we want to move our player racket. So that's marks the completion of the code for the second case, which is action move. Now we need to specify the break statement. So break statement, and then the last case, which is the third case, we need to specify inside of this switch case statement. So make sure I am using the proper indentation. So this is the case, and then we need to specify here a motion event action up, then colon, and then we need to set the moving to false, and then terminate that. Then we need to specify here a break statement. Now here our switch case is ending. Now you can see this is the if block and it's actually ending here. Now this is the end of the else. So here we need to specify the another block of the code, which is the else statement for this particular if. If game is sensor on, if it is not a sensor on case, then we need to check whether the if event dot get action, if it is equal to motion event, not action hover, it's actually automatically pops up action down. Then we need to specify the code. We need to again check whether the game thread, means the game thread object, is within the bounds. is between bounds. Then again we need to execute the block of statement mgame. Then to set the state of the game thread to running. So that marks the completion of the code inside the onTouch method. And the last thing we want to do is actually return a, instead of onTouch, we need to return here a true. So that's marks the completion of the code inside the onTouch method. Also I need to specify the code inside of all of these methods that is surface created. And you already know that inside of this I have already initialized the height and width, which is a surface change method. And I already told you these are the main method that actually creates the game, means surface created, surface changed and surface destroyed. All the other resources are used here, but we need to set the resources so that we can avoid any error. So that is the reason I set the things first, like game thread, ball, player. Then it's time to use all of this code inside this surface created. Because if we not do, if I try to actually add the code in the one long video, it will become difficult to understand. That is the reason I broke this particular code in a separate small video so that I can focus on the one logical part at a one time. Now again here I will be using a mgame object. We need to set the game object to set running, and here we need to set the true. And then after set the running, then we need to start the thread. So here we need to call the start method. So inside the surface created, we are actually running our thread, which is our game thread class. And then here inside of this I have initialized the height and width. Also we need to initialize the mgame to set up new round. Once the surface is changed, we need to call this setup new round, means we need to again start a new game. So for that we are actually using a setup new round method. Instead of that, we need to, when the surface is destroyed in any region, then we need to again recreate the surface. So for that I am using here a boolean variable, and I am calling this variable as retry is equal to, and we need to set it to true, means retry is true, and we need to check whether mgame is actually running. So set running is actually we need to set it to false, because we actually retried the surface to create, means again we are recreating the surface. So we are here specifying a while loop. So while loop is actually true because we set the value to true. Then we need to start the block of this while loop, and then here we need to use the try catch block, because there may be a chance an exception can be occur. And again we need to specify the interrupted exception, and then you here call the e object, and then here e dot print stack trace. And instead of this try block, just here we need to use a mgame, which is the object of our thread. Then we need to call here a join method to join the thread, and then we need to set the retry to false. The last method that we need to specify inside this Pong table class at this tutorial only, because in our upcoming videos we need to also specify some code here inside the update method, which is a collision detection code. So here at the top of the move player racket, so this is our move player racket. Here I will be specifying a code. You can specify it anywhere, but I am using it here this place because I like this place so much. So it's a public, and then we need to call a game thread, and then we need to create a object of get game. So not get m, it's actually a get game method. And then here we need to specify the, means we actually name this method as get game, and this is actually going to return a mgame object. This method is actually called inside the Pong activity. That's marks the completion of all the code that we have done so far for our Pong table and game thread. Now from next video onwards, I am going to specify, means calling the game thread code inside the Pong activity. Now inside of this Pong table, we need to specify some setters method that will be called inside this Pong activity, which will ultimately be used to update the values of these particular three text views. So for that we need to create some setters that we are going to create in the next video, and also we are going to call the code inside the Pong activity, and also we will run the application inside our physical device. So thank you for watching, and I will see you in the next video. In previous video we completed the code for our game thread class and also inside the Pong table class. Now in this video we are going to specify some setters method that will be used inside this Pong activity. So let's get started with this video. Now all of these setters methods are of type public, so that we can call them inside the Pong activity. So I am here using a public keyword void, because these methods are not going to return anything. So first is the set score, and I will be using here a player to set the player data. And then start the round bracket of this method, and then start the body of this method. So this method is going to accept a parameter of text view, and then here we're going to create a view. Instead of that, we're going to initialize a value which is the 𝐵_score player and is going to equal to view, and then we have to terminate that. Duplicate that again, and instead of score player we are going to use here a opponent. Opponent, just remove this m because we don't need m, and here we need to initialize the 𝐵_score opponent. Again duplicate that, and at this point of time we need to use a set status. Remove the m here because set m status. Text view is also going to take on a parameter of text view, and here we need to initialize the m status. So that marks the completion of the code. Now coming to the Pong activity. First here we need to create the object of the GameThread class. So type here a private and GameThread is equal to mGameThread. Okay, and then here inside of that on create we need to initialize the IDs of all of the wickets. So first I'm going to create here a final variable. So first here I will be specifying a final Pong table, and then I will be calling this object as table. I'm going to initialize it into, and first I need to typecast so that we are on the safer side to avoid any error. Pong table, and then call the find variable ID method, and then here I need to call the Pong table. So I have actually not specified the ID inside the activity Pong. So we need to specify, so this is actually a Pong table. So I need to make it into shorter one. So to follow the best naming convention of the Java, copy that ID and coming back to the Pong activity and paste here the ID name. Terminate that. After that we need to use the table object dot and then call the setter method, which is a set score opponent, and here we need to specify start the brackets inside of that text view, and then call the find variable ID method, and then specify the ID dot, and then we need to specify the TV score opponent. Duplicate that into two more time, and instead of set score we need to call the set score player and specify the ID to TV score player. Set score status method we need to call it here, specify the TV, and I have actually forgot it, I think, to set the ID for the TV status. So this is our TV score opponent, this is our TV score player, and here we go, we actually forgot to specify ID here, so it is TV status. Now when I change the ID, it's not giving any error. That is because the constraints are set to the parent root layout. Now coming back to the Pong activity, specify the ID here to TV status. So now the initialization of all the IDs are done. Next time to call the GameThread object. So we call here mGameThread is equal to table dot, which is the object of our table, and we want to call the getGame method. So finally the completion of the code is done. It's time to run the application to see whether the code is working or not. Now here you can see our application is now up and running. When I click on the start game, now this is the play screen. Now just like I said you in the couple of videos earlier, the ball is placed at the center. So we need to make this ready text view to little bit bottom of this layout. And also when I just interact with the racket, so you can see just like I did the interaction with the racket, our ball is actually moved. Also our AI racket tried to collide with the ball, but it not able to collide it because we have not added the collision detection code. Also you can see now I can move my racket, which is my player racket. So that's the completion of this video. Thank you for watching, and I will see you in the next video. In this video we are going to specify some getter inside this Pong table class for our player and opponent. Along with that, we also need to specify some more methods inside this GameThread class. In previous videos you have seen I have actually created this command that actually a hide status method. Also we need to create this hide status method, and along with that two OR methods inside this GameThread class. So let's get started with this video. So first inside the Pong table I am going to create two getters for our player and also for our opponent. So here I will be typing a public because we need to access outside this method. That is the reason I am going to create it as public. The return type of this method is actually player, and then we need to here type the get and player, but here I will be just deleting the m. I just want to make player get player. method. Instead of that, we need to return mPlayer, which is our player object. Then we need to duplicate that, and then here we need to specify the opponent, and then also we need to return here a object of the opponent. Then we need to create the getter for our ball, so it's actually of type ball, and then give this name of the method as getBall, and then specify the curly brackets means the body, and from here we need to return mBall, and then we need to terminate that. So that's marks the completion of these three methods inside the Pong table class. Now coming back to the game thread class, here we need to create these methods. So let's get all of these methods one by one. We already created the setup new round method in our previous videos. So the first method that we are going to create is actually a set status text method, which will actually update our activity Pong text views. So what I mean, whenever we actually, first I will need to make it into landscape. So set status text update method will actually update this text view, and we also need to create these two text view method that we have created inside the Pong table. So these actually get player and get opponent will allow us to actually update the values of these two methods. Also we need to create one more method for the score of these two. Means when our player gets win, then we need to give a 1 point to our player, and also when our opponent gets win, then we need to give a 1 point to our opponent. For that we need to also create a method inside the game thread class. Coming back to the game thread class again, and here first I need to specify the method. Now this method is of type private because we need to set the status through this set state method. So that is the reason we need to specify this method as private. So specify here a void and then type it here set status, and then you need to specify the text, and then we need to start the body. Instead of that we need to specify a string parameter, string, and then you need to specify the text. You can name it whatever you want as per your parameter. Now here I am using a message class, and the reason for that is I will be explaining it in a moment. Obtain message. So we are inside the Pong table. If you remember, where I initialize the game thread constructor at the top of the init Pong table method here. So here we are actually using the handle message, and we override the handle message method, and we need to use these keys inside this game thread class. So that is the reason we are actually passing the message to this particular constructor. So again pressing the enter, then to pass the data in the form of key value pair, we need to use the bundle. So here I will be using a bundle, and then we need to terminate that. And after that here we need to use the put string method, because the first is the text type data. We need to pass the text, and then we need to specify the text, which is a parameter. Now this key and this key should be same, otherwise you will get error. Then the next thing is actually the visibility, which is a type of integer. So we need to pass here a integer data. So again I am using a b.put. So we need to use here a b.put integer data. So here I will be using a put int, and then we need to specify the key. So I am going to copy the key name so that I don't make any typo while typing the name of the visibility, so that we can avoid any error. Then here we need to specify the view.visible property, because we are actually setting the text to visible. I will be explaining when we create the high status method, the meaning of these two will become clear to you. Then we need to set the message to set data, and then pass the bundle object. And after that we need to pass the game status handler, send message, and then we need to pass the message object. So that's now the completion of the set status text method. Now our next method is actually we need to create the hide status text method. So this method is also of type void, and we need to specify the name is hide status. So this method is not going to accept any parameter because we need to hide the status. So the first couple of lines are same, so I'm going to copy those lines, and then I'm going to paste here. Then the bundle object we need to use is actually a put integer type of data, because we are actually using for the visibility. So here I will be copying the key name visibility because it's always same, and then we need to specify here a view dot, not a value, it's actually a view dot class dot invisible, and then after specifying the invisible we need to use these two lines of code which are almost same. So now we have completed the code of the hide status. Now this particular method will actually does what? It actually hides this particular text which is a status text. So I'm going to make it into a little bit at the bottom of the screen. And also when it's actually hidden, when our game gets over, means when our player gets make 1 point or maybe the opponent make 1 point. So for that reason we again need to display the status of the game. So in that situation this method will be called. If I again come back to the 𝐁𝐞𝐬𝐭 class, for that situation this method will be called to set the status again. Now to update the values of these two text views, so I actually forgot to, so I accidentally close my activity Pong. I need to open the activity Pong layout. Now we need to create a method to actually update the scores of these two text views. Now this method should be of type public. So here I will be specifying the public, and then it's not going to return anything, and then we are going to specify the set score text. So what's actually the set score text? This method is going to accept two parameters. The first is the string, type of string, which is actually a player score. So it's actually a player score. And the second is actually of type string again, which actually a opponent score. So these are the two methods. Then we need to specify some enter it to space, and then first couple of lines are same. So again I'm going to copy these two lines of code, which is message, because we are actually sending the message. Now at this point of time we are going to use this particular handler code. So we need to pass the data to this handler. So we are actually sending the message to this particular handler constructor. So first is the player and the second key is the opponent. So we need to pass these two data inside of this particular game thread class set score text method. Coming back to here, then again we need to pass the put string, and then we need to specify the key. So the first key I will be using is a player. So I'm going to copy the key so that to avoid any error. So here I will be copying the player key, and here I will be pasting it. And then we need to specify here a parameter, that is player score. Now you can see actually giving the error. The reason that I have actually closed the bracket before specifying the parameter. Now the error is gone, but also we need to change here a mScore handler instead of mGameStatus handler. That is the reason. So here we need to use this code because we are actually updating the score, not the status of the game. And then again I need to duplicate that, and here I need to pass the opponent score as a parameter. Instead of that I need to specify the key, which is the opponent key. And then again come back to the 𝐁𝐞𝐬𝐭 class, and here I need to paste that. And then we need to here use these two lines of code to send the data back to the object, and then I need to copy this line of code and just replace this 𝐁𝐞𝐬𝐭 handler to mScore handler. So that's marks the completion of the code inside the 𝐁𝐞𝐬𝐭. In the next video we need to call this method inside the init Pong table. So I'm going to tell you in the next video. Also we need to create some collision detection code for our update method. If you remember that inside our update method I have written one command, that is a collision code. So here we'll be writing the code to detect the collision along with the racket and ball and opponent racket, and also with the walls, which is a top wall, bottom wall, left wall and right wall. So we need to write the collision detection code. So we are going to do all this stuff in the next video. Thank you for watching. See you in the next video. In this video we are going to specify some collision detection code inside our Pong table class. So let's get started with this video. So first, before specifying the code here, we need to create some methods that will be used to detect the collisions. So here at the bottom of the update method, when our update method gets ended, I have here going to specify some methods. Now all of these methods are of type boolean except one method. So first I am going to create some boolean methods. Now all of these methods are of type private because we are going to accept inside this Pong table, not outside the Pong table class. So it's of type boolean. The first is actually a check collision for player. So here I specify the name as check collision for player. So check collision player. So it will actually use to check the collision between player and our ball. So also we need to specify the parameters because we need to check the collision between player and our ball. So it's actually a player object we need to specify here, and then we need to specify the comma for our another object which is a ball, and then again we need to specify here a ball. So you can see it's actually giving the error because it's a boolean method, so it's going to return something either in the form of true or false. So I'm going to return here player dot bounce, and then inside of that I need to use a method called by specifying the operator called intersects. So this will actually accept a 4 parameter. So I'm going to specify all of the 4 parameters one by one. So first I will be using here a ball dot cx to actually update the coordinate on the x-axis, and then we need to specify the minus ball dot get radius, and then I need to duplicate that, and here instead of that I will be using a y cx ball dot get radius, and then you can see it's actually giving the error because I have specified the terminator. We don't need to specify the terminator, we need to specify here a comma, and then also from here we need to specify the comma, and again I'm going to duplicate that, and at this point I will be here specifying the plus sign, and then we need to change the y to x, and again specify the comma, and then the last one we don't need to specify the comma operator, we specify a y. So you can see first we are actually adding so this will be actually used to handle the collision between the player and the racket. Now the next method, we also need to create another method to handle the collision between our top and bottom ball. So I will be specifying the private, then boolean, and then I need to specify here a check collision, the name of the method. So this method is actually used to check the collision with top or bottom ball. So here I will be specifying the ball, not walk, it's actually a ball. Instead of that, this will also going to return something, so I will be specifying a bracket. Then again inside of that again I am specifying a bracket. So we need to increase the size of the ball. So first our ball is actually, because our top and bottom ball is actually on the y-axis, so that is the reason we need to update the coordinate system in the y-axis. So again, if it is smaller than or equal to m ball or get radius, so it is smaller than, and then we need to specify a logical OR operator, because our ball can hit on the top ball or at the bottom ball. So that is the reason I am here using a logical OR operator. Don't use a logical AND operator, because if you use that, your ball might not be work, means your game will not work properly. And coordinate system y, then we need to increase the value of m ball by specifying the m ball, the value with the get radius, and then if it is greater than equal to table, which is our m table height minus 1, then we need to actually terminate the whole return statement. So this will actually handle the collision between our top and bottom ball. Then we need to create a method to actually increase or decrease the score. So check collision with left ball and check collision with right ball. So these are the methods that we need to create. So I am going to specify a private, and again a boolean type, then again I need to specify the name of the method. So this is our check collision for the left ball. This method is also not going to accept any parameter. Then again I am copy that and pasting one more time, and at this point of time I am going to specify the name is as right ball. Instead of that we need to return, because we are actually, so first I am here specifying the m ball dot x, and we need to add the value. So here m ball dot cx. So if it is smaller than equals to m ball dot get radius, then you terminate that, and again we need to specify here another return statement m ball dot cx, not cy, it's actually cx, and then we need to specify the m ball radius dot get radius, m ball radius if it is greater than equal to m table height minus 1. Again I will be specifying the m table height minus 1. Now it's time to terminate that statement, so I just terminate the both statements. Now the last method I need to specify of type void, which will actually handle the collision, So for that is actually type private void. This will actually handle the collision between the racket and ball of both players, like our opponent player and also our player in which we can interact. So here I will be using a handle collision method name. I specified that. So first I need to specify the two parameters, because we need to interact with the player and ball. So player, and then the second one is our ball, then ball parameter. So first we change the velocity of our ball. So on the x-axis, because our rackets are actually residing on the x-axis, because our left racket is on the left side, which is the x-axis, because this is the x-axis, the vertical one is the y-axis. So that is the reason we are actually updating the velocity x. Then we need to minus, and you need to specify this minus, otherwise you will get lot of weird results. And here we need to multiply that value. so that we can increase the speed of the ball 0.f. Okay, that's actually marked. Then we need to check for the condition whether our ball is actually hit with the player or hit with the opponent. So here first we need to check for the player is equal to m player. If it is a player, so means that our ball is actually hit with the player. In the else if condition, we need to check our player is actually hit with the m opponent. So we need to execute this block. That makes sense. Then instead of that, first we need to increase the value. If it is actually increased, then we need to reflect the value. So if our ball gets hit with the left player, which is our player, then we need to reflect back to the towards this direction, which is right direction, right towards. So what I mean to say, if our ball gets hit with this particular racket, which is our player racket, then we need to reflect the direction of the ball towards the x-axis, which is a positive x-axis. Okay, so that is the reason we need to here specify a m player. So first we need to specify here equal sign m player, and then I need to specify the bounce dot right. Then you need to here specify the ball dot get radius. So here we are actually increasing the value towards the right direction, and the similar thing we need to specify again. I am copying this line of code, pasted that, and here I need to specify the left. Okay, and then instead of that we need to specify the m opponent, not player, because we are actually interacting with the opponent. So I am just making some space so that it will become clearly visible to you. So we are actually here setting for the condition for the opponent. Then our opponent is actually on the right hand side. So whenever ball get hit on the opponent, then we need to reflect the direction of the ball to the left direction, which is the negative x-axis. So for that reason, we need to here specify the minus sign to decrease the size of the ball, means to decrease the velocity of the ball. So here we need to also specify one line of code which actually increase the speed of our racket. Now why I am increasing the speed of the racket? That is because our game gets more harder, means the speed of, here we are actually increasing the speed of the ball, and here I specify a wrong value which is 10.05, 10.5. I don't need to specify 10.05, it's become very faster. I need to specify here a 1.05, and then I need to multiply this value. So this will increase the speed of our the opponent racket, so that our opponent can hit the ball when the speed of the ball increased. And for our player, we don't need it because we are actually controlling the player. Okay guys, so all the collision detection code is now completed. In the next video, we are going to use this all the collision detection code on the basis of the condition inside the update method, because this method is actually called inside the surface of the holder. Inside the surface holder, when our while method executed, which is a thread method, which is a game loop method. So that's it for this video guys. Thank you for watching. See you in the next video. In this video, we are going to use all of this collision detection code inside this update method that we have created in the previous video. So all of these methods we have specified in the previous video. But first we need to fix some issues that we actually faced when we run our application. The first is actually we have specified the wrong code inside the right wall collision detection method. So here instead of table height, we need to use a m table width. And then we need to make a perfect spacing. And also here I have made a typo. This is not an error, this is just a typo. Check collision with top or bottom wall. So now everything is fine. Now it's time to use all this code inside the update method. So first I'm going to delete that. Also inside the draw method, we need to specify one line of code to actually call this game thread method. Like this method we have created. This is a set score text method. We need to call inside this. So I'm going to close this Pong activity. Inside it, we need to specify one line of code. So here I will be using the ungame object.set, and we need to set the score text, call this method, and here we need to pass the two parameters. The first is the string. The first is the string dot value of, and then we need to here pass the mPlayer dot score. Then we need to specify the comma. Again we need to call the string dot value of, and then we need to pass here opponent dot score. So this will actually update the values, means give a 1 point to our player or either our opponent. Now coming back to the update method, just remove this comment. Now we are going to use the collision detection code according to the condition. So I will be using the else if statements because we need to do a multiple collision detection code and only one condition can be executed at a time. So here I will be using a check collisions for player and then we need to pass the mPlayer object and a mBall object. If it is a case, we need to handle the collision properly. So handle collision method, instead of that we need to pass the mPlayer and mBall. So this particular will handle the collision for our player and ball. Then to specify the else if condition, check collision, again to call the check collisions for player because our opponent is also of type player class. So here we need to specify the player. Then again we need to pass here a mBall. So not mPlayer, we need to here pass a mOpponent because we are actually going to check the collision between our opponent racket and a ball. Then again here we are using a handle collision method and pass the mOpponent comma mBall. So these are the two conditions. So these two will actually handle the collision between our player racket and opponent racket along with ball. Then we need to specify the else if condition again, and here we need to check for the condition for the top wall and bottom wall. And this one actually not going to accept a parameter, so we don't need to specify any parameter. So we need to change the velocity. So here we need to change the velocity of the ball. So the top and bottom wall are actually on the y-axis because it's actually residing in the vertical dimension. So here we need to minus the mBall width dot velocity y. So we are actually decreasing the value and also increasing the value simultaneously. Then we need to specify another else if condition, and instead of that check collision with left wall. This method is also not going to accept any parameter, and here we need to specify the mGame, which is the object of our threaded class, which is a game threaded class object. We need to call the set state method, and instead of the set state we need to call the state, which is a game thread dot state lose, because in the left wall when our ball gets hit on the left wall means it's actually a goal, so our player actually lose a 1 point. That is the reason we are actually setting the state to lose. And also you can see at the top, if I will specify all the state, these are all of type public and static. That is the reason with the class name of the class this can be called easily. Then we need to again specify here a else if condition, and then here we need to specify the check collision with right wall, and then again we need to specify the mGame object. So and then to set the state, and then here we need to specify the state. So we need to specify the state win. So what this means, if actually our ball hit on this racket, player racket, and goes to the right wall, that means we made a 1 point, means user made a 1 point, which is our player. So we need to increase the state to win. So we need to specify the state to win and increase the 1 point. And after that, inside of all of this, we need to specify the return statement, and here inside of that also need to specify the return statement so that we can again start the game. Okay guys, so that's now the completion of the code inside the update method for detecting the collision and handling the collisions. In the next video, we're going to specify the code for our state so that we can run our application inside the physical device. So thank you for watching guys. See you in the next video. In this video, we're going to use the remaining states that we have actually declared at the top of this game thread.java class. We need to use all of these states inside the set state method. So the remaining states are our left, that is winning state, lose state, and our pause state. But before that, we need to create the string inside our string.resource file, which is our string.xml file. So let's open our string.xml file from the values directory, and here we need to create some strings. So the first string that we want is actually of type, so I will be using a state, and just closing this tag, and here we need to specify the ready, and also we need to here specify the mode to display the text for the win. So here I will specify a you won, and then we need to duplicate that again, and here we need to specify the loss. So it's a mode underscore loss, and then here we need to specify you loss, and after that we need to specify another string, and here we need to specify the mode pause, and then here we need to specify the text, which is a pause. Now why I am using here a ready string again? The reason is that when we hide the text inside the Pong activity, then we again need to display this ready text. So for that we need to call this text again inside the 𝐿 class here when the status is ready. So first we need to call here a setup new round method, and here we need to call the hide status method. Now the third case that is actually a case, and the third case is actually a state win. So whenever we win a game, so we need to call here a set status method. So we need to call here a set status text method, and instead of that we need to use this res variable to get the string resources. So res dot string parameter path. So r dot string dot, and then here we need to specify the mode win. Also we need to set up a new round. So first we need to call here a Pong table object dot, and then we need to call the get player, because we need to set the data. We need to update the score for the player, because our player is actually win the game. So we need to call the score variable, and just we need to increment the value of the score. Similarly, we need to again call this same state, just we need to change the constant name. So at this point we are actually using a state which is a blue state, and at this point we need to just simply update the value for our opponent, which is our get opponent, and then here we need to use the text which is mode loss. So this will actually update the score for the opponent case, because our player gets lost 1 point. And then the last state, that is our post state. So case, and here we need to specify the state post. Make sure we are in the perfect formatting way, and then we need to here specify the set status text is going to, like again we need to use the res directory, res dot get string, then provide the path of the string which is mode post, and finally we need to specify the break statement. Also guys, when we win the state we need to again set up a new round, means one round is completed. So again here we need to call the setup new round method, and similarly in case of loss, when we lose the game we again need to restart the game. So for that we need to set up a new round which will again set up the table and again place the balls and there's all the necessary things. So that marks the completion of the code inside the 𝐿 class. Now finally the code is completed. It's time to run the application to see whether our code is working or not. So I'm going to run the application to my physical device. I already connected my physical device to my system. So now our application is installing, it's now launching, and now you can see our application gets started. So if I just show you the screen, so this is the application, this is the main screen of our application. If I click on start game, now I'm not going to use the cursor because I'm going to interact with the device with my thumbs. So I'm going to just tap on the screen. So you can see now the game is started, and I can now interact with the ball, and you can see now our rackets are interacting with the ball and reflecting the racket to the different direction. Also our top and bottom ball is also working fine. Then you can see now the game is become faster and I lose the game. So our AI is very smart. It's very easily able to handle the game. I'm not able to, so the game is slow. Again I lost 2 points. I never made any strike, a score. So our AI is smart. So I made a 1 point. So I beat the AI for the first time. So you can see, and now I again beat the AI. And yeah, third time. So I beat the AI. And this is now the AI is actually beating. I am now leading with the 1 point. So yeah. Yes. Okay, so now the game is become faster. You can see now the ball is actually moving very fast. So when the game become fast, you will not able to win the game through AI, because AI speed is also increased. You can see how fast this AI is moving. You can see now, okay, so I made another point. So yeah guys, that's worked very well. Our application is working fine. So thank you for watching guys. See you in the next video where we are going to enhance the main screen of our application. In this video, we are going to modify our main screen of our Pong 2D application. So let's get started with this video. So here you can see I have already created some assets for my application. This is the background for our play button, and this is actually the background for our logo. So I'm just going to copy these two assets, and now coming back to the Android Studio again. And here inside the driver directory, I'm going to right click and paste my assets. Make sure you are actually pasting the asset inside the driver directory. Hit OK and again OK. Now you can see these are the two assets now appear inside our application. So I'm going to close these all and I'm going to the text tab of the code. Now here I'm going to change this text view to button. So this is now will become a button and I'm going to switch my layout to the landscape mode. And after that I need to specify here a background. So instead of using background color, so here we have used a text color and now we have not used any background color. So I'm going to specify here a background and then I will be using a play button BG, which is a play button background. And then you can see the text is actually appearing all in capital formation. So I'm going to use a one property which is called text all caps is going to false. And then I'm going to change the text to like text all caps I'm going to specify false. Then I'm going to change the text to play game. Okay, make sure you are typing it correctly. Now you must be asking a question that we need to change the UI inside the game activity as well. But if I open the game activity, we are actually using the onClick attribute, the start game method, which will start the game. Now again coming back to the activity game, we also need to place a logo. So I'm going to just make it a little bit at the bottom of the screen. And now again I want to specify the height because the height is actually at this point is very big. So I'm going to specify the height to like 50 dp. So 50 dp is very small. I'm going to specify 80 dp height. And also I'm going to reduce the text size to 25 sp. So that will look great. And then here you can see the height and also I'm going to specify the width to like 100 dp. So 100 dp is very less. So I'm going to specify here 150 dp. So 150 dp is looking quite great. Then I'm going to the design tab of the XML code and here I will be selecting an image view and drag the image view at the center of the screen, and from there I'm going to select a Pong logo and hit OK. Now we need to align this. So I'm going to align it at the center of the screen. Then I'm going to set the constraints. So set the constraints from top constraints and here from the bottom. So this is actually the logo of our application. So you can see that's so great. Now it's time to run the application to see whether this is actually working or not. Now I have actually designed this very simple graphical asset. You can design high quality assets or you can use some of the high quality assets from some websites. It's totally up to you. Because the main motive of the course is to teach you how to build the Pong game instead of graphics lecture. Now our application is now running. If I just show you to the screen of my physical device. So if I click on this play, then you can see now we are inside the game mode of the application. And if I hit play, then you can see our game is start playing. Now I'm just going to back because we have already seen the working example of the application. So that marks the completion of this video. Thank you for watching and I will see you in the next video.
Hello and welcome to this lecture. I am your instructor for this course. So let me first introduce myself. My name is Vijay and I have more than 5 years of experience in programming languages and various other graphical softwares as well. So together in this course we are going to develop this good looking piano application that you can see in front of your screen. So this is our piano application. So now I'm going to play some notes with this application. So here you can see when I press the button, it plays a note. So you can see that when I press the button, it actually plays a note. And you can see we have this horizontal scroll view that through we can scroll and different kinds of notes can be played. So there are some tiny ones. So that's it. Enroll this course and I will see you inside the course. So if you have any doubt whether this course is worth it for you or not, then you can watch some preview lectures to check my teaching style. And also you are getting 30-day money back guarantee with no question asked. if you feel unsatisfied with this course. So, enroll it today and create your first piano application. Welcome to this lecture. So in this lecture we are going to start the creation of our piano application, means the actual coding of the piano application. So let's start this lecture by opening our Android Studio. So I have already opened my Android Studio and I'm going to start with the new Android Studio project because we are going to start this application from the scratch. And I'm also going to use the Android Studio version 3.1.4. So simply click on the start a new Android Studio project. So once you click on the start a new Android Studio project, a dialog box will pop up. So from here you need to define your application name. So I'm going to name my application as app piano. You can also name it as piano app, but I'm going to make it a little different. Then here is your company domain. So I'm going to using my company domain as com.residue.dynocodeacademy that I have name chosen according to my own thinking. And this is your package name. And this is your default project location. No, this is not a default. I have changed it. So simply how you can change it by simply going into C, and I have already created a directory, means a folder, Dyno Code Academy projects, and from here I am using a simply click on that. So it will create a project, but I am going to create another folder inside of that directory. So I am going to Dyno Code Academy, and here I am going to create another directory and I am going to name as piano app piano project. That's it. So I'm going to again to Android Studio and simply changing the directory so that the things be getting organized. So that later on if I put the code on a GitHub, so it will make easy for me to differentiate between the different versions of the code. So simply click next, and here you need to specify your minimum API level. So I'm going to use API level 25. That allow me to use most of the features of the Android, and it will cover approximately 14.2% of devices. You can change it to 5.1 or maybe 6.0, but I'm going to use API 25 simply because if you degrade the API, then you are actually using less features and you need to do lots of coding, means you need to take care of the lots of devices. But I'm going to use this targeting this nougat. So simply it's totally up to you which API you want to use. So I'm going to simply click on next. Then from here you need to select your activity. So I'm going to select empty activity. You have a bunch of activities, you can use it. But for this application I'm going to use empty activity. Simply click on next. Now here you can see that the default name of our activity is main activity and activity main. So I'm going to leave it as default and simply hit on finish. And then the Gradle will start the creation process of our project. So wait for the Gradle to finish the project creation. So now you can see that our project is created. So you can see that we have got two files, that is activity_main.xml and main_activity.java. So you can simply click on this activity main.xml. So you can see it's loading actually the designing editor of the XML file. So here you can see that it's not showing the actual action bar. Now this is the problem in the 3.1.4 version of the Android Studio, and also this problem exists in the 3.1.3 version of the Android Studio as well. So how we can solve this issue? Because if you are familiar with the Android Studio, you are seeing that there should be an action bar by defaultly shown. But right now you can't see the action bar. But if you actually going to your style.xml by expanding the first app, then simply res and simply values, and when you open the style.xml, so here you can see that there should be a light dark action bar should be displayed, but in your activity main.xml you are not going to see this thing. So guys, what I'm going to do, I'm just going to run this application for first time in my virtual device so that you can see that there is an action bar should be displayed, but right now in the design editor the action bar is not going to display. So what I'm simply going to run my application in my virtual emulator, that is my Android emulator. So simply hit OK. Now virtual emulator takes little time to boots up, so it's actually boots up quickly, but now the build process is still running.
so it will take time. So here you can see that the app piano, the title bar and the action bar is actually displayed, but design editor it is not going to display. So the quick fix for this is actually you need to open your build.gradle, that is module app. Simply hit on that, and here you can see that there is a API target version is 28, compiled SDK version is 28, and here there is a app compact support version is also 28. So we need to degrade this into 27. So degrading 27 because the 28 version is not stable, it has bugs, and in Android Studio 3.1.3 this bug is still present in Android 3.1.4 version also. So simply click on sync now, then you can see that the magic will happen and the action bar will be displayed in the activity_main.xml file. So now the Gradle build is running, but for the build to finish completely, so here you can see the build is finished, and now it's time to, and boom, you can see that now the app icon is actually displayed. No, sorry, the action bar is displayed. So that's the quick fix for the API 28 because it is not stable. That's why we have degraded to 27. It doesn't matter which version of, because in the latest version means when the upcoming update will be come, then this problem will be solved. So right now the 3.1.4 is the latest update of the Android Studio that I am currently recording this course. So this will be the latest version. In future this version will become old as usual, it's a true thing. So now start the coding of our piano application. So simply close these two files, and main.activity.java file we also need to close this one, and we are going to start with the designing of the piano application. Now first we need to change it into landscape mode because piano application will be running in a landscape mode, and the designing of the piano application is little complicated. So the first couple of videos are actually totally based on the designing of the piano application. So simply you need to first delete this text field because we don't need it, and we also need to change the root layout, that is constraint layout. So we need to change the root layout, that is from constraint layout to relative layout, which makes it easy for us to develop this application. And simply clear this because we don't need it anymore. Then again inside of this relative layout we need to place one horizontal scroll view. So I'm again going to design editor, and here I'm going to search for the horizontal scroll view. So here is our horizontal scroll view. Simply drag it inside the relative layout, sorry. And inside of this there is already a linear layout, but we don't want that linear layout, we want a relative layout. Now there should only be one child inside of this horizontal scroll view. Also if you are using another scroll view, because if you try to put another layout, like if you copy and I'm going to paste showing you, then you are actually presenting, means you are actually putting two childs inside the relative layout, which will basically not true. Now you can see that a scroll view can have only one child. If you try to put two child, then you will get a runtime error. Now we don't need this orientation vertical property, so simply delete that property, and I'm going to just simply delete this one, and I'm going to close the tag by this approach. So simply now we're going to place the button inside this. So simply I'm just hitting the preview first. So yes, but first we need to remove this action bar. So I'm going to open style.xml file, and here instead of dark action bar I'm going to use a no action bar. So what it simply does, it will actually remove the action bar, and instead of this we need to place a button. So I'm going to simply go into the design editor, and here I'm going to simply select a button and place inside this, and simply again switch back to the text. So you can see that we have a button code. So I'm just making little formatting. Now you can see that the button is actually here. Now I'm going to modify the content of this button in such a way by using custom style so that it will look like a button, and we don't need any other software like Adobe XD, Illustrator, Photoshop for creating the custom assets for the button. Then we can use, because due to the screen density of the Android, because it is Android screen size is around 5.0, 5.5, 5.2, 5.3, different kinds of screen sizes. So for that reason, the graphical assets will become stretched and lose the quality. So that's why I'm not going to use that one. I'm going to use custom style along with custom drawable resources file. So I'm going to do that, but before I'm going to just simply remove this text because we don't want text in our button, and I just switch to the style.xml file. From here I'm just first write a custom style for the button. So simply I open a style tag. So here is our third option. Simply hit tab, and the name of the style I'm going to give is first key style for pink key. So I'm going to type first. So here is no suggestion. So here simply first I need to close the tag. Then I'm simply going to underscore. Now naming convention is necessary, guys, because if you're developing a big application, then it will become difficult for you to actually debug the application if you are making random names. So that's why I'm taking care of the names while developing my application. So I'm going to use the pink keys of the button. That's why I named my style name as pink. So first key style for pink key. So I'm going to name it as key, not Lee. Again is key. So this style is used for only the first and the foremost key of the piano button. Means the first key, that will be this one, will use this style that I'm right now here creating. After that, now instead of closing this self close, I'm just going to close it with the tag. So style tag is done. I just simply want to close that tag. So this is our custom style name. Now I'm going to give here one comment. So I'm going to write this will be used for the first foremost key. So this style will be used for the foremost key of the piano. So this will makes me easy for me, not difficult. It will makes me easy to develop the application. Also when I want to make some modifications, because commenting is necessary. It also helps us for the other developers. If you put your project on my GitHub repository, then simply click on item, and here is the name. I'm going to use Android layout width. So here Android. So I'm first typing here width. So Android layout width by default came out. So simply hit tab. And instead of Android, and here we need to close. From here I'm going to give it 45 dp. Now the dp is the density independent pixel. So I'm again going to duplicate it 4 to 5 times, and I'm going to change the properties directly. So here layout width, I'm going to use height. So instead of typing, so I'm going to layout, and here is a margin. Now I'm going to need to type more. So you can see the height is coming, and here is we need to change again. So layout margin top, and here we need to type layout underscore, that is not. Here we need to use Android background. So and there is a Android state listener, which is the fifth property that I'm going to use. So we start with a small state listener animator, and I'm going to make it as null because we don't want any animation to that our button. So I'm null. Now for the background, we need to create a background drawable resources. So we're going to create it in the next lecture. Margin height, margin top. So the margin top value I will be giving to 100 dp. From the top the margin should be, and the height I'm going to give is around 200 dp. Means how much height of our button key will be there. And this will be our style. Now here it gives us the XML tag has empty body, So here we need to specify the drawable resource file. So right now I'm giving the comment here, so that when I will be developing, because commenting is necessary guys, not underscore, it's actually a hyphen. And simply here we need to write a comment is a custom drawable file that we are going to create in our next lecture. So it's time to actually apply the style into this. So simply remove these two lines and simply here you do. Now you can see that it gives us error. And why? Because every view has a two main properties, the height and the width. The ID is not necessary in some cases, because if you are doing connecting the programming in main activity, then ID is also necessary, because this is the most important thing. You initialize the view to the variables. So but the two main properties are actually height and width. It means how much height and the width will be view cover inside the activity, and activity is a physical component in which user interact. So for that reason I am going to give the height and width with the use of style. So I am going to give the style, and here the style is present in our @style. So I am going to @ and style, and the style name is around our first. That's, you can see the first key style for pink key, for pink piano key. You can name it as it is, but I am just simply leaving this. So you can see that the button is actually style applied and the error is gone. Now I'm going to give you the background color, because right now they both are actually having the same color. So I'm going to change the properties of adding some code inside the relative layout. So I'm going to first add a padding to right. So padding right, where is padding right? Here is, and 16 dp. And again I'm going to write a padding from left is around 16 dp. Now I'm again hard coding. You can create a dimensions.xml file, but for the learning purpose you can do it by your own. I'm just making the application development faster, that's why I'm here hard coded it. And from bottom I'm again going to give it 16 dp and the gravity center. So I'm going to type a gravity directly. So gravity, and I'm going to give it as top, and I'm using a pipe symbol and combine the other property center. Then I'm going to give the background color. So I'm going to give the background color. First I will type hash and the 000, that is for the black, and then I will be using the color because I want to get the brownish color. You can use the custom texture created in Photoshop and place the background, but I am going to use the color because I don't want to use a Photoshop. Simply choose that color and you can see that its color will be look nice. Now you can also give the background color here, but we can modify give the background, means the style, to our button by using custom drawable. So that's all about this lecture. So in next lecture we are going to create the custom drawable XML file to color our button, to make some styles on our button so that it will be look like a piano key. So thanks for watching and I will see you in the next lecture. Thank you very much. Welcome to this lecture. So in this lecture we are going to create the custom drawable file so that we can apply some styles on our button so that it will look like a piano key. So let's start this lecture. So switch back to your Android Studio and so simply right click on your drawable directory that is under rest directory and simply hit on new and simply go to this option, that is drawable resource file. Simply hit on and simply you will get a new dialog box. So from here you need to actually select the drawable. So I'm going to name it as press and non. So I'm going to name, you can name it whatever you want, but right now I'm going to create 4 XML files, that is 4 drawable XML files. So I'm going to first name it as black shadow. So I'm going to name it as black underscore shadow. So this will be our first XML file. So I'm going to simply hit OK. So you can see that the black shadow .xml file will be created. Now I'm going to create 3 more. Again, the next one is key normal. So we make sure that all the letters should be in small. If you try to add capital, so it is not valid, and only you can use lowercase and 0 to 9 or underscore. You simply use key normal, which is a normal drawable resource file for our piano keys when we not press the or when we depress the key. So this will be the normal style, normal custom drawable style for our piano key. So simply hit OK. I will be coding it once. First I will create the all files one by one. So simply the next one should be key pressed. So when we press the key, then what style means what changes we want to apply in our style. So simply key pressed dot XML will be created. Now the next one is actually a little bit bigger name, because I have named it as, because I am mainly concerned with the naming convention. So I am going to name this one as pressed and normal selector. You can name it whatever you want, but for my opinion it makes a sense when we pressed or also a normal selector. Normal selector. So this will be my final and the fourth one selector that we are going to use right now at this moment. So simply first open the black shadow.xml and simply switch back to text. So, and here you need to change this. So first I will just close the preview window and simply hit enter, and here from selector to you need to change it to shape. So simply SHA, and you can simply need to press tab, and simply here you need to add some code more, but before that we need to add a rectangle, because rectangle means I want to create a shape, not a shape, and here we can use 4 options, means from these 4 options we can use any one. So I'm going to use a rectangle, and simply inside the shape, means after when the shape tag is closed, from here you simply need to type corners. So simply type corners without, just simply open the tag and simply hit corners, and corners radius I'm going to give it as 5 dp, and simply close it as a self tag, means self closing of the tag. Then the another one I'm going to use solid, and here I'm going to use the end dot color. So I'll be giving the color as hashtag. First I need to type hash, then f, then 6 times 4 plus 4, 4, 4, and then another 3 times 4. So it will gives us a little grayish color, and you can see it on the preview. So this will be the final output of this code. Now we need to also close this tag, so I'm going to use a self closing of the tag. So this will be our code for the black underscore shadow.xml. So now it's time to switch back to key normal.xml file and simply hit enter. First I just disclose the preview window and simply key press key normal.xml file coding. So I'm going to first change this selector to layer list. Simply hit tab, and we also need to change this, so I'm just copying it, and because the closing tag should be matching exactly the opening tag. And here what we need to do, we need to specify item. So instead we need to press enter, and I am going to add item, and the item Android bottom. So in bottom I'm going to give the bottom as 10 dp, and again I'm going to simply inside of this item I'm going to define a shape. So I'm going to shape, and the shape I'm going to use is this point of time rectangle, and again I'm going to close the tag. Inside of this shape I'm going to define a corner. So I'm going to use a corners, not a corner, it's a corner, and I'm going to specify the radius as 5 dp, that is same as the previous DP that I defined in the black shadow.xml file. Means you can see it here. Where is black shadow? The 5dp. The radius should be same, otherwise it will create a mismatch in the design. Simply close the tag. Then again I'm going to fill this time a solid, and here I'm going to give the color, and the color I'm going to give is this hashtag. First we need to specify F, then 7, then again BC. So this will be our color code. So now you can preview the output. So this will be the nice pinkish color that I want to on my piano key. You can change the color whatever you want, like from here you can change it to aqua or whatever you want, but I'm not going to use. I just want to pink color because I already named my style as pinky. Then simply format the code, extra spacing, just remove the extra spacing so that the code will look like more cleaner. Now it's time to close these two files, that key.xml and blackshadow.xml. Now it's time to code the keypress.xml file. So switch back to text and just close the preview and simply again change the selector to layer list. Simply hit tab and simply open another item, and here simply type item, and here you need to specify shape, that is, and we need to just simply close the tag. Inside of this one you need to define a shape, that is Android, and Android shape, and which will be a rectangle. Then I will be close this, and inside of this shape I'm going to fill a one solid, that is solid, and the color should be, I'm going to use a color is around 3 times, means 8 times 0, by specifying hash 0 0 0, then 4 times 0, then again 4 times 0. It will give us a color code, little blackish color code. Then again we need to define another item inside of this, that is item. Inside of that item I need to define Android top. So simply select the Android top, and Android top we need to define 10 dp, that is 10 dp, and simply close the tag. And inside of item there is a shape, and I'm going to define the shape as rectangle, and simply close the tag. And inside of this you need to define a corner and a solid. So I'm going to use a corner, that is corners, and I'm going to define the radius as 5 dp, that is the previous same in the all our previous XML files, that is blackshadow.xml, and also in key pressed, so not in key pressed, in key flow normal.xml. Then self close the tag. Then again I'm going to use a solid, pressing tab and simply open solid. Inside of solid I'm going to define the color, and the color name that I'm going is, first I will type the hash, then it should be F, then 7, the same as pink color, that is BC. And then I'm going to self close the tag. So now you can preview your code. So this will be our final, and you can see that there is a top bar at the first item that we want in our style. Next time to code our final and the last, press then normal selector.xml file. So simply switch back to the text and disclose the preview button. Now from there we will also add 2 items. Then from here we will be using a selector, and inside of this we are going to define an item. So I'm going to use the item, and here I'm going to use the Android state pressed, Android state pressed. Now it is not showing state pressed. Now here is Android state activated, so we need Android state pressed. This is one, here is. So we are going to make the Android state pressed is equal to true, and just simply close the tag, not question mark, close the tag, and inside of item I'm going to define an Android drawable. So here I am going to use Android drawable, that is Android. Now inside of this item, first we need to hear Android drawable, and it is inside of the drawable, so I'm going to use a @ and type drawable, and here you can use key pressed. So that's why we already created the keypressed.xml file first, because we want to use that inside of this pressed and normal selector. Means when we press the key and normal selector, both are used in this file. That's why I named this fourth .xml file name as press and normal selector. Then after that we need to apply a padding from top, that is for the padding from the top the button will be, so padding first we need to type Android, because if you don't type the Android then it doesn't show the option Android, and simply type padding from top, and simply hit equal to, and simply type 10 dp. So this will be the padding from top will be 10 dp. Now it's showing us error because I have made a typo here. Now it's okay because I have mismatched the name of the, because I make a spelling mistake by typing the name of the padding. Then we need to again add another item. So I'm going to add item, and inside of this item we simply need to close that item, and we need to define here a Android drawable again. So simply type, first we need to make room here, simply type Android drawable, and instead of key pressed will be used. Then instead of margin, we need to define a margin here from top, that is margin and the Android margin from top. It's not a margin, it's a layout margin. Layout margin top, and that should be equal to 50 dp. And simply hit. There's no need to close the tag because we already closed the tag. So you can preview your code and you can see that it will be look like this. So but the problem is we want a black shadow at the bottom. So how we can achieve this thing? Maybe we have made some mistake in our key. Now we have already used both key pressed, but we want here a key normal. That's why we're getting this problem. So you can see that here we will get a key now, but you can see there the black bar is not displaying. It's actually a white bar, but we want a black bar. So the problem is I need to just check the code. So why we are not getting the black bar? So here we have defined a solid this will be, now I don't use a shape black. So why I don't get a black bar? This is because I have not added another item inside of this layer dish. So I need to add another item here, that is item, oh sorry, not item, it's item, and here I need to define Android drawable, and drawable should be of added drawable, that is drawable key, that's a black shadow is there. And now you can see that our code has been showing a black bar. Now if you see the present, then you can see that will be our final output of the code. So this will be our coding for all the drawable XML files. Now I am going to use this drawable source file inside of this style.xml, which we have custom drawable file that we want to create, that we left it. So I'm going to use it here. Simply I will type @ and here I will type drawable, and here you can see the press and normal selector. So once you select it, and if you try to see the code layout, first open my layout.xml, you can see that the code is here. So let me go into the design editor and zoom. So you can see that our button will be look like a piano key. So I'm also going to change this title bar color. So I'm going to switch back to colors, and here I'm going to simply switch back to brownish color. I'm just copying that color to this one as well. So that's make a little good. Now the color is not matching, so I'm going to copy it from here, and inside of color.xml I'm going to paste it here, so that it will look like same in both of the. Now it's matching and it look nice. You can use custom drawable, or if you can give a black color. But now right now this will be the code of this lecture. Okay guys, so that's all about this lecture. So thanks for watching, and I will see you in the next lecture, in which in next lecture we are going to place more buttons, and also we are going to create a style for those buttons, but all buttons use the same style. So the first button should be different because we want to differentiate between these styles so that we can make a modification. So that's all about this lecture. Thanks for watching, and I will see you in the next lecture. Thank you. Welcome to this lecture. So in this lecture we are going to place more buttons in our Android app piano application. So switch back to your Android Studio, but before placing the buttons we are going to run this application, but we need to make some modification in our manifest file, because if you try to run the application, it will run in the portrait mode, it will not run in the landscape mode. So we need to make some modification inside the activity, that is, this is our activity component of the Android. We need to write some code so that it will be run in a landscape mode. Simply we need to add a code here. So first I need to press enter, and I need to first go to the end of the file, and here I will write a config changes. So I write config changes, and here I will type orientation, which is, and then I will use a piping symbol, and I will be hiding the keyboard because we want to hide the keyboard, because we don't want to keyboard while user pressing the keyboard of the piano. Means when user pressing the keys of the piano, we don't want to keyboard of the Android to be came out and interrupting the user. And also we want the screen size. So screen size, I will be writing here screen size, not screen size. And then we will adding the another property, that is screen orientation, and I will be giving it as a landscape. So that's all code for the manifest file. Remove the extra spacing, and let's try to run the application. So simply I'm going to running it on my device, that running a Android API version of 27, and my build tool version is also 27. So hit OK, and you can see that it will gives us an error. And let me see where we, so the error is actually here. So we have actually make a mistake because there is no underscore, because it's not a property. So simply now it's time, the warning is actually gone. Now again try to build the application, means try to run the application inside the emulator. So you can see that our application is up and running. So I need to switch it to landscape mode. So here is our application up and running. So when I click on the button, you can see that the state of the button is here. So I'm just holding the button. So I'm just holding my click, and when I release it, then it will actually looks like that we are actually pressing a button. So congratulations guys, we have achieved the piano key result successfully. And now in next lecture we are going to place more keys. So that's all about this lecture. Thanks for watching, and I will see you in the next lecture, in which we are going to place more buttons inside our activity screen. Thank you. So welcome to this lecture. So in this lecture we are going to place more keys in our piano application, means in our activity screen. But before that we need to write a custom style for our rest of the buttons, means for the rest of the keys. So simply I'm going to close all the packages and I'm going to open my activity main.xml. Now before we placing more keys inside the button, we want another custom style, because if you try to add the same custom style, we can't able to differentiate in the coding. So open your style.xml file. We need to start a style tag. So I'm going to type style, and here we need to define the name of our style. So common key style for rest of pink keys, means the rest of the piano keys which are pink. So I'm going to write common. So first I will remove this suggestion. First I will need to just close this tag. Not resources, it's actually style. Then here I need to type the name of our style, that is common. Now the code is almost same, so I'm going to just simply copy the code, because the height and width of the all piano keys will be same. The only difference we need to create is the drawable resource file. So I'm just going to simply leave it as, and you can simply see that this style will be used. Now I'm going to comment it for the again, so that it will be easy for us to debugging and also to make modification when we see this code after long time. So simply enter this style. So that's all about the coding of the custom style for the rest of the keys. Now also we need to make some changes in the activity main.xml file. The first thing here, you can see that this regulatory layout, we need to change it into match parent. So I'm going to simply type here match parent. Then we need to specify here padding top. So padding top also we need to define 16 dp. So that's it. So that's all about this lecture. We have coded our custom style for the rest of the keys, that is common key style for the rest of the piano keys. We'll be using that when we placing more buttons, and all the buttons use the same style, that is this one. So that's all about this lecture. Thanks for watching, and I will see you in the next lecture. Welcome to this lecture. So in this lecture we are going to code our rest of the pink piano key buttons. So let's start this lecture. So open your Android Studio, and you can see that in previous lecture we are able to display this key. So we need to copy this code so that we can place more keys one after the another. Let me first switch back to landscape mode. So we want to place one key right after this key, then another key with this. So for doing that we need to code this. We need to code the button. So we are going to copy this code one by one, because all and the style we need to use another one, that is this one style, which we have created in our previous lecture. Here's a drawable file is needed. So for that we need to copy this code, because all keys using the same drawable resource file, that is this one, and just switch back to again activity_main.xml file and simply copy this code. So in my piano application I have implemented 60 keys. So from that 60 keys I have 35 keys that are of pink colors, and the rest of the keys are of black keys. Those black keys we are going to code in our upcoming lecture. So for right now just simply copy this code and just paste it 33 times. But before I just want to paste it for one time, because we want to change. Now change this ID to P2, and we also need to specify the style. So just simply quickly copy the style name here, common key style for rest of the piano keys that we have implemented in our previous lecture, and then simply replace with this one. But right now you can see that the button is actually top of our P1 ID button. So we want to add a property that is layout underscore to right of. That is layout, that is this one, to right of. Now we need to specify the ID for, and the ID we are going to do, that is this one, because we need to specify the ID for which the button will be displayed. Means we want to display this button right after this button. So that's why we have given here the ID layout to right of. Now you can see that this button is displayed, but you can see that, let me zoom in, there is no gap. So for creating gap we need to use a margin property. So I'm going to use a margin left. So this is a margin left, and you can see that I need to specify here 2 dp, or you can specify 1 dp or 3 dp, whatever you like, but I'm going to specify the 2 dp. So you can see that it creates a little gap between these two buttons. So it will be like there are two separate buttons. But if you don't specify the dp, then it will actually combine it and just looks like a single object. Now we need to code 33 more keys. Let me first small this window. So we need to code 33 more keys, because right now in a piano application I have implemented 35 ping keys. So we need to copy this code again, for copy and paste this code 33 times more, so that in order to complete our 35 ping piano keys. So I'm going to do this thing quickly, and you can simply fast forward this video so that to skip that boring stuff, or you can simply watch it if you like it. So I'm just pasted just for 5 times maybe. Then P2, then here is we need to change it to P3. Then again you need to take care, you need to display the button to the right of this button. So here you need to specify P2, sorry, not P3, there is P2. Then here you need to specify the ID P4. Then again you need to specify here P3, because you want to display the ID. Now here you need to specify P4. I'm just making mistakes while typing the keyboard keys. Then here you need to specify P5, and then here you need to specify P4. So you can see that in your preview window, you can see the buttons are now our piano getting a shape. Means there are now 5 buttons. Now again I need to specify here P6, and then here you need to specify P5. So right now you can see that we are able to implement 6 keys. Then now it's time to copy this code again for 29 times. Copy and paste it 29 times. So I'm going to count with every. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29. Now there are lots of red lines waiting for us to fix. So simply first what you need to do, simply click on it and press Ctrl Alt L to format the code. So it quickly format the code for us. Now it's time to scroll up to change the IDs of the buttons, ID and also the to right of property. Simply just make it a little bigger. I'm just making it two side, and here we have ID P6, and we want to display this button right after button 5. So simply here we need to change it to P7, and here you need to change it to P6. Then here you need to change it to P8, and here you need to change it to P7. Then from here there is no shortcut way for doing this. You need to hard code it with patience. If you make any mistake, then one of your key maybe not work properly, or it actually disturbs the UI. Then here is from P5 to you need to specify P8, and you can see that with every changing in the properties, there is a one key is added right after the other. And here you need to specify 1 0, that is 10th key, and after we need to specify 9, then here we need to specify 1 1, which is the 11th key, and after we need to specify this key with the 10th. Then I'm going to do this quickly for you. You now think what I'm going to do. So I'm doing this thing quickly and just fast forwarding it. So we have done all the coding of the key. So you can see that I have placed all the keys. So it's time to run the application to see that whether I am able to display the all 35 keys of the piano application or not. So simply try to run the application. So I'm going to run the application in my virtual emulator. So this is my EVD pixel. Simply hit OK. So here you can see that our application is up and running. So we are able to display our all 35 keys. So congratulations guys, our application is now getting in a shape and you are learning in a very good grasp. So that's all about this lecture guys. Thanks for watching and I will see you in the next lecture. Thank you. So welcome to this lecture. So in this lecture we are going to place more keys in our piano application, means in our activity screen. But before that we need to write a custom style for our rest of the buttons, means for the rest of the keys. So simply I'm going to close all the packages and I'm going to open my activity main.xml. Now before we placing more keys inside the button, we want another custom style, because if you try to add the same custom style, we can't able to differentiate in the coding. So open your style.xml file. We need to start a style tag, so I'm going to type style, and here we need to define the name of our style. So common key style for rest of pink keys, means the rest of the piano keys which are pink. So I'm going to write common. So first I will remove this suggestion. First I will need to just close this tag, not resources, it's actually style. Then here I need to type the name of our style, that is common. Now the code is almost same, so I'm going to just simply copy the code, because the height and width of the all piano keys will be same. The only difference we need to create is the drawable resource file. So I'm just going to simply leave it as, and you can simply see that this style will be used. Now I'm going to comment it for the again, so that it will be easy for us to debugging and also to make modification when we see this code after long time. So simply add this style. So that's all about the coding of the custom style for the rest of the keys. Now also we need to make some changes in the activity main.xml file. The first thing here, you can see that this regulatory layout, we need to change it into match parent. So I'm going to simply type here match parent. Then we need to specify here padding top. So padding top also we need to define 16 dp. So that's it. So that's all about this lecture. We have coded our custom style for the rest of the keys, that is common key style for the rest of the piano keys. We'll be using that when we placing more buttons, and all the buttons use the same style, that is this one. So that's all about this lecture. Thanks for watching and I will see you in the next lecture. Welcome to this lecture. So in this lecture we are going to place some text views that will be used as a label for our piano keys. So switch back to our Android Studio, and first we need to add a text view. So simply type text view and match parent. But for now we are going to use a style, not a match parent. Simply I'm just removing this code and I will be typing style, and the style that we have created is a style for key text. So I'm going to copy the name of the style. Now this is the wrong one. I'm going to copy the style, that is style for text view, key text 3. Instead of first key style for pink key, and I'm going to paste it. But right now we are not able to see the style. So we need to add some code first. So first I will quickly specify the ID, that is TC3, that is text of C3. Means this C3 will be the text of the piano key. So I also need a text property, and we will need to type here C3. Not C has C3. You can see that this C3 is up here. But we also need to specify some more code like layout to left. So I'm going to use a layout to left of. Layout to left of. This is, and we are going to specify a piano key 2 because we want to place this key just left of the second key. So this is our piano key 2, and we are going to place this label just left of this. So you can see, just let me zoom it. So what this property actually does, what it actually places this label just left of the second key. So now we need to do now we need to add one more property, that is state listener, state list animator, and we are going to make it as null. Then the last property that we are going to use is text is selectable. So we are going to make the text selectable false. So this is your text is selectable property that we are going to set the false, so that if user is hold the finger on the text for longer time, then there is a small copy and paste cursor will be appear. So to avoid that copy and paste cursor, we will be making the text selectable as false. So all pretty well done. So you can see there the key is displayed. So similarly we need to add 6 more text views. So that will be act as a label for the another 6 keys of piano. So simply I am going to copy and paste it for 6 times. Then I am going to simply change the ID, that is TC3 to TD3, and then here I am going to also change the alphabet to it will be a D3, then it will be a E3, and also the ID is E3. Then I am going to specify here F3, and also the text should be F3. Then again we need to specify here F3 to G3, not capital 1, just simply small G3. Then here should be the capital G, then A, then capital A3. Now one is done. Now I need a one text view for B3, then B3, and here is B3. So all are done, but you can see that all are actually stacked on top of each other. This is because we have not specified the to left of property. So this is our first label, so this is our second label. So here we need to make it change as 3. You can see that the D3 is quickly displayed here. Similarly for this one we need to specify here P4, and then similarly for this one we need to specify P5. Then for this one we need to specify P6, and for this one we need to specify P7, not P6, is P7, and then for this one we need to specify P8. So you can see that now our piano keys have a label, that is C3, D3, E3, F3, G3, A3 and B3. So try to run the application so that you can see it in our emulator as well. So simply hit OK. So here you can see that our application has been running. So you can see that all labels are displayed correctly. So that's all about this lecture, guys. Thanks for watching, and I will see you in the next lecture. In next lecture we are going to code our rest of the text keys and also going to code the rest of the styles that will be used for those text views, which will be act as a label for our rest of the pink piano keys. So thanks for watching, and I will see you in the next lecture. Thank you. Welcome to this lecture. So in this lecture we are going to code our remaining styles that will be used by the text view as a label. So simply switch back to Android Studio and simply click on the style.xml file, and what I have to do is simply copy this code and simply copy it, and below this simply enter and paste it. Then simply change this key text to 4, that will be used so that simple style will be used for all the keys, that is have C4, D4 up to B4. And similarly again going here and simply Control V and change it to key text 5. Then again simply here and press Control V and change it to 6. Make it little closer and hit enter so that it will be documented. Then again guys, simply just below it simply Control V, make it little recap and simply 7. So this is all the styles we have implemented that will be used for the text view. Now switch back to activity main.xml, and here we need to specify the code for the remaining text views, that is will be used as a label, which will be directly will be put in from here. Now from here we need to start it from C4 to up to B4. So we can't see it in our editor like this design way because it can't be scrolled. But once we actually able to see the application, when we run the application, then we will be able to see. So simply again I'm going to simply copy this code and paste one, and simply I'm going to change the ID to TB4, and from there I'm going to specify it from P8 to P9. And you can see that it shows a B3, but we don't want a B3 because we want a C4. Here we need to specify for C because the capital letter started from C and C. Then here is the ID we have changed. The place now the text style we are going to use 4. Now this is a blue, but we want to create a differentiate between them. So creating a differentiate, this will be a 4, now dollar. But for creating a differentiate between those 7 keys, we need to make some modification in our style. The only modification that we want to make is the color. So simply I am going to, here is the color. So simply click on this, a dialog will pop up. From here you can specify any color of your choice. So I am going to choose a little dark purple. Simply hit OK, and I am going to change the colors of these styles as well. So I'm just going to this part and just no type, don't want alpha. Simply OK, and here I'm going to use a little dark black color. And here I'm going to use a green, a dark green, not too dark, just a simple dark green. So switch back to activity main.xml. Now you can see that it is different than all the other 7 keys. So simply copy this code and paste it into 6 more times. So the things can be getting easy with this copy and paste. And simply Ctrl, Alt and L, it will format the code for us. And from here you need to change the ID. So from TB3, which is used for the B3, then this is the right, we don't want to change this one. So from here we need to change into D3, simply D4, and here we need to specify B4, and we need to specify this key just to the left of P piano key 10, and similarly we need to change this one to E4, and this one should be of E4, and then we need to change the key to 11, then it will be displayed to the just one after the other. Then we need to change this one to F, and then change the capital F, and here you need to specify 1, 2. Then simply you need to specify here G and then capital G4, and then I change the ID to left property to 1, 3. Now from there you can't see the onwards new screens, so make sure you are doing it correctly in order by saying this order. So after G there is a A, so you need to specify here A4 and simply hit A4, which is a capital 4, capital A4. And A4 will be displayed, but we can't see it because the entire screen is just, we have only this screen. We can't scroll to the right of this screen, means we can't scroll to beyond of this screen. So simply the next one is the B, and here specify B4. Also you need to take care, you should specify the ID, so here is 1, 4. Then there is a 1, 5. So try to run this application to see whether you have able to implement the other 7 keys properly or not. So I'm going to run it in my emulator again. So you can see that I am able to display the set of C4, D4, E4, F4, G4 and A4 as well. So total are 7. So now we are able to label our 14 keys successfully. So now it's time to do the rest one as well. That is of B5, B6 and B7. So for that we need to simply copy this code again and simply paste it. We need to change the ID to C5, and here we need to specify capital C5, and we need to place this key just to the left of piano key, not 1116, just 16 by saying this number. Then we need to copy this code 6 more times. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And simply press Ctrl, Alt and L. Then Android Studio format the code for us. And scroll to top, not to top. Then this is the right one. We don't want to change this again. So TC5 we need it. And again we need a D5. So simply change it to D5. And here you need to specify D5 as well. And we want to display this key just to the left of 17th piano key, not 117. Guys, I just make too many mistakes. Sorry for that. So now here you need to specify after we have a E. So I'm going to change it to E. You can do it by your own if you want to just make it. You can forward this repetitive task because you know very well how to do that. And just changing it to E18. And then here you need to specify E5, then there is a TF5. There's a F5 and here you need to specify 19. And here you need to specify 20. And ID should be of G5. So there is no shortcut, you need to hard code this thing, because if you find a shortcut then probably tell me also, because there is no shortcut. You need to do this by your own self. My hard code is some time. Then A5, then here to specify a capital 5, then we want to display this key just after the 21st key, means just to the left of 21st key. Then after the last one is B, which is B5, and we want to change it to capital B5. Then we need to display this key just after to the left of piano 20th key, 22nd key. So simply try to run the application once more. So you can see that our application is up and running. The only thing is missing, there is a C5, D5, E5, F5, G5, A5 and B5. The style is same because we have not changed the style. So I'm going to quickly make it a 5. And there's a 5. And there's another 5. And then 5. Then again I'm trying to just make some changes. So you can see that now C5, D5 and up to B5 now displayed within its style, that is style for text to key text 5. Now again we need to do the same thing for our C6 to C6 to B6. Then again we need to apply the same thing for C7 to B7. So now I'm going to copy this code again, copy, and I'm going to paste it. Then here we need to specify TC6, and also we need to change this one, which is a 6th style we are going to use, and should be changed to C6. Then we want to display this key just to the left of piano key 23. And again we need to copy this code 6 more times. Simply hit and simply type Ctrl V. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Then simply press Ctrl Alt and press L. That will format the code for us again. Then we don't want to change this one, so T6, and there is another one which is T6, and we want to display this key just to the left of 24th piano key, and here we need to specify D6. Then for after that we need to specify E6, and then here we need to specify E6, and just we need to display this key just after the piano key of 25th. And this is the 26th key, and here we need to specify T, E, and then F6, and we want to change the text to should be F6. Then here we need to specify this is a G, which is next. Then there is a G6, and we want to display this key just after the just to the left of 27th piano key. Here is 28th. Then we need to change it to A, and then we need to specify capital A6. Then we need to change to display this key just to the left of 29th piano key, and this should be a for B, and should be capital B6. So I'm again running the application to my virtual emulator to see that changes I have made are done correctly or not. So you can see that our application is up and running. So you can see that from C6 to B6 we are able to display the labels on our piano keys. Now the only 7 keys are left, that is from C7 to B7. So let me quickly do that, then we will try to run the application to see whether we have done or wrong or right. So simply I'm going to copy this code again. The copy and paste makes our life easy, guys. If the copy and paste are not available in Android Studio, then it will be difficult to hard code the whole code. So simply change it to C7. And also here change the 7. And again we need to specify here C7. And simply copy this code and paste it for the 6 times. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and 6. And simply Ctrl Alt and L. Format the code and simply scroll, and here we need to change it to B7, and simply this one should be the capital B, and we want to display this key just to the left of piano key 30, and we want to display, we will change the ID to P, TB7, TC is it should be TD7. No, it is not B7. I have made a mistake here. It is a T7. Let me first check whether in the top I have made a mistake or not. Now it's D6, it's true, it's right, I have made here mistake. That is B6, C7, D7, now it's time to E7. And change it to do 31 because we want to display this key just to the left of 31th key of piano. And here after B7, here to specify D7, and here to specify E7, and here to specify F7, and here is also F, and here to specify 32. And here to specify 33, F7, then there is a G7, G7, then you need to specify here A7, capital A7, and we want to display this key just to the left of 34th key. Then for the last key, which is our B7, so simply change it to B7, and here we need to specify capital B. Then for last one, we need to change the layout to not to left to off, we need to change it to right off. To right of 34th key. So that is 34th. So I'm trying to run the application in a virtual emulator to see the changes. So you can see that we are successfully able to display all of our keys in a piano application. So that's all about this lecture, guys. Thanks for watching, and I will see you in the next lecture. Thank you. So welcome to this lecture. So in this lecture we are going to code our custom style for our black piano keys. So the total number of black piano keys are 25 in our piano application. But for this lecture I am going to only code the style code of the piano that will be used by the black piano keys. So let's start this lecture and switch back to your Android Studio. So simply open style.xml file, and here we need to write a custom style for our black piano key. So simply type style, then the style tag, and here you need to type black piano key style. Black piano key style, then simply close the tag. Then inside of this you need to open an item. Then you need to specify the name. The first is the layout height. So I'm going to simply type the height. Then I'm specifying the height as 30 dp. After that I'm again going to type the item tag. Then I'm going to specify the width. Not width, it's just width, layout width. Closing the tag, and inside of the width I am going to specify the width as 30 dp, and the height I am going to specify as 110 dp. So 110 dp is our height and width is around 30 dp. Then again I need to go for the item tag, and from there I am going to specify layout margin top. Then closing the tag, and here the margin should be 100 dp. So simply just tab. Then Android background. So I'm going to create a custom background drawable we needed for this one. So item name, and I'm going to specify the drawable. No, not drawable, it's a background, sorry. It's a background, and just simply need to close the tag. Now we will going to create a custom drawable file for that black key, for that black piano key style. But for right now I'm just completing the code first. Then we need to specify the layout margin left, the layout, then layout margin left. And for that, you need to specify minus 14 dp. So first we need to close the tag and simply type minus 14 dp. So here we need to specify a custom drawable file. So I'm going to document it by writing one comment so that it will remind us that we need to specify a custom drawable here that we can see. So we'll write here custom So we need to create this custom drawable file. So let's do that. And that custom drawable file uses two more drawable files. So simply click on this project tab and just expanding the simply click on this app, then res, then simply click on this right click of this res directory, not in res, just simply click on this drawable folder, new and drawable resource file. Simply near write black underscore piano key selector. Black piano key selector. Simply hit OK. Then we need two more. Simply right click on it, then new, then simply click on drawable resource file, and here we need to type normal black key style. Normal black key, simply type normal black key, then simply hit OK. Then after that, simply again we need to click the third one, simply click on drawable resource file, and here you need to write pressed black key. Simply hit OK. So simply switch back to the normal one. So I'm going to the normal one first, and simply switch back to text. Then simply preview window, close the preview window. Then here you need to type layer list. Simply type layer list and hit enter. Inside of layer list, you need to specify one item. Simply type item, and here you need to specify the Android bottom. Not Android bottom, first we need to specify Android drawable, and that should be of shadow. So that shadow we are going to, that should be of drawable resource file. So we again need another one, that is, we need one more, that is of shadow. So I'm going to click on this and I'm going to type it shadow for black key, black piano, or plus it's a black piano key. Simply hit OK. Now for that, here we need to just simply leave it as empty, because I will be coding it once I will be code the first normal black key .xml file. Simply now it's time to open the another tag of item. Simply specify item, and here to specify Android bottom, and bottom should be of 10 dp. Then simply close the tag. Inside of item, you need to specify shape, then here you need to specify the shape should be rectangle. Then simply close the tag. Then inside of shape, you need to specify corners. The corners should be Android radius, and I am going to give the radius as 5 dp. Then simply close the tag, and then there is a solid is necessary. Then simply color of solid, and I am going to give the color as hashtag F, then 6 times 0 0. Then simply close the tag. So that's complete the code of our normal black.xml file, means normal black key.xml file. Now it's time to switch back to shadow, that is the shadow for black piano key.xml. Simply hit enter here, and we need to change the selector to shape. So I'm going to type it shape. So it is not changed here, that's it giving us an error. So simply copy it and paste it here. Then from there you need to specify, then simply click here and you need to specify Android shape. Not from Android, it's Android shape. And to specify rectangle, then inside of this you need to specify a corners. So simply type corners and Android radius should be of 5 dp. Then self-close the tag by pressing forward slash, sorry. Then simply you need to type solid and simply type the color, and here I'm going to specify the color hashtag FF, then 6 times 444. So that gives us a little darkish gray color. Simply close the tag. Then we need to call this drawable resource file here inside of this item. So simply switch back to our normal key.xml and you type @drawable, simply type drawable, and here's black shadow, now the shadow for black piano key. Now you can preview it and see that this is our button, and we all need this little darkish gray bar at the bottom of our this tile that we created with the use of drawable sources file. And you can also preview this is our shadow that will look like. Now come back to press black key.xml file, switch back to text view and simply hit enter and simply open one item tag, and you specify and close the item tag. Inside of the item specify a shape, that is shape, and type the Android shape as rectangle. Then simply close the tag, not self close, simply close the tag, and inside of it you need to specify one solid. The solid and the color of the solid should be 6 times 0. So simply hashtag and 8 times 0, 4 and 1, 2, 3, 4. No, actually we have left one more. Then simply self close the tag. So right now we can count it that we have already 8, so this is 4. These are 4 guys, there are so many zeros, and these are only to remove 1. Okay, so that's actually done. Now then here we need to specify another item, but before that we need to create another file, that is a value resource file. So simply right click on this values folder and click on new and click on this value resource file, and here you need to type daemon, that is DIMN, dimension dot daemon. Now daemon, it's actually a dimension file, so simply expand this source tag and you need to specify one tag, so that is of daemon, that is daemon, and is the name required, so I'm going to give the layer padding and simply closing the tag. You need to specify 10 dp. So that's it for this one, this resource file. Now it's time to switch back to our first black key.xml and open the item tag again. Item, and here to specify Android top. Simply type first Android, not plus, it's an Android top equals to, and here to specify daemon, layer padding, and simply close the tag. Inside of the item tag, you need to specify one shape tag, that is shape, Android shape, and you need to specify rectangle. Then you need to close the tag. Inside of the shape, we need to specify, inside of this we need to specify one corners, So we'll type corner and Android radius, and it's a 5 dp. And here to specify solid. So we'll type corner and solid, then color, and here should we specify hashtag FF and 000 000, and simply type. So here should be 6 zeros. There should be one more we need to remove. So we will get this color. So that's all about the coding of all the drawable resource file. So that's all about this lecture. In next lecture we are going to use this custom style that we have created. We will be using in our buttons, and we are going to specify 25 buttons. So that's all about this lecture. Thanks for watching, and I will see you in the next lecture. Thank you. So welcome to this lecture. So in this lecture we are going to code our black piano keys. But before that we need to code our one more drawable resource file that we have left in our previous lecture. So switch back to Android Studio and simply open the black piano key selector file, because we have actually forgot this to code. So simply click on this text, and here we need to specify some code. So first you need to open an item tag, and inside of the item you need to specify Android state pressed equal to true. And after that we need to specify Android drawable resource file. So drawable, and for there we will be use key pressed. For key pressed, yes, we need to specify black piano key pressed black key. So this will be the selector that we created for the black piano key. Then we need to specify padding top. First we need to type Android and padding top. Simply hit OK, and here we need to specify 10 SP. After that we close the item tag. Then after closing the item tag, you need to open one more item tag. Simply type item, and here to specify Android drawable, and for there we will use black normal. So normal key press is for white, our pink piano keys. So here is our normal black key. Simply hit tab and simply type another attribute, that is Android layout margin top. So here we need to type layout. So first we need to type Android, then we need to type layout margin top equal to, and we need to specify margin top value to 50 dp. Then we need to close the item tag. So that's all about the black piano key selector.xml file code. So in next lecture we are going to use this slide on our black piano key buttons. So that's all about this lecture. Thanks for watching, and I will see you in the next lecture. Thank you. Welcome to this lecture. So in this lecture we are going to code our black piano key buttons, and also we are going to use the custom styles that we have created in our previous two lectures. So switch back to your Android Studio and open your activity main.xml file and also style.xml file. And here we need to specify our custom background drawable selector. So that is this one, black piano key selector. So simply here type @ and drawable, and this is the first one, black piano key selector. Then close the style.xml file, and here you need to specify a button code. So here you need to specify button, and instead of using layout width and height directly, I am going to use a style tag that we have done in our previous buttons of piano, that is of pink color. Then you need to specify the style, that is black piano key style. You can see that in the preview window our button is displayed with the black, but it is very left to the screen. So how can we make it to the here, which is just mid of these two buttons? So we can do this with the property that we have used so far, that is layout underscore to right of. So first we need to specify the ID B1, then we need to specify the property, that is layout underscore to right. So type layout underscore to right off. Then here we need to specify the button ID for which it will be displayed to the left. So that will be the first key of the piano. And you can see that the button is displayed in between of C3 and D3 key. So for this approach we need to do and place more buttons, and there are total number of 25 black piano key buttons. But with the pair of 2, then there is a gap, then 3 buttons, then there is a gap, then 2 buttons, then there is a gap, then 3 buttons. So I am going to do that, but first we will run this. So click on the run button, then select your virtual emulator or whatever device you have. So you can see that we are able to display our black piano key button as well. But you can see that it's actually not displaying too well. When we pressing that it is actually disappearing. So we need to fix, and I'm going to fix this bug in the next lecture. So that's all about this lecture guys, and I'm going to fix the bug as well in the next lecture, and also we will be implementing our rest of the 24 keys. That's all about this lecture. Thanks for watching, and I will see you in the next lecture. Welcome to this lecture. So in this lecture we are going to code over all the black piano key buttons. But before that we need to fix the bug. So switch back to our Android Studio. The bug is when we press this button, that is a black key of piano, then it's actually disappearing. But we want the same result, just like when we click on these buttons, it's actually bouncing. So when we click on this black button, it's actually disappearing. So to fix that bug, we need to open our drawable resource file, that is black_piano selector.drawable resource file. And there is another one, that is a press black_black key XML file. So the problem is here. Let me first open the normal black key XML file as well. So here we have used a layer list, but in our press black key.xml file we don't use the I don't use the layer list. So for that I just simply need to copy this layer list from here and simply replace it with that one. Then try to run the application again to see whether the fix works or not. So now our application is up and running. So if I try to, then you can see that I am able to achieve the again bounce effect, just like in those keys. So that is how to fix that bug. Now coming to the main coding point, we need to code this button. So again I am copying this button code, Ctrl C, and I am going to paste it here. Then change the ID to B2, and here we need to display this button right after the second white piano key button. So you can see that here. But for the third key, we want to display the third key from here, because in piano if you see that there is a black key, there is a gap between every two black keys of piano. Then there is a 3 keys, then there is a 1 gap. So I am going to implement the same. So again we need to copy this code and paste it. But at this point of time, I just first change the ID. But at this point, instead of piano 3 key, I am going to use P4. Means so that there is a gap between the buttons. Then again I am going to copy the code. You simply click on here. And again I am going to copy the code and type it, paste it 2 more times. Then here we need to change the ID to P4. And here we need to specify the piano key as P5, because we want to display this key right after the pink piano key 5. And here to specify the ID as B5 and here is B6. So you can see that our application looks like a piano. The keyboard of the piano is getting its in shape. So try to run the application later to see whether it's working correctly or not. So you can see that it's working fine. Now similarly we need to place 2 more keys here. Then there's a gap. Then 3 keys. One is here and one is here and one is here. So right now we are able to implement the 5 keys. Then there is 20 keys are left now. So I'm going to copy this code. I'm going to implement in a pair of 5 so that it will become easy for me to debug and also don't try to not make any mistake. So copy and paste it. So I'm going to paste it 4 times more. 2, 3, 4 and 5. So simply press Ctrl, Alt and L. So it will format the code for us. Then here is B5. Then we need to specify here B6. Then I want to display the key right after the P7. Not P7, that is P8 because I want a gap. Then there is P9 and also need to change the ID as P7. Then here I need to specify the ID as P8 and I want to display the key right after the 10th piano key. No, I want to display 2 keys, then there is 3 key. Instead of 10, I want to display it right after the 11. And here I need to specify 12. And here I need to specify 13. Then here B8 and there is a ID number B9 and there is ID number 110. So now it's time to run the application to see that I have done a right thing or not. So here our application is up and running. So you can see there 2 keys, then there is a 3, then there is a 2, then there is a 3. So now we have left with our 15 keys more. So let's do it again. So copy the code and again I'm going to paste it 5 times more. Simply press Ctrl V, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Then hit Ctrl plus Alt and L. Then it will format the code for us. There is a B10 and here is a B11. And I want to display this code right after the 15th key. Then here I want to display this key right after 16th piano pink key and there is 17th. Then I need to change the IDs. This one is of 12th, this is 13th, this is 14th and this is 15th. And after 17 there is 13, 14, 15, 16 and there is no 17. I need to make a one gap so it will be 18. Then there is 19. Wait a minute, did I make any mistake? For button there is a 13 and for I leave the 14 there is a 15, 16, then 18 and there is I need to specify 19. And here I need to specify 20. So let me first run the application because right now in the preview window I am not able to see because I can't scroll it. So if I made any mistake it will be displayed only when I run the application on the emulator. So let's run the application again. Hit OK. So you can see that. So you can see that our application is up and running. So I'm able to display 2 keys, then there is 3. So I'm doing a correct one. That's why I'm take care of the 5 pairs, because it make easy so that I will not make any mistake. Now it's time only left 10 keys, that is 10 black piano keys. So again copy this code and paste it 5 times more. Ctrl V, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And simply press Ctrl Alt and press L to format the code. Then again go to the top, B15, let's leave this one. There is a button 16, and here instead of 21 we need to specify 22, and then 23, and here really the 24 we need to specify 25, then 26, then 27. Then change the IDs. Let's say B15, B16, B17, that is black button key 17, and there is 18, and then need to specify 19. After that there is a 20. Then again I am going to run the application to see whether I have done a wrong or right. So you can see that our application is again up and running. So you can see that 2, then 3, now it's only left 5 more keys. So minimize it, and again I'm going to copy this code and I'm going to paste it 5 times more. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Then again hit Ctrl Alt L to format the code. Then here is our 20, then leave that one, there is a 21. Now 22, it's a 21. Then instead of 27, 28, I'm going to give 29. Then here we need to specify 30. Then leave the 31 because we want a gap. So it will start with 32. Then 33. Then I need to specify here 34. Not 24, it's 34. Then need to change the ID one by one. So here is B21. So here is B22. Not triple two, 22. Then 23. Then 24. Then there is 25. So we have done all our black keys coding. So it's time to run the application again to see whether I have done a right or wrong. So it's 3, 2, 3. So you can see that we have finally created our full final designing of our XML of the piano keys. So congratulations guys, you made a good progress with this. I hope all this lecture are very helpful to you guys. So in next lecture we are going to connect all the codes with the IDs to our activity main.java file. So that's all about this lecture guys. Thanks for watching and I will see you in the next lecture. Thank you. Welcome to this lecture. So in this lecture we are going to connect all the views inside the main activity. So let's start this lecture by simply opening the Android Studio. So first we need to click on this and I'm just simply expand it to find out now I'm just simply close all these values file and I'm going to click on this Java directory. Then it's the first package and simply click on this main activity. We need to create bunch of variables. So let's start doing one by one. So we are going to create a private variable and we have used a horizontal scroll view. So this is our horizontal scroll view and I'm going to name it as scroll view and semicolon. Then we need to initialize this scroll view inside the onCreate method. So I'm going to write a one comment, and we will be writing here a one statement, initialize the scroll view. Then simply type scroll view equals to find viewer ID, and we have r dot id dot. So we have not specified an ID to scroll view, so I'm going to specify quickly the ID for the scroll view. So this is our scroll view. I'm going to specify ID, and I'm going to type it here, scroll view. Then simply copy this ID inside the main activity. I'm going to paste the ID. Then from here, semicolon. So we need to initialize all of our views inside the onCreate method, because the onCreate method is the first method when you launch your activity screen. Means when activity is in a creating phase, then onCreate method is executed first. There are a bunch of methods of activity lifecycle that are come under the category of activity lifecycle, like onResume, onStart. But for better coding, we need to always initialize our views inside the onCreate method. Now it's time to initialize all these buttons one by one. Means we need to initialize all these buttons code inside our main activity. But for doing that, we need to create variables. So let's start doing one by one. Simply type private, and here you need to write button. This is a capital button, and this is the fourth one, button, and I'm going to name it as button, and it will be of C3 because we have C3, and semicolon. Then again I'm going to specify a button, that is private button. Then again I'm going to write a button, and it will be of button C3, that is black. And what will be this black means, I'm going to click on this activity main.xml, and the preview window, simply just make it into landscape, and here you can see. So this is our C3 black button, and this is our D3 black button. Now E3, in between the intersection of E3 and F3 there is no button, but I'm going to name it as C3 D3. Just simply zoom it a little bit. I'm going to treating this black button as a C3 black button, and this one is of D3 black button, so that things will become easy for us to develop. And also remember the names of the button, because there are a bunch of buttons and it creates a lot of confusion. Because what is black button? Because in black button there is no label, so that's why I'm denoting it with the C3 black. So again I'm going to main activity, and it's time to type other buttons as well. So button, and again there's a button, and this is a, now in this time we have D3 semicolon. Similarly when you type button private, and there is button, and then when you type another type button, and this time we have a D3, not get buttons, simply type button, and here we just specify D3 black. Then there is a button called E3, button, and then another there is a button, and this will be of E3. Notice for E3 there is no black button key, because in preview we have already seen there is no black button key, so that's why for E3 we have no black button, but for F3 and G3 and A3 we have. Simply type another button, then there is another button, and in this time there is a E3, and after E3 we have G3, then we have F3, and then we have G3. So here I am typing a capital F3, and I'm going to button. So you need to again hard code this thing, guys, because there is no shortcut for that, because we have already bunch of keys in our piano application. And again type private button, and this time we have G3 semicolon. You can quickly type it for button, then we have G3, and then we have black. And again I'm going to type private button, then another we have button, and this time we have after G3 we have A3, then semicolon. Again I'm going to type private button and A3 capital, then I'm going to type button. Then we have another private button, and this time we have a last button, that is button B3. So we have completed the first pair, which is started from C3 to B3. Now similarly you need to complete this pair, that is around from 35, means we have all 25 black keys, and also we have 35 pink piano keys. So similarly you need to create all the variables. So I'm going to do that, and just fast forward into the video so that you don't need to watch the boring stuff, because it's a boring thing. So just simply I'm doing it quickly for you. So I'm just simply going to do with the copy and paste, just changing the values at the end. So I'm going to paste it one more time, so there are lots of red lines. Then I'm going to simply change it to C4, and here again I'm going to C4. So I'm going to do that quickly, just I show the one how you can quickly do this thing. So finally here you can see that I have defined, means declare all the button variables. Now it's time to initialize all these variables inside the onCreate method. But I am not going to initialize inside the onCreate method, because there are 60 buttons and it will actually overcode my onCreate method, because my onCreate method will become overcoded. Means I want to say it will become difficult to manage the code. So I am going to use a method, a modular approach, which will help us to make the code more clean. So I am going to write void initialize all piano buttons. So I'm going to name my method as initialize all piano keys. So I'm going to type button. So I'm just going to start with the C3 note, just in an order in which I have placed inside the. Then I'm going to call find view by ID method. Dot ID dot, and the ID of the button is C3. No, it's not C3, it's P1, because the first button ID is P1. So I'm going to simply see that the ID of first button is this one is P1. This is a text to this part. This is our button. So the ID of this button is P1. So similarly we need to initialize all the buttons. But here we need to also typecast it into the button so that we can't get any error. Although it is saying button is redundant, but still in some cases application may be crashed if we not typecast it. But maybe if you don't specify it, your application will run. But for avoiding any kinds of error, we need to at least typecast it, because we just need to add this only a small block of code. So similarly, we need to initialize our next button, that is button C3 black. Then simply equals to button, we need to type cast it, and we need to type find view by id r dot id dot, and the id of this button is B1 because that is a black key 1. Now hold your control key and go to this B1, and when you click on it, you will simply jump into the XML file, that is this one. So this is our black piano key that has ID B1, that is this one. So again we need to code the rest of the buttons. So I am going to type button, then from C3 we have D3, button D3, and again is equals to button, then find view by id r dot id dot, then we have P2. That's why simply I name the id in a simplest way, so that it will not create any burden, means difficulty while typing the id name. Then here is D3 black, button, and then we need to again type find view by id r dot id dot, and there is a B2. Then again with this approach we need to call this, but I'm going to copy and paste so that it will become easy for me. Then here I need to change into from D3 to, then we have what, I just simply check it out, simply D3, then we have E3 F3, so then we have D3 F3 F. So I'm going to change it into capital F, then capital F. Then we have a simple button that doesn't have F3, then we have E3. So E3 doesn't have a black key, so the another one, that the E3 doesn't have a black key, so then there we have G3 and then A3. So here I'm going to specify, so here I'm going to specify G3, and again here G3, and again I'm going to copy the code for one more time for A3, not S3, it's A3, and then simply copy this line of code and change it to E3, and simply change it to copy and paste it one more time and change it to B3. Also you need to change the ID as well. Now E3 button has a ID P3, you need to remember it. So I'm going to place it on in a series of sequence. So after P2, after B2, I have a button that has of C series P3. Now B3 has a series of, and after F3, because you can see that in the E3 button has P3 ID, and then F3 has P4 ID. So that's why I'm placing the E3 here. So F3 has P4 ID. Then this one had B3 because of black key 3, and the another one, that is G3 black, is have ID around maybe 4, and this one has P5, and we have A3. So simply switch back to and again design editor, and A3 has the ID P6, and then A3 black has the ID B5, and then button B3 has the ID P7. So I'm going to call this method. We'll simply copy and going to the top of the onCreate, that is this one, and here I'm going to specify semicolon. Now I'm going to run this application in our virtual emulator. At this point of time, we don't get any message because we have simply initialized the code. Now the next step is just simply I'm going to copy and paste, but before copy and pasting, I'm just going to build it once so that it will become clear whether the code is working fine or not. Simply click on this run button, select your emulator and hit OK. So here you can see that our application is up and running. So right now we don't get any error. If we get an error, the application may be crashed, but we don't get any error. So that means the code is fine. So the next step is we need to copy and paste this code and just simply changing the C3 to C4, C3 to C4, then again for the next pair changing the C4 to D4. So this is, you need to apply, this is a repetitive process, so I'm going to do that and then again I'm going to continue the video so that you don't need to see the boring stuff. One more thing guys, you need to take care of the IDs. That is, if you are targeting C4, then before changing the ID, make sure you have actually checked the C4 key. So how you can check? You just need to scroll down and here you can see BID and what is the button, the C4. So you need to remember the ID names. It will take time because there are a bunch of keys, so don't need to worry about whether you are consuming time, because at least you are going to create a very good application. So that's I want to give the suggestion. So take care while giving the ID. If you misplace the IDs, then maybe you will not get an error, but at the end when you try to playing the node, then you will get a different kinds of sound, which will actually a bug in your application. So be careful while changing the IDs. So I'm again going to fast forward the video and then simply continue the video so that you don't need to watch the boring stuff. So finally guys, I have did all the coding of the buttons that I have initialized all the code. So now it's time to run the application to see whether it gives an error or it runs successfully. It took me around 5 to 6 minutes. So simply hit OK and see what's the output. So you can see that it doesn't give any error and it's fine. So it means I have initialized all the application buttons successfully. So in next lecture I am going to initialize the text views and creating the variables, that is our label, that is actually a text view. So that's all about this lecture guys. Thanks for watching and I will see you in the next lecture. Thank you. Welcome to this lecture. So in this lecture we are going to work with our text views, that is act as a label on the piano keys. So switch back to Android Studio and just simply click on activity main.xml and here just simply click on this C3. So the ID of this text view is TC3. So I'm again switch back to main activity.java and here at the top of the onCreate we need to define variables for our text view labels. So here I am writing a comment, that is variables for text view. and simply type private second one is a text view and tc3, which is the first variable on our keyboard, means our piano key, that is C3. Then the next one is our D3, E3, F3. So I'm going to copy and paste it 6 times again. So these are total 7, because we are working in a pair of 7s, and TC, then it's a D3, then another one is E3, then we have F3, then we have A3, and then we have B3. So we have D3, E3, F3, and there is also a G3, A3 and B3. So I have one implement more. So I need to, so there is 6, so I'm missing a G3 one. So copy and see again, after F3 we have G3. Simply hit and Ctrl V, and then here type G3. Then we have completed the first pair. Then it's time to simply copy and paste again, and paste it 5 times more, because we have 35 keys, that is of piano pink keys. So simply paste it into 4 times more. So I'm going to do that, and again I'm going to continue the video so that you don't need to watch the boring stuff. So simply copy and paste it. Finally, I have declared all the variables for the text view. Now it's time to initialize all these variables inside the onCreate method, but like we have did in previously with buttons, I'm also going to define the another method for the text views. So create a method. After the end of the onCreate method, type void, and the name of the method I'm going to give is initialize text view labels on piano keys. The name should be meaningful so that when the application will become bigger and bigger, then it will become easy for us to debug. So the first is TC3, and hit a tab key. Again we need to typecast it into text view. So this is the text view, and simply use a method called find with id r.id. Then the id is, so I'm going to simply go to activity main.xml, and the id is tc3 as well. So copy, and here you need to specify tc3. Then I'm going to simply then at the end of the cursor, when the cursor is, simply I'm going to press Ctrl, and again I'm going to press the Ctrl plus D, means I'm going to use a shortcut key Ctrl D, which is duplicate. So I'm going to press it 6 times. So you can see that it quickly duplicates the code. Then here I'm going to specify D, then F, then there's E, sorry, then we have F3, then there is a G3, then there is a A3, and after that we have a B3. Then the corresponding thing here also, there is a D3, which is the ID, then there is a E3, then there is F3, then there is a ID, which is G3, then there is A3, and then B3. So similarly we need to copy this code 4 times more, because we have 35 keys and also corresponding 35 labels. So I'm going to paste it 4 times more. Then I'm going to change the name. So I'm going to simply fast forward the video so that you don't need to watch the boring stuff. So finally I did the coding of all the text view initialization. Now it's time to run the application to see whether we get any bug or not. So simply I'm going to click on this run button and select the emulator and hit OK. So you can see that the application is up and running, but also there is one thing I forgot it. I didn't call this method inside the onCreate. So I'm going to copy this code and simply here after the initialize all piano keys method, paste in the piano key method and at the end I need to specify the semicolon. Then at the top of this method I'm going to write one comment, that is method for all text views. Then at the top of initialize all piano key method, I'm also writing one comment, method for all piano key buttons. And also piano key text, piano key labels, so that it will convey some idea when the next programmer, means when you put on in a GitHub repository or maybe you share your code with some other programmers, then they will completely know about what that method will actually does. So they can get an idea and they can actually modify the code, because we are in a programming world and sharing knowledge is the best way to gain knowledge. So again I'm trying to run the code to see whether it will give an error or not. So you can see that application is running fine. So it doesn't give any error and it's almost fine. So because we have not done anything else, we are just simply creating the variables and just simply initializing it and then calling the method inside the onCreate, because it's the best place to initialize the views. That's all about this lecture. Thanks for watching and I will see you in the next lecture. Thank you. Welcome to this lecture. So in this lecture I will be sharing some points about MIDI driver or audio file. After the end of the video you will get to know about which one is suitable for the piano application. Now means which one is suited best for our piano application. Now first I am going to discuss the MIDI driver. For playing a piano note in an Android device on a click of a piano key, so when you click on the piano key, we can use both MIDI driver or audio files. So when you click on the piano, then you want to play a sound. So you can achieve this task by using both MIDI driver or audio file. The problem with MIDI driver is you will need to give the credits to the creator of the MIDI driver. Also, you need to use some external dependencies or need to understand how to use it properly. Once you got it properly how to use it, then the development time will definitely reduce. But the problem is, if you publish the application in Play Store without giving credits to the developer, and then your application may be rejected because you are not taking the permission from the creator or the developer of the driver that creates the MIDI driver or any other dependency. So if you publish it on Play Store, then maybe your application rejected
due to copyright. Also, when you use the external dependency, then you need to work according to the rules specified by the creator of the dependency. Now it's time to discuss some points regarding audio file. Now similarly, in audio file, you also need to give the credit to the creator. You can purchase the audio files from different websites at affordable price. You can create different piano notes by yourself or with the help of someone, just like I do. I took the help of my friend and he just helped me to give a graph and also give the notes of piano to me to complete this application successfully. Now, audio file is easy to use and easy to maintain. So, that's why it is a very convenient to use audio file when you are creating a small application like piano. Now, which one to choose and which one is ideal for the piano application? So, in my piano application, I used audio files that I got from my friend who is a very good pianist. And also, I use in piano application because it is very easy to use and quickly to implement. So that's all about this lecture. Thanks for watching and I will see you in the next lecture. Thank you. Welcome to this lecture. So in this lecture I am going to share some information about on-touch listener and on-click listener. Means the difference between on-touch listener and on-click listener. Now both on-touch listener and click listener are interface. So I'm going to first talk about on-touch listener. Now when you implement the on-touch listener, then it's mandatory to override the on-touch method because the on-touch listener is an interface and the property of interface says if you implement the interface, then you need to override all the methods that are present on the interface. So that's why if you implement the on-touch listener, then you need to override the on-touch method. So on-touch method will be look like this. It expects two parameters. The first parameter is the view and the second parameter is of type motion event. And the listener sets by using the method setOnTouchListener. Now if you want to set this listener to the view like button, text view, image view or maybe image button, then you need to use setOnTouchListener method. Now it's time to talk about on-click listener. So when you implement on-click listener, then it's mandatory to override the on-click method because on-click listener is also an interface and the property of interface says that if you implement the interface, then you need to override all the methods that are present on the interface. And the on-click method will be look like this. It will expect one argument that is of type view. And to set the listener, you need to use setOnClickListener method to set the listener to the views, and that view can be a button, image view, text view or maybe a layout file. Now on-touch event has some properties. It gives a motion event. It has action up, action down, action move. Those are common actions which usually implement to get a desired result. Sometimes it becomes difficult to use on-touch method. Yes, on-touch method is little tricky to use because it has different kinds of events that you need to take care. That's why sometimes also in our piano application, I'm not going to use a on-touch method because it complicates the UI. Also the logic will become more complicated. But in case of on-click is a complete event which focusing on pressing and releasing of a button. On-click is very simple to implement and it allows a better control. The on-touch method works more faster than on-click method because there are some developers say that on-touch method works more faster as compared to on-click, but the difference is very minor and you can't see it when you are using the application. Now, which one to choose? So it depends upon the requirement and the complexity of the application. Now from the user point of view, it is unnoticeable whether you implement the on-touch method or on-click method because user is an end user and the user doesn't know which type of programming is used behind the application, means the behind the scenes what is actually going on. So user just want to use the application and enjoy it.
but you need to avoid using both. That's the main point, because there are some developers try to use all the methods, means on touch as well as on click. If you do so, then it will complicate the process, means your application will become unstable and doesn't give the results that you want. In my piano application, I used a on-click listener because it is simple to implement and easy to use, and it allows a better control as compared to on-touch method. Now on-touch makes the logic more complicated, that's why I avoid using the on-touch method in my piano application. So that's the reason I choose the on-click listener for my application. So that's all about this lecture. Thanks for watching, and I will see you in the next lecture. Thank you. Welcome to this lecture. So in this lecture I am going to add the on-click listener to our views, that is button and text view. That will be act as the keys or labels of our piano keys. So let's start this lecture. So switch back to your Android Studio and just click on main.activity.java, but first I need to change this into landscape mode. And here you can see that it is running fine in our emulator as well. So minimize it and just click on main.activity.java. So first, just here the line is written, that is public main activity extends app compact activity. Just at the end of app compact activity, simply press space and type implements. And hit the tab key, and we need to implement an interface, that is view.onClick listener. Simply hit tab, and you can see that it gives us an error. So simply click on this red bulb icon and implement methods, because it is an interface and we need to override the methods of the interface. So right now we need to override this onClick method. Simply hit OK. So you can see that the method onClick is overridden. Now it's time to add the listener to all the buttons and text views. So how you can do that? It's very simple. Just simply here you have to press enter and type tc3. Hit a tab key and dot set onClick listener. This is the second one. Just hit a tab key, and here it will expect an argument. So we need to specify the context of the activity, that is this. Now similarly you need to specify the onClick listener to the other text view variables as well. Just hit a enter key and click Ctrl V, and here what you do, you just simply copy td3, that is the variable name of text, simply hit paste. Similarly you need to do with the other ones as well. Just copy this one and paste it here, and then te3 copy and here paste it, then again copy this one, because it will save a little time for the typing. That's why I am copying and pasting, and then hit a Ctrl V. Then again at the end of, just first copy this one, that's it is F3 for set onClick listener, and again paste it, and again I am going to copy, and again I am going to paste it. So it will take time, but it is the only thing, because you need to do this coding step. There is no shortcut for this one to do it quickly. You need to do it manually, because we have 60 keys in our piano application. Simply copy and again paste it here, just leaving the dot operator simply, and again copy this one, not this one. We want to copy the set onClick listener one, and at the end press enter and Ctrl V, and then copy this TB3, then TA3. So this will be complete the first set, that is TC3 to TB3. Now similarly you need to add a listener to the button as well. So I'm going to do the one set for you, then you need to do it all the set for yourself, because I'm going to make it in video so quickly. Set onClick listener, then this. So what I'm saying that I'm going to skip the part of the video so that you can do it. You don't need to watch the boring stuff. Then here is BC3 black dot set onClick listener, then type this, and again I'm going to copy and paste in the thing to make it more quickly, just not spending the time to on pasting. Simply copy And then here you need to specify Ctrl V. Again copy this one. At the end of this D3 black, Ctrl V, then copy this button D3 black and then paste it here. So it will set the listener to the button D3 black. Then copy this again and again paste it. And again copy button E3 and set here copy and paste. It's the very easiest way to copy and paste. And again press enter, Ctrl V, then copy this button BF3 and simply paste it here at the front of set on click listener. Again copy this code and again simply at the end of this button F3 black, Ctrl V, then copy button F3 black variable name and replace with the button F3. And again copy the same line of code and again at the end of the button G3, Ctrl V, and then copy the button variable name button G3, replace it with the button F3 black. And again go to copy. We need to copy the listener one, not in the find with ID one. Ctrl V, then again copy the button G3 black variable name, replace with the button G3. Similarly, you need to do with this one, that is button A3. Yes, paste it at the end of. I'm again going to here paste it. Then what you need to do, this is set on click listener BG3 and A3 black. So here you need to copy A3 black and set the listener in place of button G3. So it will set the listener to the button A3 as well. Then find the ID of button A3 black. Then here you need to again paste the code, not A3 code. This one, that is set on click listener A3. Again going to paste it and just simply copy the A3 black code and paste it here. And this is button B3. This is a find viewer ID. Just copy it and replace with the button G3 black variable name. So now there is no need to be space. So you can see that I have all completed the first set of the piano key, that is C3 to B3. So similarly you need to specify the, means you need to add the on click listener to this one, this set and this cell. So I'm going to do it quickly for you so that you don't need to watch the entire video because it's a repetitive task. So finally I had did all the coding. Now it's time to run the application. You can see that I have already coded all the listeners, means I have set all the click listener to the all text views and also all buttons. Now it's time to run the application to see whether I have made any mistake or not. But before that, you can simply go to the top of the code. If you find any variable which actually looks like this one, that is scroll view, then it means that it is not properly assigned or listener is not set properly. But in my case, all the variables are looking yellow. So it means that the variables are properly assigned and properly listener is set to them. So it's time to run the application. So I'm going to run the application in my virtual emulator. So here you can see that application is running fine. So that's all for this lecture. Thanks for watching and I will see you in the next lecture. Thank you. Welcome to this lecture. So in this lecture I will be giving you some information about sound pool and media player.
So let's start this lecture. So both sound pool and media player used to handle the audio files in Android. Now the question is which one to choose, media player, sound pool. So you will get to know about when you watch the entire lecture. Now moving forward, first I will be talking about media player. The media player is suitable for large files and it's also suitable for background tasks. Like in music application, you want to play a very large musical files that are 5 to 6 minutes long, and that's a long process. So in order to achieve this task, the media player is suitable for that task. In media player, the file is loaded from the disk whenever it's called. This will save memory but introduce a small delay, not really noticeable. Means the media player is suitable to play large files and it loads the file from the disk to save some memory and also some CPU usage. But it introduces a small delay, but that delay is unnoticeable to the user. Now it's time to talk about sound pool. Sound pool is suitable for shorter sound clips and is best suited to use for sound effects. Like in games, mostly sound pool is used. It loads a sound file into memory from the resource directory of the application, that is APK. That's why it is used for shorter files and ideal for playing piano notes as well. Now in my piano application, I use a sound pool to play a piano note whenever a key is pressed. I can use a media player to play a piano note, but I not use the media player due to some reason, and that reason I'm going to explain practically inside the Android Studio. So that's all about this lecture. Thanks for watching and I will see you in the next lecture. Thank you.
Welcome to this lecture. So in this lecture I'm going to show you the concept of using sound pool in my piano application and why I am not using media player for playing the piano key notes. Now here you can see that I have all files for piano apps, a folder in which all piano notes are there in a different format. So you can see that I have OGG format and .mp3 format, and this is another .m4v M4A format. So I have piano note files in 3 different formats. So depending upon the requirement, you can use it or as per your application requirement. So I'm going to using the OGG format, although Android support MP3 format as well. But I get the piano note in the form of M4A format. So I converted it with the use of some converter software into 2 different other formats, that is MP3 and OGG. Luckily Android support all of them. If you want to know more about the different kinds of formats that Android support, you can check out the official documentation of the Android developer website. So I'm going to copy this OGG format and I'm going to copy all these, pressing Ctrl A, which allow me to select all the files, and then pressing Ctrl C. Then after that I will switch back to my Android Studio again, and then I'm going to expand this and expand my app level directory and then click on res, and instead of drawable I'm going to create a new raw directory. Then simply click on this Android resource directory and select from here a raw folder that is used to play some audio files or used to store audio files. That is the best place, and that's why I like the Android Studio very well, because it's organized all the things properly for you. Simply hit OK. And here you need to simply click on this folder and simply right click on it, click on this paste, and it will prompt you to copy the files in a specified files in this directory. Simply hit OK, and you can see that by expanding this raw directory, all the files are here for the use. Simply close it, and I'm going to create another one because I want to demonstrate the use between the sound pool and media file, or you can say that the difference between why I use the sound pool in this application. Simply right click on this app folder and go to new and then select activity, and from there you need to select another empty activity. Then a dialog box will pop up and here you need to specify the name of your second activity that you are going to use in this entire application. So I'm going to name it as test because at the end I'm just simply going to delete this activity. So I'm going to specify it with a capital letter because all activity name must be started with a capital letter to create a proper organization of the application of files. So simply hit finish and wait for the Gradle because the Gradle build is again started, and so we need to wait for the Gradle to complete the syncing process so that our activity is fully created and we can use it. So you can see that our activity is now fully created. Now what I'm going to do, I'm just simply going to click on this activity underscore test.xml file and just first time click on this project tab so that I can get a more wider area to work. Simply I'm going to remove this one because I don't want, and I'm just changing the root layout of the activity screen to relative layout because I don't want to use constraint layout, just I want to use the relative layout. Then simply click on this design tab and from there you can see there is no action bar because we have used in our style no action bar. Then you need to drag first a text view, then after text view you need to drag a button, then again a button, then again you need to specify a text view, then again a button, and then another button. Then you can see that in design editor it looks like weird. Simply just scroll too much and just here you need to specify this button, again this button here, then this button you need to specify there, and this one is here. Just line it properly because not too much, just simply align it so that it looks little bit good. And again specify this text view here and this text view at the center. Now I'm going to just simply switch back to the text mode as again, and here I'm going to just click on this text view and I'm going to making the width as match parent. Simply hit tab. Again I'm going to click on the second text view and making this width as match parent as well. So you can see that so this one is not covered the entire area. Now I'm going to click on this text view again and I'm going to specify its text alignment property. So I'm going to type text alignment, that is this one, center. So our text will be displayed, and also we will specify the text size, that is 35 dp, and I'm going to name the text as sound pool. And again I'm going to click on this text view, that is first one. Here I'm going to specify the text alignment property again, the text alignment, and specifying it to center. Then again I'm going to specify the text size, that is text size 35 dp, and then changing the text to media player. So that's it, the code of the design. We don't want to change the name of this button, sorry. We don't need to change because we just want to tap and play a sound. Then switch back to again test.java file, and here you need to define the variables for the buttons. So I'm going to type button, and I'm going to type bt1, bt2, bt3, bt4. Then I'm going to initialize the IDs inside of the onCreate because it's the best way to initialize the IDs of the all views. So I'm going to type bt1, I'm going to type find view by ID. First we need to typecast it. It's better to typecast it so that we are in a safer side, so that our application doesn't crash. I'm going to type button, find view by ID, and id dot, and the ID of the button is button. This by default, and if you are using a relative layout, then it will defaultly gives the IDs as button 1, button 2, button 3. So then at the end of this first line, that is button 1 code, I am pressing Ctrl D 3 times, so it will duplicate the code. And here I am going to specify 2 and 3
then 4. So quickly it will allow me to make modification. That's why I specify the name. Almost it looks like similar. Then after that, we need to add some code for playing the sound. Means what I want to demonstrate, when I press on these two buttons of media player, it will play the sound by using the media player API. And these two buttons, when I tap on it, it will play the sound on pressing the button. But the problem is when you quickly pressing these two buttons, when quickly clicking on these buttons, the media player actually stop responding and actually your sound will not be played again. But in sound pool it is not, because our application has very low small files, that is this one, and it is very small. Small means these are very not too long. This is very short audio files and it is suitable to play with this sound pool. Yes, you can play it with media player as well, but media player creates complexity and we need to actually prepare the listener, means prepare the media player, then we need to unload the media player, then again we need to play media player, so it will become difficult to manage. Also, if you are typing so fast on the buttons, then it will stop responding, means it will stop playing the audio. Whereas in sound pool, if you tap too quickly on these two buttons, then it will remains and it will play sound, and it is also suitable for playing shorter audio files. So when I just implement the whole practical, then you will came to know about it. Simply again click on this test.java file, and here what you need to do, you need to implement the on-click listener. So just click on it after the end of compact activity and type implements and capital view dot on click listener. Then you need to click on this red bulb icon to override the methods, that is on click, and on click is override. Then you need to set the listener to all the buttons. So I'm going to do that by typing bt1 dot set on click listener, and again I'm specifying this. Again at the end of this line of code, I'm going to press Ctrl D 3 times. Then here I'm going to change it to bt2, bt3, bt4. Now here I'm going to specify switch case statement. I'm going to switch, and I'm going to type view. There is a small v dot get id, and then I'm starting a code block. Then here I'm going to specify the first case, that is case, and the case should be r dot id dot button. If it is a case, I'm going to play a sound that is played with the use of media player. id dot button 2, id dot button 2, and again I'm going to type break, and again I will define the first all the cases, then I will put the code between the case and the break statement. In case, and again I need to specify r dot id dot, and the button is, this is button 3, and again I need a break, and again I'm going to specify case r dot id dot, that is button 4. Again I'm going to specify break. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to first create a media player variable. Then with these two buttons, that is this one, I'm going to play a sound with the use of media player API, and with these two buttons, that is, first I will close this main.xml. These two buttons, that is this one, I'm going to play the sound with the use of sound pool API. So let's do it. So first I'm going to create a variable for media player, that is media player, and I'm going to specify it with the ob, so that will give some more illustration, means more meaning that it is an object of media player class. Then we need to do what? We need to actually create a media player. So we can create a media player inside of the onCreate as well, or we can directly create it here. So I'm going to create directly here a media player object, means I'm going to create the media player again. I have created the media player object, but it's time to initialize the media player object to some raw files. The raw files are which is our audio file. So I'm going to type media, the row be equal to, I'm going to again type media player dot create, and here need to specify the context. So I'm going to type get application context and just simply press a comma, and I'm going to specify the directory where my audio file is stored. So this is stored in the row directory. So row directory, and I'm going to specify C3, the first node that I want to play. I don't want to play the entire node, just for the demonstration purpose I'm using only the single node. Then again I'm going to copy this code, and again I'm going to specify here, just making it, and then here to specify C3 black, just the another row, so that we can make a difference that we are playing two different nodes. So now it's time to start the media player. So I'm going to type media player dot start, hit tab, and again I'm going to copy this code, Control V. So that's all about the coding. Now by default, if you try to run the application, you will start from the main activity. So we need a mechanism so that we can switch from main activity to this test screen activity. Means, I want to say, by default when you launch the activity, you will actually launch the main activity, because in manifest file, you have specified the main activity as your launch activity, and the second activity is your test activity. So we need a mechanism. We can change it here directly to test activity, and here we need to specify main activity to launch our test activity first. But I'm not going to do that. I'm going to use another approach. So I'm going to simply switch back to main activity again. So I'm going to here specify one method that will automatically take us to the test activity. So I'm going to type void. And go to, not get to, go to test activity. Simply close the braces and opening and closing block of the. Now it's time to specify the intent. So I'm going to type intent, and again the object of intent equals to new intent tab, and this is our main activity. So I need to specify the context here, from where this is main activity dot this, and again from where I want to go. So I'm going to want to go to test activity. So text dot class, and it's a semicolon. Then we need to start the intent, and we need to start the intent means we need to start activity. So here is our start activity. So we need tab, and we need to pass the intent as an object to this method. Then we need to call this method. Simply copy the code, and at the top of the onCreate, where we have initialized our scroll view, I'm going to call this method at here. So whenever this method is called, it will take us to the test activity. Because when activity is in creation phase, it will automatically redirect us to test activity. So it's time to run the application to see whether we have done right code or wrong. But before running, I'm going to click on this activity test.min.xml file, and I'm going to just simply drag these buttons little bit below, and then again I'm going to drag this button here, and again I'm just click on this sound tool label, that is text view, and again just simply dragging this one to the top of the media player, and this one here. Now I'm going to make it into landscape mode. Now you can see that the buttons are actually misplaced and the layout is also. So I'm again going to do it in a media player top, and the button that the media player uses is this one. So this button will become to here, and the another button, that is button 2, which is used by media player, will be here. Then sound tool need to drag there. So you can see that now I have changed it to landscape mode, and the layout is misplaced, and I arrange the layout again, means the views that are actually drawn on the screen, I arrange them according to their properties. So now it's look good. So it's time to run the application to see whether we are able to play the sounds by using media player or not when we tap these two buttons. So again I'm going to cross check that this is a button 2 and this is button that has no ID, that is definitely a button 1, but here is the ID is button. So I'm going to run this application in a virtual emulator that running a API 27 and having an Android version 8.1.0. So simply hit OK. So you can see that our application is up and running. So when I click on this button, so you can see that the nodes are playing. So when I click on continuously to this one, now you can see that now the sound is gone. I'm clicking on it again, but now you can see that the media player stopped playing the music. So if I switch back to logcat and again I change it to error, not warning, error, so you can see that it shows us an error. The error name is actually media player error, you can see here. So that's the problem with the media player. If you try to do that, then it will not play the music. In our piano application, the user will click on the button too fastly, means user will click on the button fastly when the user is trying to compose a music, or maybe liking the application is just simply touching more quickly, means touching the button more quickly. If the sound stop on that time, then it will actually reduces the popularity of the application, and also that's a bug. So it's time to fix that bug by using sound pool. So minimize it and again switch back to test.java. So I'm going to close the main activity.java file and this Android manifest file also and start.xml file also. Then again I'm going to click on this test.java file and here we need to declare a first variable of sound pool class. So I'm going to type here sound pool. It is sound pool, an object of sound pool. I'm going to prefix it with post. I'm just going to add ob at the end of this sound pool variable name and hit a semicolon. And instead of the onCreate, you need to initialize the sound pool variable to you need to build the sound pool. So again I'm typing sound pool ob equals to new, that is a new operator that is used to allocate the memory to the object of the classes. So I'm going to use sound, so I'm going to type here again sound pool. So here with the use of sound pool I'm going to use dot builder because sound pool is actually deprecated. Now again I'm going to type it here dot new set audio set max streams, and I'm going to set the max streams as 6. Then again I'm going to tap enter, and again I'm going to click on this last max, that is build. Now our sound pool is build. Now we need to some variables, integer variables that actually holds our raw folder files. So I'm going to create new int and I'm going to name it as C3, C3 black. That is our plain node name. I'm going to initialize sound pool ob dot load, and then we need to specify the context, that is this. Then I need to specify the directory where our audio files are stored. So it is stored in our raw directory, that is raw dot, then the name of the file you want to play, that is C3. Then simply hit OK, and the priority should be I am giving to 1. Then again I am going to duplicate the code by pressing Ctrl D, and here I am going to specify as C3 black, and again I am going to specify here C3 black BL. I'm hitting a tab key. Now it's time to use this code inside of these buttons. When we press this button 3 and button 4, then we need to play a sound. Now here we need to specify the object of sound pool dot play. Then you need to specify the ID, means the variable that holds the raw file. So simply hit C3, that C3 variable holds the raw file, the audio file that we want to play when we click on the button. Then left volume I'm going to specify 1, then again comma, the right volume I'm going to specify 1, then again comma. Now the priority I'm going to specify 0, and again I'm going to specify the loop here. The loop should be 0 because we don't want to play it again. Then the float rate I'm going to specify 1. Then at the end I'm going to specify semicolon. Then simply copy this code and paste it just here. Then change this C3 to C3 black and hit a tab key. So here we are pretty much done with the coding. So it's time to run the application to see it in action. So let's hit on this play button, this run button, and just simply click OK. So you can see that our application is up and running. Now I'm going to click on this button to play a sound. So you can see that when I click on this button quickly, no matter how much I quickly tap on this button, it doesn't lose the sound. So that's why I use a sound pool in my piano application, because user quickly taps on the button, and when user taps on the button, we continuously listen to the user input and play a required piano note. But in case of media player, we have seen that the player stop responding and stop playing the note. Whereas sound pool, it is better and it's easy and it's convenient for shorter files. That's why I use sound pool in my piano application. Now I'm going to run this application in my physical device. I'm just going to click on this run button and selecting my physical device that running API level 25 and having a Nougat version 7.1.2. Simply hit OK, and you can see that the Gradle build is starting. That's my physical device. You can see that it's up and running. So when I click on these two buttons, you can hear the sound. When I click on media player, you can still hear the sound, but when I click, now you can see that the media player is stopped responding and not playing the audio. So just close the application. And first you need to kill the application because media player destroy the all audio system of the application. Again try to launch the application. And again if I try to click on the sound pool, then you can see that the sound is playing. So that's all about this lecture. Thanks for watching, and I will see you in the next lecture. Thank you. Welcome to this lecture. So in this lecture we will add the code to play a piano note when we click on the button by using sound pool. So let's start this lecture. Opening your Android Studio. So switch back to Android Studio, and here first go to at the top. So first I need to close the test Java file and this activity test.xml because we don't want it anymore. So I'm going to switch back to main activity, and here I'm going to just delete this, go to test activity code, and just simply expand this window to get a more wide area to work. Then scroll to the top, and here you need to define some variable. The first is you type private. The first variable is of sound pool. You need to create a variable for the sound pool and just semicolon. Then you need to create some private integer variables that holds your raw files. The audio files. So simply type int, not capital int, it's simply integer, and then you need to type C3 that will hold the raw file C3. Then type C3 black, then type D3, D3 black, then type E3, maybe it's E3, I'm going to see it in a, yes, it's E3 F3 G3, then type E3 and comma, because E3 doesn't have a black key, so you need to type F3 and comma F3 black and F3 black. Then you need to type G3 and comma, then type G3 black, and again comma, then you need to type A3, then comma, then A3, black, then at the last you need B3, because B3 doesn't have a black key. So you need to initialize all these integer variables to the raw files, corresponding raw files that I have already named it as same C3A3, just like you have found it here C3 and C3 black.ogg. So we need to initialize this C3 file to this variable. So later we will pass this file to the sound pool. Then the sound pool will play the audio file when we tap on the piano key. So the simple logic and easy to implement. So let's go to the onCreate method. So here I am going to initialize all the variables. So first I am going to type the code for building the sound pool, because inside of the onCreate is the best place to initialize all the variables. Simply I am going to here give me one comment, code for the sound pool. Now type sound pool equals to new operator, then capital sound pool, and instead of sound pool you need to here type dot builder. Then again you need to go to next line, then type dot set max streams, and I'm going to pass 6. And again I'm going to press dot, just indenting it properly, and I will be using a, not this type, I'm going to using a build and semicolon. So that makes the sound pool creation code. Now it's time to initialize all the variables that we have created, integer type of variables. So first I will going to initialize C3 equals to, then I'm going to call the sound pool object, that is sound pool dot load. This method is used to load the file. Then we need to pass the context, that is this, and the directory path where the file is stored. So it is stored in raw directory that holds all our sound file. Simply hit tab and dot the name of the file you want to play. So I am going to play a C3 file, and after that you need to specify the priority. So I am going to give it the priority as 1. So again I am going to just simply control pressing do and just simply duplicate this code many times. Then I am going to simply change the file. So here is C3 black, and here is black. I need to press a tab. There is D3, then here is D3 black, and after that there is E3 maybe, or whatever has D3 black, then there is E3, then there is F3, and there is here we need to specify E3, and also we need to change it here E3. No, it's a D3, sorry, it's a D3 black, then here is D3, then here is C3 black, then here is, there is no E33, there is E3 only, and here we need to specify E3. Here is F3, then again I need to specify here is F3, then F3 black, then here is also F3 black, not F3 double black, and after that we have G3, then we have G3 black, and here we have also G3 black, then after that we have A3, and we have also A3 black, then I also have here A3 black, and apart from that we have A3, not A33, and the last one is B3, and then also we have B3. Now similarly you need to initialize all the other variables as well. that we have created. It means you need to create another set. First you need to declare the another set that is from C4 to B4. Then after that, inside the onCreate method, you need to again initialize all the raw files to their corresponding variable name. Now it's time to go inside the onClick method and type the sound play code. So this is our, now we don't want this go to test activity method more. Simply I'm going to delete it and just I'm going to switch it again. Now I'm going to use a switch case statement inside the to play a note according to the ID of the button. So v.getID. Then I'm starting the code block. Then I will be write a first statement that is case. If it is a case of r.id. That is tc3 means the text level 3, and also the case, and also if it is a case of r.id. the first button that is p1. If you remember the ID of the p1, the first button is p1. Here you can see that if it is the case, if the label is first, ID of the label is tc3 and the ID of the button is p1. So if it is a case, then I am going to play a sound. The first I will write the break statement. Then inside of the break, inside of this break I am going to call a method with the use of sound pool object, that is soundPlay.play. Now inside of this I need to specify the sound ID, means the variable that holds the raw file, that is C3, comma, I need to specify the left volume, that is 1, then right volume, that is 1, then again I need to specify the priority, that is 0, and I am going to specify the loop as 0 because we don't want to play it again. Then the float rate I am going to specify as 1, and at the end I will specify a semicolon. Similarly, you need to also write the code for the button B1. So I'm going to type, if it is a case of case r.id.b1, then I want to play a sound. First I will write a break, then I want to play a sound, soundpool.play. Then here I need to specify a C3 black because it holds a sound file of C3 black. Then again left volume 1, right volume 1, then priority 0, and the loop 0, and the rate is of 1. Then at the end semicolon. So right now I have specified the code for just the 2 buttons. So similarly you need to specify the button code for the other 2 as well. So I'm going to do it quickly, then I will be continuing the video again. So finally I did the first set of the coding. Now here you need to take care, while the first case is for the first button that is of ID P1, and the second one is for the black key that ID has B1. Then the another, this is for D3, then the black key 2, which is also for D3 black. Then you need to take care that there is E3, there is no black key. Then you need to copy the code for F3, then F3 black, then G3, then G3 black, then A3, then A3 black, then B3. So similarly you need to do the coding for all of the buttons and all of the text view. The approach is very simple and easy to similar. So I'm going to do it quickly for you so that you don't need to watch the entire video which is based on the repetitive task. But before I do the coding process, I want to run this application to check whether I'm able to play the audio files by clicking on the button or not. So I'm going to run the application on my physical device because for somehow in virtual emulator I'm not able to hear the sound, and hit OK. So you can see that my application is up and running. If I click on the buttons, then you can see that the notes are playing. Now from C3 to B3, I'm able to successfully play the notes. Now similarly, you need to code all the buttons. So the approach is repetitive, so I'm going to do it quickly. So then I will be continuing the video. So finally I had done all the coding of the piano application buttons. I completed all the sets. First I created all the variables at the top of I'm going to show you. So at the top you can see that I have created all the variable set. I created in just a linear way so that it will make easy for me to just simply change from C3 to C4, then C5. Then inside onCreate I initialize all the variables to hold raw files, that is actually used to play the audio files, that is loaded with the use of sound pool object and with the use of load method. Then we pass the context and then directory where our file is stored, and then priority I set to 1. Then inside the onClick I have used a very simple logic, just getting the IDs of the view, and then according to the ID, that is this label indicates that the correct ID, that is C3, then matching the ID, that is C3 to C4 and F4 to F4, and this will make easy to does the code. And yeah, I did all the coding, so it's time to run this application. So I'm going to run this application on my physical device.
So you can see that our application is up and running. Now I'm going to tap on the buttons. So you can see that the audio. So our application is running fine. So in our upcoming videos, we will be adding more functionality to our application. So that's all about this lecture. Thanks for watching and I will see you in the next lecture. Thank you. Welcome to this lecture. So in this lecture I am going to add more functionality to our piano application. But before that you need to download this piano app assets file, that is a RAR file. So when you extract it, you will get this folder. So inside of this folder you have some more files that are graphical assets. So I am going to use these graphical assets inside the piano application. This is, now let me first zoom it. So you can see that there are 5 files. The first one is a left navigation button and this one is a right navigation button. So these are basically used to control the navigation of the horizontal scroll view, means the scroll amount. I am going to add the code to control the scroll amount of the horizontal view when we click on this button or this button. Then there is a play button which is used to play the recordings, and also the record button which is used to record the piano key node. And this is our logo that we are going to place at the mid of the piano layout. Not at the mid, just the empty area. Here we are going to place the piano logo. So right now in previous lecture I am able to successfully implement the basic functionality of the piano. So when we click on this piano node, you will able to hear the musical note, that is piano note. And I also run this application on my physical device to show you that it's working on both physical device as well as on virtual emulator. So first we need to copy these whole files into our drawable directory. Now these files are called drawable because Android framework actually draws it into the screen. And one thing you also notice, here all the namings of the files are in a small letters. If you try to add the capital letters, then Android Studio will give you an error and your application will not be run. So if you want to learn more about the naming of the file, that why in Android we need to always type the name of the application or whatever the actually we are going to use assets or drawable sources file or all the file that I am just placed inside the directory of the piano, that you can see that here all files are written in small letters. So why these are written in small letters? So you can learn this in the official documentation of the Android developer website. So I'm going to copy this whole by selecting them, copy, then I'm going to place, means paste inside my this driver directory under the rest directory. So simply clicking on this, right click, and I'm going to paste it. Then a dialog box will pop up, so you need to paste in fsrc main res drawable directory, not in drawable v4, which is v24. You don't need to paste in this directory, you need to paste in drawable directory. So simply hit OK. Then a message will pop up to copy specified files to directory. Then simply hit OK. Then it will copy the whole file. So you can see that this is our piano file, which is a logo. This is our play button, and this is our record button, and this is our right navigation button, and our left navigation button is this. So right now I'm going to close all these. So I'm going to refactor this test activity. So simply click on refactor and just click on rename. So here I'm going to specify the another name, that is playing. No, this is the activity name. So I'm going to use playing. Just simply hit OK. Also I'm going to change the layout name as well. So I'm going to refactor it and rename in activity
I'm going to use plain. Let's say play, press enter, and it will refactor the activity file. So in next lecture, what I'm going to do, I'm going to place 4 buttons. Let me first switch back into landscape mode. So I'm going to place 4 buttons. That is a left navigation button, then there is a record button, then there is a label in between, and then there is a play button, and then I'm going to place a right navigation button. So in next lecture I'm going to do that. So that's all about this lecture. So thanks for watching, and I will see you in the next lecture. Thank you. Welcome to this lecture. So in this lecture I'm going to add some buttons to our piano app screen. So switch back to your Android Studio. Then after the end of this horizontal scroll view, I'm going to place one relative layout. So I'm simply typing relative layout. Then I'm specifying the width as match parent and height as wrap content. Inside this relative layout, I'm going to add some buttons. So I'm typing a button. Then I'm specifying the height of the button, means the width of the button as wrap content, and the height of the button as 80 dp. Then I'm going to specify the ID of the button, that is ID, and the ID should be BT, left, navigation. Then after that, I'm going to specify some more properties, that is layout align. So I'm going to have layout align parent top, that is this one, and I'm going to specify it to true. Then I'm going to specify another layout property, that is layout align parent start. So where is layout align parent start? So this is one. Specifying enter, and again I'm going to specify it to true. Then there is a margin. I'm going to specify margin start is of 10 dp. Then after that I'm going to specify the background, that is background, and the drawable of the background is left navigation button. So you can see that our drawable is now displaying. You can see that there is lot more spaces left. So I'm going to do what? I'm just simply scroll to the top, and from there I'm going to specify a margin inside the horizontal scroll view, margin top, and I'm going to specify 10 dp. So I'm going to specify 30 dp. So you can see that. So this will give some little more room to the top of the screen. Then again I'm going to specify another button. So I'm going to type button, and the width of the button should be match parent, and the height I'm going to specify 80 dp. Then I'm going to specify the ID, and it should be the BT record. Then I'm going to specify more line properties, and the first property is align parent, that is layout align parent start. So I'm going to try layout align parent start to true. After that I'm going to specify layout align parent top, the same property. So I'm just simply going to copy this one. This should be also true. And after that layout margin start, and then I'm going to specify the margin as 112 dp. I mistaken, so it's taking the whole space. This is because I specify the width as match parent. So I'm going to specify it here wrap content. Then I'm going to specify the background. So the background of this is background, and this is a record. So this is our record play button background. Now I'm going to specify the image view inside the linear layout. So I'm going to type a linear layout just by opening a tag linear layout. So the width of the linear layout should be match parent, and the height of wrap content. and I'm going to specify the gravity as gravity center. Inside the orientation, I'm going to specify vertical. Inside of this, I'm going to specify a image view. It's image view, and the width of the image view is around 150 dp, and the height of the image view I'm going to specify 100 dp. Then I'm going to specify the ID. So ID I'm going to specify image view. Then there is the src attribute of the image view. So I'm going to specify src. So src is our piano. So that's our label of our piano. Then after the end of the linear layout, I'm going to specify another button. So simply type button. Then the width of the button should be wrap content, and the height I'm going to specify 80 dp. Then I'm going to specify the ID to the button. So ID that is of bt play. That is bt play underscore recording. Then I'm going to specify align parent end. So this is our align parent end, and I'm going to specify true. Then align parent top. Then I'm going to specify another property, that is align parent top. And I'm also going to specify it to true. Then the layout margin end. Layout margin So this is our layout margin end, and I'm going to specify the layout margin end 111 dp. Then I'm going to specify the background property, that is background, and this is our play button. So I'm going to type play. So this is our play button, so I'm going to type play, and that's it. So this is our play button now displaying. Then our last button, that is button 4 for the right navigation of the piano keys, that control the scrolling amount of the horizontal scroll view. So I'm going to specify another button, the width as wrap content, and the height I'm going to specify 80 dp. Then I'm going to specify the ID again, and the ID should be right. Then I'm going to specify and the ID should be bt right navigation. Then I'm going to specify the line parent top, and the top is the true. Then I'm going to specify margin start. In the margin start photo, I'm going to specify minus 102 dp. Then after that, I'm going to specify the layout to and off property, and I'm going to specify it here the ID, and the ID is of pt play recording. Then after that, I'm going to specify the background, and it's our bt, and it's our right navigation. So that's, you can see that now our layout is completed and it's look nice. So we have added 4 buttons and 1 label to our piano layout screen. So in next lecture, I'm going to connect all these buttons to our main activity file. So that's all about this lecture. Thanks for watching, and I will see you in the next lecture. Thank you. So welcome to this lecture. So in this lecture we are going to connect our buttons to our main activity. So let's start this lecture by switch back to your Android Studio. So in previous lecture we have specified all the buttons, that is left navigation button, record button, play button and a right navigation button. So in this lecture I am going to add these buttons, means connecting this button with the ID to our main activity. Now I am going to click on this record button, that is this one. Inside of this I am going to specify the on-click event, that is record. And again inside of the play button, that is this one, I am going to also specify the on-click event and I am going to specify the play. You need to click on this red bulb icon and create a play view in main activity. Just click on the second option. So what it does, it will create a method inside the main activity for you. Simply just again click on this activity main.xml and just go to the record button, this one. Again just click on it, a red bulb will appear, just click on it and just again select the second option. Then it will create a record method for you. Then again go switch back to main activity, then go to the top of the main activity. Just from here you need to specify some variables. So I'm going to type button, that is left navigation, then comma, then right navigation, then again hit comma and type record button, which is used for the recording, and hit comma and type a play button, then semicolon. Also prefix the private at the front of this. Now then we need to initialize all these buttons inside our onCreate method. So just scroll down to the onCreate method. So you need to initialize all the buttons. So first left navigation, just hit a tab, typecast it into the tab, and typecast into button, then find view by ID and hit r.id. That is left navigation, semicolon, then again type right navigation and typecast into button, so that we in a safer side don't get any error while try to run the application, then r.id. and pt right navigation and hit semicolon, then there's a record button, then again need to specify button and find web ID and r.id. and then we need to specify bt record. Then there is a last button, which is the fourth button, our play button, equals to, we need to specify button, then find web ID and r.id. bt play recording, then hit a semicolon. Now it's time to set the listener to this button, that is left navigation and right navigation. So I'm going to set the listener to these both buttons. So what I'm going to do, I'm just simply type left navigation dot set on click listener new view dot on click listener, and again I'm going to specify the listener to the right navigation button as well. Right navigation set on click listener, that is new, again I'm going to capital V view on click listener. Inside this we need to write the code to control the scroll property of the horizontal scroll view. So the ID of our scroll view means the variable name of our scroll view is scroll view. So here we have initialized our scroll view. Now it's time to use the scroll view inside this left navigation set on click listener method. So I'm going to type scroll view dot scroll to, and here I'm going to typecast into int, and then I'm going to type scroll view dot get scroll x, and I'm going to subtract it with 30 which is minus 30. Then again I'm going to specify a comma, and here I'm going to again typecast into int. Then again need to type a scroll view, and the second one dot, then get scroll x, tab on it. That's it for the left navigation code. Now it's time to write the right navigation code as well. So again I'm going to type scroll view, that is the second one, dot scroll to, and here into typecast into int, just between the braces, that is int. And again inside of this I need to specify scroll view dot get scroll x, that is this one, and I need to specify plus 30. For left scrolling it is minus 8 with 30, and for right scrolling we need to add 30 to the scroll. Then again I am going to specify int for the typecasting, and then scroll view, the second one, dot get scroll y. So that marks the completion of our code for controlling the scroll property of our horizontal scroll view. Now if we change this value, that is minus 30 to minus 50 or 60, and this 30 to 60 or 70, then your scroll will move more faster. So now it's time to run this application to see the code in action. So here you can see that our application is up and running. So when I click on this right navigation button, so you can say that our scroll is moving. And now if I click on this left navigation, so you can see that now we are controlling the horizontal scroll view through these buttons. So if I click on more quickly, you can see that now if I change the values to like 60, and again I'm going to change this value to minus 60, then now let's see what will happen. So simply I'm again trying to run the application. Here you can see that our application is again up and running. So when I click on this right navigation button, now it's moved more faster than the previous one. And again I'm going to click on this left navigation button. So you can see that it moves more faster. So that's all about this lecture. Thanks for watching, and I will see you in the next lecture. Thank you. Welcome to this lecture. So in this lecture I am going to add the recording functionality to our piano application. But before that, we need to check for the runtime permission, because in our piano application we need two permissions. The first permission is the write external storage permission, and the second one is the record audio permission. Now record audio permission is used to record the audio of the device, and once we record the audio, then we want to store it into the internal storage of the Android system. So for that we need a write external storage permission. And we need to check for the runtime permission, because since API 23 the coding process of the permission is changed, because you no longer need to install the permission while you are installing the application. So Google had made some changes. So for that we need to check for the runtime permission. So in this lecture I am going to implement the code that will check for the runtime permission, and this code that I am going to teach you in this lecture will be your future reference. Means you can use it in your future application as well, because you just need to change the permissions. And if you want to check more than 5 to 6 permission, or maybe 7, because there are some applications that requires more than 5 to 6 permission, so you can do it with this code very easily, because this code is a one template that I will be using in my whole application. So I'm going to teach you in a very proper way so that you don't get confused, because this topic is very confusing and doesn't have very too much content available on the internet as well. So let's start this lecture by switch back to our Android Studio. So first I'm going to click on this app directory, that is I'm going to new, and from there I'm going to create a new empty activity, and I'm going to name this activity as splash, and simply hit finish and wait for the Gradle to sync the project. So you can see that our splash activity is created. So in our manifest file, we want to make some changes. So I want this splash activity to run before this main activity. So I'm going to just make changes. So here I'm going to specify the splash activity, and from the splash activity I'm going to specify main activity. Then I'm going to change the orientation. So I also need these two properties inside of my both activities, that is main activity in which our piano layout is there, and also in my playing activity that we are going to code in our upcoming lectures. Then at the top of just make some room, and here I am going to type a code for the permissions. So I am going to type use this permission, and that permission is right external storage. So we want this permission. Also we want a second permission, that is record audio. Then self-close the tag by pressing /. Now open your splash.java file by double click on it, and from there you need to create some variables. So the first I'm going to create some constant, that is private static final integer, and I'm going to name it as permission constant equal to 100. And again I'm going to specify another private constant of static type, static final integer request permission code, request permission not code, request permission setting. Then initialize it with 101 and hit a semicolon at the end. Now I'm going to create a string array of permissions, string and array braces, and I will name my array as permissions required. Initialize it to new string, and then with a semicolon at the end, and I'm going to type manifest dot permission dot, then you need to type your name of the permission, that is right external storage, hit a tab, and if I want a second one as well, so I'm going to type again manifest dot permission dot record audio. So these are the two permissions that we want to check at runtime. Now again I'm going to create some two more variables, that is the private shared preference. So this is our shared preference, hit a tab, and I'm going to name it as permission status, permissions status, and hit a semicolon. Again I'm going to create another variable of bool type, not protected. I want it a bool type, and again I'm going to create another variable of bool type, that is boolean, and it is a sent to settings is equal to, and I'm going to initialize it to false. Now this variable is used to redirect the user to the settings screen. So from that, user need to allow the permission manually from the settings of the application. Then after that, inside the onCreate, the actual code start. Inside the onCreate, I am going to initialize the permission status. Then I am going to type get shared preference. Then here I need to specify the name. So the name is permission status. Then the mode, which is private. So I'm going to type mode private, and at the end I hit a semicolon. Then I need to check for the self permission. So for that, just simply click on this project as, so that will provide a more wide area to work. Then after the initializing the shared preference, we need to check for the permission. So for that, we need to use if statement. So for that, we need to use if statement. So I'm typing if, then again I'm going to specify activity compact dot check self permission. So here we need to pass the context. So I'm going to pass the context as splash dot this. So this is our context of our activity. Then here we need to specify the permission, that is our array name, that is permission required. And here I need to specify the 0, which is the first permission that we want to check. Then after that, I need to specify the not equal to package manager, that is package manager dot permission granted. And from there, I will provide another permission because we want to check two permission. Then I am using an OR operator, and here I need to specify activity compact again. It's activity compact, then check self permission. Then again I need to specify the context. So this is a splash dot this, then a comma. Then there is another, I need to specify the array name, that is permission required, and here I need to specify the entry as 1, which is our second permission, that is at array index 1. Then from there I need to check for the permission, and from there I need to check for the another is not equal to package manager dot permission granted. And from there I need to specify another if block, and here I need to check for the another method, that is should show request permission. Now this OR operator will work on two operands. So this is our first operand and this is our second operand. If either of one is true, then this if block will be executed. Then we need to check for the another condition. So I'm going to use another if, and instead of this if, again I'm going to type activity compact dot should, this is a should show request permission rational method, that is a boolean method. So I'm going to use this one, and instead of this I need to again specify the context. So I'm going to type splash. So I'm going to specify the context as splash dot this. Then again I specify the comma, and here I need to specify the permission required array variable along with the array index, that is 0. Again I need to specify another OR operator. So here I am going to type another OR operator, and again I am going to specify activity compact dot should request, and here I need to specify this again context splash dot this. After specifying the context, I need to specify the permission required, which is our array name, along with the array index, that is 1. So now we need to create an alert dialog to give some information about the user why these permissions are required. So I'm going to use alert dialog dot builder. Again I'm going to type builder equals to new alert dialog builder, and here I'm going to specify the context, that is splash dot this, and I'm going to hit a semicolon. Then I'm going to use the builder dot set title. So I'm going to specify the title as need multiple permission. Then I'm going to specify a semicolon. Again I'm going to type builder dot set message. So this is a set message. So inside of this, I'm going to specify the message and hit a semicolon. And again I'm going to specify another builder, set positive button. Then we need to build a builder dot set positive button, that is grant, means we want to grant the permission. Then the second argument I am going to specify is new dialog interface. So inside of this onClick, I am going to specify a method ActivityCompact.requestPermission. And I am going to first hit a semicolon so that we don't want to see the red line. And again I am going to type ActivityCompact.requestPermission, and we need to specify the context, that is slash dot this. And after that I need to specify the permission required array, that is our array name, that is permission required, and then I need to specify the permission constant, that is this one. After that I need to build the negative button as well, because user may not want to give the permission. So I am going to again type builder dot set negative button, which is specify the message as cancel, and again I am going to specify the second argument as new dialog interface. Inside of this onClick method, first I am going to specify the semicolon. Inside of this method I am going to specify the dialog dot cancel. After that I want to show the other dialog by calling builder dot show method. Then I need to specify the else if condition. Then I need to specify the else if condition for our, so this is our self check permission, and this is our own create, and this is our if statement for our. So right now we have one more extra. So this is our activity ends. Here our activity ends. I will just write a comment because it gets lots of confusion at the end. Ends our activity. And from there, this is the end of our onCreate method. Now this is our first if, that is check self permission, and this is our rationale, means should show request permission rationale. So after that we need to specify the else if condition. So else if, and from there if the permission status is dot get boolean, the permission status dot get boolean is equal to permission required, and specify the array, which is with array index is equal to 0, and the second argument is false. Then we want to do something. Inside of this else if block we will write the code to take the user to the setting screens, because previously user if not specify the, means not allow the permission, then this code will be executed. So let's start the code. Again I am going to start the alert dialog dot builder equal to, this is builder, and again equals to new dot alert dialog builder, and hit a semicolon, and here I need to specify the context. So the context is splash dot this. After that again I am going to call the builder dot set title So the title is, and I'm going to copy the title which is the same as this, and also the message is also same. So I'm going to copy the both lines and just I'm going to replace it with this one. So this is our, we need to set the positive button. So the positive button, I'm going to copy the code of the positive button from there, copy it, and here I'm going to paste it. Thus I'm going to simply remove this one because we don't want that code. Instead I'm going to set the positive button and I'm going to here call dialog.cancel because we want to cancel the dialog. Now then we will use a send to settings variable and we will set this bool variable to true. After that we will be using an intent is equal to new intent, and then we will be starting and we will be using a settings, that is settings provider dot action application. So I'm going to type action application details settings. So this is the first one that we need. Then hit a semicolon, and then we need to use URI, that is again called a variable called URI equals to URI dot format parts, the second one we want, and here we need to specify the package name. So the key I'm going to schema should be the package, so I'm going to type package, then we want the package name, so I'm going to call the method get package name. Then the second argument I'm going to specify the null because we are not using a fragment. Then hit a semicolon at the end. Then with the use of intent object, I'm calling a method set data, and instead of set data I'm passing the URI as an argument. Then hit a semicolon. Then we need to use a method called start activity result. Start activity for result. And here I need to specify the intent as a first object. Then I need to specify the constant, that is request permission setting. So that marks the coding of our else if statement. Then we need to call the outside of this builder class, we need to call the code, that is builder.set negative button, because user may not want to give the permission as well. So I'm going to type cancel, and again I'm going to specify the second argument as new dialog interface, and here I need to cancel the dialog by simply calling dialog dot cancel. And then here I need to specify the semicolon so that we don't want to see the red line. After that we need to call, means we want to show the dialog by calling builder.show method. Then it's time to use the else statement. I'm calling the else, and inside of the else I'm going to specify activity request permission. So here I'm going to request the permission by calling. Now inside of this else statement I'm going to request the permission by calling request permission method. So I'm going to again type activity app compact dot request permission, and here I need to specify the contact, that is slash dot this, and again hit a comma, and I'm going to specify the array name, that is permission required, and I'm going to specify the constant, that is permission constant. So that's it for the else part. Now after that we need to specify the checks else permission if condition. So this is our outer if, and I am going to specify the else for them. Means this else is for our this outer if. So again I am going to write here now. If the permission is already granted, then this else block will be executed. So here we need to write a method that whatever we want to do. So do your code. So here we will write the code that will take us to the piano activity. So first I will write a comment, do the normal code. So I am going to create a method proceed after permission. So this method is not created yet, so I am going to create it by using this red bulb icon. So here is our method is created, just the end of the onCreate method. So inside of this proceed after permission, I am going to write first a toast statement that will show us a little message. We got all permission. Got all permission, not we. Got all permissions. Then I will be writing a code to take us. Then I will be writing a code by using the intent to take us to the main activity, that is our piano activity screen. Then new intent, and here I need to specify the context, that is this, comma, and our activity is our main activity, that is this one, main activity dot class. Then I need to specify a semicolon. Then I need to start activity. Here is our activity start. I need to pass the intent as an object, intent object as an argument. Then I need to specify the intent as an argument, which is our intent object. So that's all the coding of our proceed after permission. Now it's time to code our request permission method. So first we need to override the on request permission method. So I'm going to type on request. This is, and the method is this one. This is a retain custom method request permission result. So I'm going to hit a tab key. So we will get this method. Inside of this method, we need to check for the first request code. So I'm going to write first if request code is equals to permission constant, then we will create a bool variable, that is boolean, and I will create all granted equals to true. Then we are going to use a for loop, that is int I equals to 0 semicolon I smaller than grant results dot length. Then there is a semicolon, and we will increment the I variable. Now this grant result variable is this one. Inside of this, I am going to do a code. First I am going to check for the condition if grant result with array index, that is I, is equal to our package manager dot permission granted, then we will put when the permission is granted, then inside of the if block, what I am going to do, I am just all granted variable to true. Then then hit a semicolon inside of the else block. Then after that I'm going to specify else, and inside of the else I'm going to set all granted variable equals to false. Then again after the end of the loop, that is this one, and to check for the condition, if all granted means if it's true, then proceed after operation method will be called, that is this one. If not, then we need to request for the permission, so that is else if. Here we need to specify another, again activity compact dot should request permission rationally. The method will be used. Then we need to specify the context, that is flash dot this. And again I need to specify here a permission required array variable with array index. So again I have to specify permission required, then with array brackets, and I need to specify 0. Then again with the OR operator, inside of the OR operator I'm going to again specify activity compact dot should rational, and here I need to specify again the slash, which is our context, dot this, and again I need to specify a comma, and here I need to specify the array variable name, that is permission required, with the array index 1. So when this will be holds true, then inside of this we need to again create a alert dialog that will alert the user. So I'm going to call alert dialog dot builder, then builder is equal to new alert dialog builder, and here I need to specify context, that is this. Then hit a semicolon. Then the post event dialog buttons are same, so I have already written this code at the top of this one, so this will be the exact same code. So I'm going to copy it and I'm going to paste it just below this. So there is two array.builder code is there, so I'm going to remove this one. So once it's done, we need to show the builder, and after that we need to specify the else. So after that there is the else statement. So else, inside of else, now this will be executed when the user doesn't allow the permission, means user reject the permission from there, this block as well, and then again this block as well, and inside of this block as well. Then what we can do, we can create a toast message and indicate the user that application unable to get a permission, and again I'm going to duplicate the toast. The application will not work properly, so I'm going to here write app in the application will not. So that marks the completion of our code. I think we have done all the coding. There's only one method is left, that is on activity result. So I need to override the method on activity result. So first on activity result, this is the method. Inside of this method I'm going to check for the request code. If request code, this is for those when we are actually redirecting the user to the settings of the application inside the Android system. So then I'm going to type request permission setting. If it is true, here I need to specify another. So once the request code is equal to request permission setting, then I need to specify another if. So I'm going to type activity compact dot check self permission method, and inside of check self permission method, first parameter is the context. So I'm going to type slash dot this. After that there is a second parameter, that is permission required, that is the array, that is our array name. Permission required, along with the array index value that is 0. After that, we need to specify is equal to package manager dot permission granted. If it is granted, then we want to perform the normal operation by calling proceed after permission. So this is a normal operation. So that's all the coding of our runtime permission. So if you want to check more than 3 to 4 permission, that you simply need to add here and just simply add the one more line with the OR operator there and with there, and just simply set the required message like this app needs storage and record audio permission. If you were making a camera application, then you can write a simply this app requires camera, storage, /com media types of permission, and then simply change this with the there. Now what does code actually does? First I created a constant variables of static type. Then I created a string of permission required array. That is a array variable of permission required of string type that holds our permissions that we want to use in our file. Then there is a shared preference I created. Then there is a send to settings variable that will be used to redirect the user to the main settings screen of the application inside the Android system. Then instead of onCreate, I first initialize the shared preference with the mode private. Then I check for the check self permission. Then again I check for the section. This method actually making an alert dialog so that user will get to know about that why these permissions are necessary. Now if that code will not work, means the user actually ungrant the permission, means doesn't give the permission to the application, then this code block will be executed. Then from there user will be redirected to the settings screens. Then from there user need to give the permission manually, and after that if it is both were not true, then this will be executed. Now if all of the three conditions, and if the user actually gives the permission, then all the three conditions will not be executed. The control simply, this block will not be executed, and the control will simply came to the this else block, and it will pursue the after normal operation. Similarly, inside of this we have actually requested the permission, means user actually doesn't give this permission, then we want to request for the permission. So this block will be executed. Then the control simply came to this on request permission, and from there this actually start requesting the permission by with this logic. If it is grant the permission, then it will set to the all granted to true. Otherwise, we will set the all granted to false. Then we will check the variable. If all granted, then we will perform the normal operation. Otherwise, we will check for the permission again and alerting the user why these permissions are necessary for the application to work properly. Then again, we are setting the negative button so that if the user don't want to give the permission, then the user can simply cancel it. Then if this block will execute it, and it's the final block that will tell the user unable to get permission and app will not work properly. So this message will indicate the user that user need to apply the permission. And this activity result will actually start the activity. It will be used for the code when the user will be redirected to the settings screen. So now this will be seems to be very difficult for you to understand, but you need to actually took care and just read this code again and again and just apply it, because you can't learn it from one time, because you need to spend at least 5 to 7 times. You need to read the code and understand each line one by one. I am understanding this thing because I just did it 15 times, more than maybe 15 times, because I have created more than 50 to 60 applications and I use this code many times. So I just use this code as a template. Whenever I need to check for the runtime permission, I just simply made some changes here, and that's it, because every application needs 4 to 5 permission depending upon the size and the strength of your application. Now it's time to run the application to see our code in action. So I'm going to run it into my virtual emulator. So you can see that our application is up and running. So if I click on this deny button and again, so now you can see that alert dialog will pop up. This app needs storage and record audio permission. So if I simply click on grant, then it will again pop up a dialog with the checkbox of don't ask again. So if I click on this checkbox and click on deny, and again with this record audio permission as well, click on deny, so the application will not work properly. So if I just simply close the application and again try to open the application, app will not work properly. Again I am going to install the application and again I am going to run the application. So at this point of time I am going to allow all the permission. Simply click allow and then clicking on allow. Got all permission, and now you can see that our piano screen. So that's all about this lecture. Thanks for watching, and I will see you in the next lecture. Thank you. Welcome to this lecture. So in this lecture I am going to add the recording functionality to my piano application. So in previous lecture I already did the coding for checking the runtime permissions. Now those permissions are required for our application to work fully, because from API level 23 you need to check for the runtime permissions. So if you are targeting API level 21 or below 21 or maybe 22, then you don't need to check for the runtime permissions. But I am targeting latest Android devices, that is Android Nougat, Oreo and Android P. So for that you need to check for the runtime permissions. So I already did the coding in the previous lecture. So in this lecture I am going to add the recording functionality. So when user actually press the piano key, then we want to record that audio, and later on if the user want to play it, then we want to add also playing functionality in our upcoming lectures. So let's start this lecture by switch back to your Android Studio. So here is the layout. So I'm going to click on this main activity.java file, and I'm going to just scroll to the top of the file there. So here I'm going to write some variables. So first I'm going to write a comment, that is the code for the recording of the audio of piano keys. So first I'm going to create a media recorder. So I'm going to type private, hit a tab key and then media. That's a media recorder, so we want it, and then I'm going to create a variable of media recorder and I'm going to specify a semicolon. Then I'm going to create some public string variables that of type static. So I'm going to type public static and I'm going to use this sort of string type. So this is the second one, and I'm going to name it it's a file name that will be used to store the audio files in the system, means the internal storage of the device. So I'm going to duplicate it into more times, and I'm here going to specify 2, 3, 4 and then 5, then 6. So I'm going to move the last one, so this will be our 6. So I'm going to use 6 files. You can create as many as you want. If you want to record, I'm going to record 6 audio tracks, and then later on when 6 all completed, then from the first 2, if the user try to record the 7th time, then the first one will be removed. So this is the basic logic. If you want to record 17, then you need to create 17 files, means the 17 variables. Then I'm going to create a boolean variable. So it's of type boolean, and I'm going to type as start recording, and I'm going to initialize it to true. Then I'm going to declare one public integer variable, that is a public int, and that is of recording number. So that's all about the variables that we want for adding the recording functionality to our piano application. Then inside of the onCreate method, just right below here, I'm going to initialize the code of the piano keys. So I'm going to type here one command, that is recording code for the piano keys. Then I'm going to type m file name equals to get external 𝐿𝐴𝐶𝐬. Then I'm going to type another method, that is get absolute path, then hit a semicolon. Then I'm going to type again m file name plus equal to, then I'm going to, in double quotes, I'm going to name it as audio recorder 1 dot, I'm going to record in a 3GP format, 3GP, and hit a semicolon. So I'm going to copy this code 5 more times, 1, and another time. Then I'm going to change it to 2, then this one is 3, not 4, 3, then this one is should be 4, and this one is 5, this one is 6, this one is 5, this one is 6. So we don't want this because it's an extra, so I'm going to delete it. Then I'm going to create a shared preference equal to, so I'm going to create the object of pref, so I'm going to type it prefs, that's a pref for preference, that's a pref short for preference. Then I'm going to type get shared preferences, and here I'm going to specify the file number and comma, it should be of mode private, then hit a semicolon. Then I'm going to specify the recording number variable, means initializing to prefs dot get int, and I'm going to specify the file number comma 1, and I hit a semicolon. So that's all about the coding or initialization of the variable. So that's all about this lecture. Thanks for watching, and I will see you in the next lecture. Thank you. Welcome to this lecture. So in this lecture I'm going to fix some issues of our previous video. So switch back to an Android Studio. So here I have write a code audio record.3gp, but I need to specify a / at the front of this audio recorder, and also I need to write this test1.3gp. So that's a wrong code that I have implemented in the previous video, means I wrote in the previous video. So I need to delete this one, and this is the correct code. So we need to just make this same as all the other ones. So I have already did it, because in previous video I have did this code. Let me undo it first. So this is the whole code that I have copied in all the files, that's file 3, file 4, but this is the right code, that is this one that I have commented. So I'm going to remove this one again. So you need to just make changes to your code. Just need to specify a / at the front of audio record, and also need to specify a test1 is installed, because when I try to run the application then it doesn't run. So in my another system I have experimented with the code, means I have wrote the same code that you are now seeing in front of your screen. This is the same code in my another system. I have wrote it and the application runs fine. But when I just recording the video on this system in which you are seeing the code, that it doesn't run because I have made some changes. I just removed this / and also this test1.txt, and the application doesn't run. So when I just again fix it, means again just type the code that is same as the another system, then it run fine. So that's a quick fix of this lecture. So thanks for watching, and I will see you in the next lecture. Thank you. Welcome to this lecture. So in this lecture I'm going to start the actual coding of our adding record audio functionality to our piano application. So switch back to Android Studio, and here is our main activity.java file. So I'm going to scroll it to the below of the file, and here I'm going to create a one method, but before that I'm going to write a multi-line comment that will organize our code so that when later on we want to modify, then we can modify it. The start recording method code is not recording method code. So I'm going to write this comment. So this will make me easy when later on if I want to make some modification to this project, so I can do it easily because of this commented, or you can say that this also for documentation purpose. So I'm going to create a private method, private void, then I'm going to specify the name of the method, that is start. Start recording, and I'm going to open and close the braces. Then I'm going to use a variable mRecorder, that is media recorder variable that we have created at the top of our file, that is this one. So I'm going to use this variable, that is media recorder equals to, and I'm going to initialize it to media recorder class, that is media recorder Android media. Let's simply hit a semicolon. Then after that I'm going to set the audio source. So I'm going to type set audio source. So this is our method. I'm going to set the audio source. So I'm going to type media recorder dot audio source. So this is the audio source. The second one we want media source, audio source. After that we want a default audio source. Then again hit enter, and again I'm going to use media recorder dot set output format. The method that we are going to use is the output format. So this is our output format method. Simply hit a tab. Then instead of the output format, we need to type media recorder. Not this one. We need to use media recorder Android media dot output format. There's the output format dot, there is a 3 GPP. Then after that I'm going to use a switch statement, and I will type switch, and inside the switch I'm going to specify the recording number, that is this one. I'm going to pass the recording number to this method. Then I'm going to use a case 1. Instead of case 1, first I will type a break. Instead of this case, I'm going to type media recorder dot set output file. So this is our set output file, and I'm going to name it here mfile name1 as an argument. Then I'm going to increment the record number to ++ by using post increment operator. Then after that, here I need to make a comparison. If recording number is equal to 7, then I need to do what? I need to reinitialize the recording number to 1, because I have only 6 tracks, because I want to play only 6 tracks. If you want to play more, then you can create it, because later on if there is 6 files were recorded, then again the recording number will get to 6, means the value of recording number will become 7. Then what I want to just reinitialize it to 1, so that it will start from the beginning again. And again I'm going to specify the case 2 case, which is second case, then hit enter. Then again I'm going to type media recorder dot set output file, and here I need to specify the file name 2 as an argument. Then again I'm going to increment the recording number by using postfix operator. Here again I need to check for the condition. If recording number is equal to 7, then I need to initialize the recording number to 1. Simply hit semicolon. Then at the end I need to specify a break. So I'm going to copy this code again for 4 more times. Paste it. Now here I'm going to change it to case 3. This one is case 4. This one is case 5. And this one should be 6. Then here I need to check for the pass the file 6. And here file 5 or 6, 5. Here I need to pass the file number 4. And I also need to pass the file number 3. The rest of the things are same. After that, after the end of the switch statement, then here I need to type shared preference dot editor is create a variable of editor is equal to get shared preferences, and then we need to specify the name, that is file number. Let me check it that it's the same as the top we have initialized. That is this one, so I'm going to copy it because I don't want to make any mistake, and just here paste it. It's almost same. Then I need to specify the mode private, that is this one. Then after the end of, I need to use edit and hit a semicolon. Then I need, with the use of editor variable editor dot put int, I'm going to specify the file number in small value. Then I need to pass the recording number. So this will, then after that I need to use editor dot commit. So what we are doing, we are actually passing the recording number to this editor. We are storing the recording number to our shared preference, because shared preferences are used to store the values in a key value form. Then I'm going to use the media recorder dot set audio source, and here I need to pass a media recorder dot audio encoder dot amr underscore nb. If you want to check out all these, you just need to go for the documentation. Then you will get more information about how these methods and what about these constants are, because that will be a very long process. Now if you want to know more about these things, you can actually go to the official documentation of the developer.sites of the Google. Then you can learn about all these constants. Here I'm going to use a try catch block because we are actually opening a file, so maybe we will get an IO exception. So I'm going to type media recorder dot prepare, and instead of this it's giving an error because we don't specify a catch block. So here I need to check for the code for IO exception, that is E, and here I just simply log the code, log.e, and I'm going to specify the string tag prepare is fail. Then I'm going to type a message, failed. So this is a handy message. If there is any error exception occur, then instead of the log cat, we will get the message so that we can try to fix the error. Then I'm going to start the media recorder by calling media recorder dot start method. So that's all about the coding of our start recording method. So that's all about this lecture. Thanks for watching, and I will see you in the next lecture. Thank you. Welcome to this lecture. So in this lecture I'm going to continue the code of our recording piano functionality application. So switch back to Android Studio. So here in previous lecture I have coded the start recording method. So now it's time to start the coding of our stop recording method. So I'm going to type private void stop recording. Stop recording method, and instead of the stop recording, I am going to use a media recorder dot, instead of the media recorder dot stop, and then I am going to type media recorder again, then I am going to use media recorder and hit a tab key, and then I am going to release. So I am going to stop, after stopping the media recorder, I am going to release the media recorder. Then I am going to set the media recorder to is equal to null. So that's all about the coding of stop recording. Now it's time to code the on record method. Now I'm going to create another method of private type, that is a private void, and it's the name of the method is on record. That method will accept one parameter of type boolean, and I'm going to specify the name of the variable as start. And instead of this, first I will check for the variable name. If there is a start, then I will open the block of code for if. I'm going to call the start recording method. Else, if it is not start, means if the start variable is not true, then I'm going to call the stop recording method. And I'm going to also check for the file name. If recording number equals to 1, then I'm going to use a toast class of toast. I'm going to create a variable of toast recording message is equal to toast. Instead of this, I'm going to pass the context, that is get application context, and after that semicolon, I need to specify the text. So I'm going to type the song, then again I'm going to use a plus operator, and I'm going to type 6, then plus, then I'm going to type here saved. Then I'm going to make the length of the toast to short, and after that end it with a semicolon. If recording number is not equal to 1, then I also need to show the recording message. So I'm going to type recording message dot show. If recording number is not equal to 1, then we need to check for the else condition. Then I'm going to create a variable Then I'm going to create a variable of int type, and I'm going to call this variable as int temp recording number equals to recording number minus 1 after semicolon. Then I'm going to copy the same code here, that is the toast line, paste it here, the song, and I will just need to remove. Here I need to specify the temporary 6 with 2 temporary recording number. So that's all about the coding of our own record method. Now it's time to code our own record method that we have specified as a click event of inside the record button. So here first I need to check. I'm going to call the method on record, and I'm going to specify the boolean variable value as mStartRecording. And after that I need to check for the condition. If mStartRecording means the recording is started, then I need to set the record button text not return record button text. I'm going to specify the set text to finish. And after that, in the else statement, I'm going to again set the text to, that is record, and the record button dot set text, and I'm going to specify the record. After the end of this, I'm going to write one more line of code, that is mStartRecording is if it's not mStartRecording. Now this line of code is basically used to stop the recording. If you not specify this line, then you have no way to actually stop the recording. Means if the recording is started, then with this line of code it will allow us to finish the recording when we tap on the button. So now it's time to run the application. So I'm going to run it on my virtual emulator. So I'll simply hit OK. So here you can see that our application is up and running. So I'm going to allow all permission. And we go to all permission. Now I'm just simply going to click on this record button. So you can see that now our recording is started. So when I click on any piano keys, and I just simply click on this finish button again, so song 1 saved. So I'm also going to run this application on my physical device. Let me connect it first, my physical device. So here I'm going to select my physical device that's running API level 25. I'm going to hit OK. So you can see that our application is up and running on my physical device as well. So I'm going to click on this record button. So you can hear the voice. Now I'm going to click on this finish button. So song 2 is saved because I have already run the application once before this one. Now again I'm going to click on the record button. And again I'm going to click on the finish. So song 3 is saved. So our application is running fine. So that's all about this lecture. From next lecture onwards, when we click on this play button, so we want to play our music, means the recorded music that we record with the use of this record button. So we are going to implement this feature in our upcoming lectures. So that's all about this lecture. Thanks for watching, and I will see you in the next lecture. Thank you. Welcome to this lecture. So in this lecture I'm going to design the play screen activity. Means we are going to create an activity and then we are going to design the play screen activity, in which when we tap on the button, then we want to play a recorded audio. In previous lecture, we had already implemented the recording functionality of our piano application. So in this lecture, I'm going to design the layout. So switch back to your Android Studio, and first you need to clear the activity. Here I already have the playing activity, but I delete that activity because it gives a problem when I just code and it gives a problem, it doesn't run properly. So I just delete the entire activity, and then again I just recreate the project on my another system, and it works fine. So right now you just need to click on this app folder and just simply go to this activity, and here you need to select the empty activity, and you can name it your activity as playing activity. So I'm going to name it as playing activity. Then simply hit finish. Then wait for the grader to complete the syncing of the project. So you can see that our activity is successfully created. Just minimize it and just expand this res directory, go to the layout, and here select this activity playing. So I'm going to switch to the constraint layout. So I want constraint layout for this screen because it makes easy. So first I need to switch it to landscape mode. Then I'm going to place one text view and just set the constraint like this. Then you need to place it there. Then we need 6 buttons. So I'm going to place one button here. Then I need to set the constraints just like this. Then another button just below this button. Then I need another button, that is this one. So total I need 3 more buttons more, means total button I need is 6. So I'm going to do it quickly for you, then I will be continuing the video. So here you can see that I have placed all the 6 buttons and a text view. So now switch back to text mode, and here we are going to add some properties. Means we want to make some changes into properties. So I'm going to type my songs. Then I'm going to increase this, that is text size, to 35 dp. It's not nice. Now it's time for button. So I'm going to type it here, play song 1. And for second one, I'm going to type play song 2. Then I'm going to quickly rename all the buttons. Then I will continue the video. So now I have renamed the old text of the buttons. Now it's time to create some drawable resources. So we are going to create the drawable resources in our next lecture. So that's all about this lecture. Thanks for watching, and I will see you in the next lecture. Thank you. Welcome to this lecture. So in this lecture I am going to create some drawable resource file for our playing activity. So let's start this lecture by switch back to your Android Studio. So first you need to create some drawable resource file. So simply click on this drawable resource file, means right click on this drawable resource file, and here select the drawable resource file, and from there name your drawable resource file play song shape, and simply hit OK. Then again we need another file, that is drawable source file. So I'm going to name it as play song shape pressed. Then simply hit OK. So just open all this lower file, just close all the remaining files. Now simply click on this play song shape.xml file and hit this button, that is text. Then I'm going to click on this project tab so that I get a more wider area to work. So now we need to change this selector to shape. So simply select it and just hit a tab key. Now inside of the shape we need corners. So simply open a tag, that is corners, hit a tab key, and inside of this we need to specify a radius. So I'm going to specify the radius as 72 dp. After that, close the tag with the self tag. Then I need a gradient. So I will typing a gradient and I'm going to specify the gradient angle to 45. And after that, I need another property. Self close. I just want a self close tag. Then again I need to specify a start color. A start color I am going to specify a hex code that I have already experimented with this hex code. So I am going to type 4741 capital E and then 8. So we will get this nice looking color. After that I need to specify end color. The end color I am again going to specify hex code. Simply hashtag, then capital B, then specify E capital E, then 3, and then capital B F. Then I need to specify the type of the gradient. So the type of the gradient is linear. And after that I need to specify a padding tag. So padding. Then here I need to specify the padding bottom to 0 dp. Then I need to close the tag to self tag. Then again I need some more properties. In the left padding I am going to specify 0 dp. Then the right padding I am going to also specify 0 dp. And again I am going to specify the top padding as also 0 dp. Then I need to specify the size by opening a size tag. In size I need to specify the width, that is 216 dp. Then I need to self close the tag. Then here I need to specify the height, and the height I am going to specify as 60 dp. So you can see that this looks like a button background. Now similarly we need to code the play song shape press.xml file. Just click on it and switch back to text mode and just change the selector to shape. Hit a tab key. And again I am going to specify a corner inside of this. So type as corners. Then I need to specify radius. So radius should be 72 dp. Then self close the tag. Then again need to start a gradient with a tab key and angle. I'm going to specify at 45. Then I need to self close the tag. Then here I need to specify the start color. Start color, and I will be specifying a hex code. So hex code hashtag 33 DC E, and then I need to specify 8. Then again I need to specify end color, and I need to specify hashtag 1 capital C, then 7 E F and then another F. Then I need to specify the type of the gradient. The type of the gradient should be linear. Then here I need to specify the padding. So I'm opening a padding tag, and the padding from, I'm just simply going to copy the code so that it will be good for me. Copy it because it will be the same code. Then I also need to specify the height and width. So the size tag I'm going to copy it and I'm going to specify it here. So that's all about the coding of our both drawable source file. Now it's time to link those drawable files in our activity. So we are going to do that when we are going to code the playing activity. So that's all about this lecture. Thanks for watching, and I will see you in the next lecture. Thank you. Welcome to this lecture. So in this lecture I'm going to code inside the playing activity.java file. So let's start this lecture. So switch back to the Android Studio, and here just simply click on this playing activity.java file and just create a room at the top of the file, and I'm just simply click on this project tab so that I get a more wider area to work. Then first I'm going to create a variable of private that is of type media player, because for playing the audio we need a media player. The media recorder is used to record the audio and the media player is used to play the audio. I'm going to create a variable mPlayer and hit a semicolon. Then I'm going to create variable of buttons is button, and the button variable is record 1, comma, record 2, then I need some boolean variables, so I'm going to type here boolean variables. So I'm going to type private boolean is playing 1 at semicolon. Then I'm going to duplicate it to many times, and I'm going to change it to 2, then this one to 3, then this one to 4, this one to 5, this one to 6, and I also need a 1 that is simple boolean plain, and just remove the last one. So these are the variables that I need. Now it's time to initialize all the button variables inside the onGrid that are our view. So I'm going to type record 1 is equal to, we need to typecast it into button so that we are in safest side, so that our application doesn't get crashed. Find by id r dot id dot, and the id of the first button is button. Now I'm going to hit a semicolon. Then I'm going to, by using Ctrl plus D, means by using a shortcut Ctrl D, I'm going to duplicate into many times. So I'm going to specify here 1, but there is no button 1. So I'm going to switch back to again. The layout file is activity playing. So I'm going to see the ID. So this is our text, this is our button. So button 2, button 3, button 4, button 5, button 6. So we are messing with button 5, button 6. And we have button 4, we have button 3, button 2, but we don't have button 1. So that gives us an ID error. So I need to specify here button 2. Here I need to specify button 3, button 3. Here I need to specify button 4, then 5, and then here a 6. So button 1 is not specified in the ID. So here I need to specify record 2, then 3, here is 4, here I need to specify 5, and I need to specify 6, not 5. Then I have done the initialization of the button. And I am going to specify the default background to our button so that when we run it, so we can see a default background, that is play song shape. So it's a set background. It's not a set background, it's a set background. That's one we need. Set background resource r.drawable dot play song shape. So I'm going to duplicate it to many times. Then I'm going to change it to the variables. That is 2, that is 3, that is 4, that is 5, and that's the last one is 6. So yeah, we have set the default background to all the button variables. Now it's time to initialize the all bool variables to false. So is playing is equal to false, then into semicolon, then again is playing 1 is equal to false. Then I'm going to duplicate it too many times. Then I'm going to again change it to the variable's name. 3, 4, 5, and then the last one is 6. Now it's time to write a method to play our audio files. So I'm going to type a first method for playing a first audio. So I'm going to type public, that is this one, public void, that is void, and I'm going to type play 1. And I'm going to specify a view, that is this one, and again I'm going to specify a view. Now this play 1 method is, I also need to specify this as an event inside our activity file. So I'm going to quickly define the events, that is our button with the, so here I'm going to specify a event on click, and I'm going to specify play 1. Then instead of button 2, I'm going to specify a on click event, and to specify on click event play 2. Similarly, in button 3rd, I need to again specify on click, so I'm quickly going to specify it, that is play 3, and this one is for our play 4, so I'm going to specify on click, then play 4, and this one on click, that is play 5. Then there is a last one, that is on click event, not play directly, at a tab play 6, not 5, it's a 6th. So I need to create all these methods inside our playing activity.java file. So I'm going to use a shortcut process by clicking on this red bulb icon and create a play 6 method in a playing activity. I'm going to click it, it will create the method for us. And similarly, again I'm going to switch it to play 5. Now the simplest approach I can do, I just simply copy and paste it, so that it will save little time. So this is our play 1, that's a play 2, that's a play 3, and that's a play 4, and this one our play 5. Now simply hit enter. Instead of this, we need to do a code for our playing song. So let's start doing the coding of this playing of the audio. So first we need to check for the condition. If it's not is playing, that is playing 1, and when we are using a logical AND operator, and then again is, if it is not is playing, then we want to do the following, that is we want to set the code 1 dot set background resource to r dot drawable dot play song shape pressed. And after that I need to call a start playing method, but right now I have not created a start playing, so I'm going to just simply type the start playing method. Right now I have not created the start playing method, so I'm going to create it. So at the end you can see this method is created. So I'm going to take it into the bottom of the method, bottom of the play 6 method. So instead I am going to pass it here one argument, that is 1. So this argument, so that means this method will accept one argument of integer type. So I am going to type recording number. So this will be the argument, that is recording number, that our start playing method will be take. Now we can continue the code, and after start playing the code we need to set the is playing equals to true, means that our song 1 is playing. Then we also need to set the is playing 1 to equals to true. If it is not playing, means else. And we check for the else if condition. If it is not playing, because there is a situation when it is not playing, then we want to handle that situation as well. So I'm going to try is playing. And again I'm going to use a logical AND operator. Then again I'm going to type is playing. Then we want to do the following. I'm going to type here a stop playing method. Stop need to make it capital. Then I need to create this method. First I'm going to semicolon. Come on, the red bulb icon. So it's not giving the red bulb icon. I just need to copy it. And here I'm going to give it a name as private void. And I'm going to specify this. So that will remove the error. This is a stop playing method. After that I need to set the resources of all the buttons to the default resources. So record 1, this is our button 1, set background resource to r dot drawable dot play song shape. Then I'm going to duplicate it too many times. Then here I'm going to change the variable names to 3, then 4, then 5, and then 6. Then we need to set the all boolean variables is playing 1, not is playing 2, false. Then I'm going to duplicate it too many times. And here is a second, then 3, then 4, then 5, and then the last one is 6. After that I need to set the record 1 dot set background resource file to r dot drawable dot play song shape pressed. Then I need to call the again start playing method. So we'll try start playing and specifying the integer as 1. Then I need to set the is playing 1 to true. Then if it is else, if it is not a case of both of them, then we need to handle the else part. In which what we have to do, we need to set the record 1 background, that is set background resource to r dot drawable dot play song shape. Then we need to call the stop playing method, and then after we need to set the is playing 1 equals to false. And then after I need to specify the is playing 1 to as well as false. So that marks the completion of code our playing song 1. So similarly, you need to define the code for the play song 2, 3, 4, 5 and then 6. So I'm going to do it quickly. Just you need to make only one change. From 1 to you need to change 2. If you are writing the code for play song 4, then you need to replace all ones to 4. So I'm going to copy the code and just doing quickly. Then I will be continuing the video so that you don't need to watch the boring stuff, that is a replicated process. So now you can see that I have did all the coding for playing song, that is from play 1 to play 2, that is our play 2, that is our play 3, and this is play 4, that's in play 5, and the last one is play 6. Now it's time to code these start playing and stop playing method. So let's do it. Now here first we need to initialize our mPlayer, that is our mPlayer equals to new media player, and then hit a semicolon. Then I need to use a try catch block because this code may be throw an exception. So instead of try catch, I am going to use a switch case statement. And a switch, and here I need to pass the recording number. And instead of this switch, I am going to start a switch block, and I am going to specify a case 1. So let's do a case 1. And then that will be a mPlayer dot set data source. That is our file name, m1 file. So what I have to do? I have to do m file name 1. And that file name we want to insert it by pressing Alt Enter. So it will be inserted at the top. That is there. Now it's giving an error because we have not handled the exception yet. So I'm going to type here catch, and I'm going to catch the exception, that is IO exception. So I'm going to handle the IO exception E, and I'm going to specify the code. So now you can see that the error is gone. So you can here print a log catch statement if you want, log.e. There is a failed, and there is another one. Failed, and here I am going to specify a semicolon. Then after that you need to specify a break statement. So similarly you need to copy and paste the code and just simply change the file names. And here you need to change it to 2, and here you need to change to 2, and here you need to change it to 3. Then here to change to 3, then 4, then 5, then 6, then 4, then 5, then you need to change it to 6. And hit here Alt plus Enter to add the package of these files. So you can see that this is all about the coding for start playing method. Now it's time to code the stop playing method as well. So instead of this stop playing method, first we need to release the player by calling a release play method. Then after we need to player, then we need to null. Then it's better to actually inside of the onPause method, we also need to do the same code. So I'm going to override a method called onPause. There's a method of activity lifecycle. Inside of the onPause, just simply check for the condition if mPlayer, if media player object means mPlayer is not equal to null. Then if it is not null, then the condition is true. So we need to release the mPlayer by calling a release method, and also we need to set the mPlayer to null, means initialize it to null. And also we need to write the same code. We're going to override the onStop method as well. onStop. Instead of this, I'm going to copy the same code to release the media player and then initialize it to null. It's time to see the code in action. But before that, we need to make some changes in our manifest file. So open your manifest file, and here you can see that this is our splash activity, this is our main activity, and we need to also make this activity to run in landscape mode by default. So we need to copy this code, and then inside of this activity we need to paste it. So now we are pretty much ready to run our application. So I'm going to again click on playing activity. Now it's time to run the application, but before running the application I need to add more code because I have not started the media player. So I'm going to type mPlayer dot prepare, that is this one, and again I need to type mPlayer dot, that is start. So now we are pretty much ready to run our application. So I'm going to run this application on my physical device. So I'm selecting my physical device. So you can see that my application is up and running. So first I'm going to test the piano keys. It's working fine. Then I'm now going to click on this one record button. So I'm going to record a song. So you can see that song 5 is saved. Now I'm going to click on this play button and I'm going to click on this song 5. And you can see that when I click on song 5, it's actually playing, but it actually changed the drawable of play song 1. So that's a bug that we need to fix. So this is a bug where we have not actually changing the drawable resources. So I need to find that bug. So that the bug is where actually when I press this song 5, then we need to change the background to play song shape. But ultimately it changed the background of, so here I need to change it to 5. This is our bug. Here I need to change to 5 because we have copy and pasted the code. That's why this bug is here. So this is for this. This is right. Here is a recording button 6. This is record button 6. This is record button 6. Then I need to check for the record button 5 is good. Check. Here is a check. Then record button 4 is actually here is correct. Then here I need to again specify record button 4 because there is a record button 1 is there. And also there is a record button 3, record button 3. Then there is I need to specify the record 3. Then there is a record 2 button. There's the record. Now everything is fine. Now again I'm going to run the application on physical device. So here is our application is up and running. So I'm going to click on this play button. And I'm just going to click on this play song 1. So you can see that play song 1 is playing. I'm going to click on back and I'm going to record the audio again. So you can hear the audio of our application. Now our application is fully created and it has all the functionality. Left navigation button, right navigation button, it has a recording functionality as well as a playing song functionality as well. Now I'm going to play the sixth song, that is, you can hear this audio of the sound as well. So now it's time to run the application on my virtual emulator as well. So I'm going to select my virtual emulator. So here you can see that application is up and running. So I'm going to click on this record button and I'm going to just randomly typing some note and I'm just click on this finish button and again I'm going to click on this play button and song 3 is saved, so I'm going to click on this. So you can see that application is there, but you can't hear the audio of virtual emulator. This is because that's why I'm running this application simultaneously on my physical device as well. So that's all about this lecture. Thanks for watching and I will see you in the next lecture. Thank you. Welcome to this lecture. So in this lecture I'm going to design the splash screen of our piano app. But before that you need to download this file. This is a project app logo file that is in a with RAR format, means RAR file. When you extract this file, you will get this folder and inside of this folder, I have created a logo for the app. So, we are simply going to copy this logo and I am going to paste it into inside the Android Studio. Simply I am going to click on this project tab and from there, I am going to select this driver tag and here I am going to right click it and I am going to paste it there. That's our piano underscore icon dot underscore logo. So I'm going to rename it into simple logo and hit OK. Now I'm going to close all the activities files, means the open file, and from there I'm going to select the activities/.xml file. So I'm going to switch it into landscape mode. And from there I am going to select a one image view and I am going to drag it at the middle of the screen. Then from there I am going to select my piano logo, that is this one, and hit OK. I am going to place it into the middle of the screen and adjusting the constraint. So I have done the adjustment of the image view. Now I am going to select a text view, just placing it at the middle of the screen. And I'm going to select it here, there, and I'm going to make it into the middle. Now I'm going to switch into text mode and by selecting the text view, and I'm going to name the text view as, means the name of our piano app, because I have not specified the name of my piano app, so I'm going to name it as Easy Piano. Because I'm naming it as a easy piano because I showed you the most easiest way of creating the piano application. Then I'm going to increase the size of this to 40 dp. Now it is 40 dp is too big for the logo as well because I want to make it a little smaller. So 15 dp. Now I'm going to make it into 30 dp. 30 dp seems more. I'm going to make it 20 dp and I'm going to specify the text style to bold and the text color I'm going to specify it into hashtag 000 for the darker black. Then for the background color I'm going to choose the same color that is of this taskbar, that is our this. Now for the background color I'm going to use the same color like this one. So this is our layout. So I'm going to have background color primary dark. So this will be the same look like our this color. So you can use it color, experiment with the color. Just for the demonstration purpose I am using this color. So I have did the coding and now it's time to actually connect the file
to our splash screen activity. So I'm opening a splash screen activity, and at the top I need to create some variable. So here I'm going to initialize my image view, that is image view, and I'm going to specify it with the S, that is for splash. Then again I'm going to type a text view, that is text view, and again I'm going to specify it, end it with the S, that is for splash. Then I need to initialize these views into onCreate method. So this is our onCreate method. At the top of I'm going to initialize here our all the views. So I'm going to type image view, that is image view equal to, and I'm going to typecast into image view. Then I'm going to find view by ID, and the ID I'm going right now I don't specify the ID, it's a default ID. So I'm going to specify the ID to splash, and at the end of this text view I'm going to also specify the ID as splash. So that's it for the ID, and r.id dot splash. Now first I need to type image view, that is splash, and hit a semicolon. Then I'm going to specify the text view as equals to text view, then find view by ID, and then r.id dot text view splash, then hit a semicolon at the end. So I have initialized the views and I have designed the application layout, that is for the splash screen. Let's make it little top. That's it. So that's all about this lecture. In next lecture I'm going to add some more code for our splash screen activity, that is for splash screen transition. So that's all about this lecture. Thanks for watching, and I will see you in the next lecture. Thank you. Welcome to this lecture. So in this lecture I'm going to add the animation code for the splash screen. So let's start this lecture and switch back to our Android Studio. So I'm going to do what? I'm going to click on this project tab, and here at I'm going to click on the rest directory, and from there I'm going to press right click, and I'm going to click on this new and selecting the Android resource directory. And from there I'm going to specify a folder called anim, that is for animation. Then click on this OK button, and it will create an anim folder there. Then I'm going to click on this, right click on this anim folder, and here you need to create an animation resource file. Name the animation resource file as transition, and simply press OK. And you can see that we have our transition.xml file. Inside of this transition.xml file, simply select this set and change it to alpha and hit a tab key. So you can see that it is now changed into alpha. Then at the end of this, you need to press enter, and you need to type from alpha, that is a property, and you need to specify 0.0. Then the another property is 2 alpha, and here you need to specify 1.0. Then for animation we need duration, so I am going to use a duration. So first I am going to duplicate this code by pressing Ctrl D, and here I am going to select this one, and I am going to type duration, and the duration is not in minutes, it is in thousands. So here I am going to type 2000. So that's it for the coding of transition.xml file. So in next video I'm going to use this transition.xml file inside of splash screen activity to animate these two views, that is image view and text view. So that's all about this lecture. Thanks for watching, and I will see you in the next lecture. Thank you. Welcome to this lecture. So in this lecture I'm going to code the actual splash screen code. So let's start this lecture by switch back to your Android Studio. So here I'm going to open my splash screen activity.xml file. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to create an object of animation class. So I'm going to type here
press the tab key and again tab key, and I'm going to type animation, that is animation, and I'm going to type animation again is equal to, and here I'm going to specify another class name, that is animation utils dot, and I'm going to use a method called load animation, and here need to specify the context. I'm going to type this and enter comma, and here you need to specify the name of the file in which your animation exists, means the XML file that is actually exists in our res directory, under anim directory, and under. So this file is actually exists in res, then anim, then our transition.xml file. So we need to give the file name here. So I'm going to type capital R, that is for res, and I'm going to type anim, and inside of anim we have transition. So that's for the code. Now it's time to set these animations to our views. So first I'm going to set it into text view dot start animation. So I'm going to use a method called start animation, that is this one, and here you need to specify the object of animation class, that is animation. Then I'm going to do the same with the image view dot start animation, and here you need to specify animation. So now we are done with the code of animation, but for now it will just gives a little transition effect. It will not be a splash screen activity until we use a thread. Now it's time to use the thread class. So I'm going to click it here and I'm going to type thread, that is thread, and creating an object of a thread class, that is thread, and hitting a tab key equals to new. By using new pattern, I'm going to initialize the object of thread to a thread. Then here I'm going to type new again and a runnable. Then it will give us a code. I'm going to hit a semicolon at the end. Then inside of word run, I'm going to type a try catch block. Means I'm going to start a try catch block, that is try. And again I'm going to catch the exception. So instead of try, I'm going to use a method called sleep. So I'm going to press Alt Enter to enter is package, that is thread.sleep. Now we need to catch the exception. So I'm going to type here interrupted exception, that is E, and then I need to close the block. Now I'm going to print the stack trace, that is E dot, and I'm going to call the method called print stack trace. Then I'm going to specify a task of finally block that will execute it, and instead of finally block we need to copy and paste the whole code that is started from there too. So I'm going to just go to the below of onCreate. So here is my onCreate ended, and then from there I need to copy whole the code inside of this finally block. Just hit Ctrl V. So what will it does? Now here it will wait for 5 seconds, and then if there is any exception it will catch it. Otherwise this finally block will be executed, which is used for the runtime permission check. So I'm going to run this code to see that in action. So I'm going to run it on my virtual emulator. So here you can see that our splash screen appears. So it's actually stuck in this splash screen because I have made a mistake, and that mistake is I have not started the thread. So at the end of here I need to start the thread. So here I need to start the thread. So I'm going to type thread dot start. Now it's time to run the application to see it whether it's working or not. So before that I need to uninstall the application. So I'm going to uninstall it. Click OK. So now application is uninstalled. Now I'm going So again I'm going to run the application. So selecting the virtual emulator. So here you can see that our splash screen appears, and then it will ask for the permission. So I'm going to allow all the permissions. So you can see that we got all permission. Now our application is now running with the splash screen. So that's all about this lecture. Thanks for watching, and I will see you in the next lecture. So welcome to this lecture. So in this lecture I'm going to add some improvements to our piano application. So if I just install the application to show you some concepts, means the bug that we want to fix in this video. So first I'm going to build the application again into my virtual emulator. So I'm going to OK and wait for the Gradle to build our application into our virtual emulator. So you can see that our splash screen appears. Now it will be asked for the permissions. So I'm going to allow all permissions. And you see we got all permission. This is a toast message. Now after that, if I close the application and again try to run the application, now splash screen is showing, then it will be crashed. So you can see that inside the logcat it is crashed, can't toast on thread that not called looper. So this is because we are calling a toast statement inside the non-UI thread, means the threads are actually working in the worker thread. So if we try to call the UI thread component, that is toast, is actually running in the UI thread, means on the main thread. If I try to call this in non-UI thread, that is a worker thread, then our application gets crashed, and that's the reason why our application again not running. It's run on the first time when we build the application, but for the next time it is not running. It gets crashed. So to fix this, we want to just remove this toast statement from here. I simply delete that, and again I'm just first uninstall the application. Hit OK, and again I'm trying to build the application into my virtual emulator. So you can see that now a splash is appearing. So I'm going to allow all permissions. You can see that our piano is here. Now again I'm going to close the application, just clearing from the recent task as well. And again I'm going to click on this application icon. So here you can see that now is this time application runs fine without any error. Now the problem is because of the toast statement. We deleted the toast statement from this method. That is, if I undo it, so you can see that this is our toast statement. We need to delete this statement so that our application works fine. Otherwise, if we don't delete it, then it's actually a main UI thread component, means a main UI thread statement. So if you try to run the main UI thread statement inside of the non-UI thread, that is known as worker thread, so we will get an error. So if you are aware with the activity lifecycle components and some async task concepts, then you will be pretty much know what I am saying. So that's a quick fix for this lecture, means that's the bug we fixed in this lecture. So in next lecture I'm going to add a code for adding the back button, means on back press, means when we press the back button, then it will take us to the splash screen. So we don't want to go to splash screen, instead we want to completely exit from the application along with the dialog box. So we are going to do that in our next video. So thanks for watching, and I will see you in the next lecture. Thank you. Welcome to this lecture. So in this lecture I am going to handle the back press button of our application. So when we press on this back button, we want to completely exit from the application from the piano screen as well. Means when we are on piano screen, so when I press on this back button, I want the result that it will completely exit from the application without showing this splash screen. So to achieve this, we want to write some code. Now the basic concept of this is, we want to exit from the second activity without going back to the first activity. So here our first activity is our splash screen activity and our second activity is our main activity. So I'm going to open both. So the first I'm going to close all the XML files. So at the top of the splash screen activity, I'm going to write a one constant. So here I'm going to define a one constant that is of private static and of integer type, and here I'm going to define an exit code. Then initialize it to 100 or whatever you want. Then after that, then inside of the onActivity result method that we have already overridden, that is below, you can see that this is our onActivity result. So from there we need to check for the condition. So here I'm going to, after the end of this request code checking, then we want to check another condition. So we will type if request code equals to exit code, then we want to perform the action. Then again I am going to check for the if request code is equal to result okay, then we want to again check for the condition if data dot get boolean extra. I'm going to specify the name as exit and the value I'm going to specify default value to true. Then I'm going to hit a semicolon. Then after that, if this is happen, then we want to finish the task by calling finish method. So that's a code. Then another thing I want to change, then here I need to make some changes inside of the proceed after permission method. So I'm going to type a method. Instead of start activity, I'm going to use a method called start activity for result. So I'm going to use a method start activity for result. And inside of start activity for result, I'm going to use a new operator and then type a intent, and here we need to specify a context. So the context is slash activity dot this comma, and I'm going to specify the main activity in which we want to go, main activity dot class. Then after that I need to specify a bundle object, that is bundle extra. So I'm going to specify the exit code. So that's it for the coding of our splash activity. Next time to code the main activity. So inside of main activity, first we need at the bottom, I'm going to override a method that is on back press. So I'm going to type on back press. So this is a method that we want. So inside of this on back press method, we need to define an alert dialog. So I'm going to type alert dialog, not alert dialog, just alert dialog dot builder, and here I need to specify the context, that is this. And after that, I need to set the title. So with the use of dot operator, I am going to set the title of character sequence. So here I am going to specify a method. Do you want to exit and a question mark? And after that, I am going to specify another method and set a message. I'm going to type set title. Are you sure you want to exit? This is a message or whatever you want to print. I'm going to use are you sure you want to exit. Then again, I'm going to set a negative button as well. I'm going to type set negative button. Here I'm going to specify r dot string dot no. I'm going to specify comma. So this no I'm going to specify in the string.xml file. But for now I'm just typing a listener. I'm going to specify the listener as null. Then again I'm going to set the positive button. Set positive button. So I'm going to specify r dot string dot yes, comma, and again here I need to specify the listener. So here I'm going to create a new dialog interface. Inside of this dialog interface, I'm going to set result method. I'm going to use this one method, set result, and here I'm going to specify the result OK. And again I'm going to specify the second argument, that is new, and I'm going to call intent. Inside of then with the use of intent, I'm going to use a method put extra, and here I'm going to specify the key name, that is exit. Make sure the key name is same, don't make mistake, along with the proper capitalization. Then I'm going to set the value to true. So that's it for the coding of our this thing. Now at the end we need to specify here a finish method. Calling a finish, and here I need to specify dot create dot show. Now we need to create these two files in our string.xml file. So I'm going to quickly open my string.xml file, and here I'm going to duplicate it, and here I'm going to specify no. Then the other one I'm going to specify yes, and along with that corresponding name I'm going to specify yes, and here I'm going to specify no. Just make it small. So now you can see that the error is gone. Now it's time to run the application to see the code in action, but before that I need to remove this super callback. If I don't remove the super callback, then our logic will not work properly. Means when we click on the back button, then it will also takes us to the slash activity and also show a dialog, and doesn't our application close. So we need to remove this super callback, and now it's time to run the application into my virtual emulator. So here you can see that our application is up and running. Now our piano screen is displayed, so if I click on this back button, so you can see that a dialog box will appear. Are you sure you want to exit? So I'm simply click on yes. So you can see that our application is now simply closed. So that's all about this lecture. Thanks for watching, and I will see you in the next lecture. Welcome to this lecture. So in this lecture I'm going to fix some more issue in our piano application. So let's start this lecture by switch back to your Android Studio. So here you can see that inside of this text view, means our activity splash.xml file, I have placed one text view for the label of our piano application. So here you can see that I have used a text size as 20 dp, but you can see that in this banner you should use sp instead of dp. Means I need to change it from dp to sp. And similarly inside of activity playing.xml, I need to change it here from 35 dp to 35 sp, because sp is the recommended by the Google when you are giving the text size of our text view. So this is the quick fix for this lecture. So that's all about this lecture. Your application will run almost fine. If you try to run the application, it will run same as it is. Just the only difference we had made, just only the screen density pixel. So that's all about this lecture. Thanks for watching, and I will see you in the next lecture. Thank you.
So that's all about this course. If you want to build more application, then it will help you to improve your knowledge. So it's better, after watching this entire course, you should build your own application so that it will improve your knowledge, and you will also face a lot of issues. So don't worry, if you face any issue, you can email me directly, and you can just simply communicate me on social media. I will definitely try to help you. So thank you for watching, and I will see you in the next lecture.